Chapter 1. Where is this place? Didn't I burn to death? Yang Dingtian was in a completely unfamiliar world at this time. This was a very deep cave. All he could see around the cave was covered in ice, and the whole cave was crystal clear. Just a few minutes ago, he was still in the female teacher's dormitory at Shuemu University, being intimate with his beautiful girlfriend, who was also his teacher, Li Bijuan. Suddenly, his whole body became hot and red, and then his whole body burned, and he completely lost consciousness in incomparable pain. When he woke up again, he was already in this strange cave. Yang Dingtian was 20 years old this year, and he was a sophomore. Because his father was a fan of Jin Yong, he gave him the domineering name Yang Dingtian. He was quite handsome, smart, sensitive, kind, and a little bad. However, he had a fatal characteristic, and that was that the fire in his body was very strong. He was afraid of heat and cold since he was a child, and he only wore a single layer of clothing, even if it was 10 degrees below zero. His appetite was super big, but he never got fat. His body seemed to have a bottomless pit. Of course, these were not bad things. Moreover, his parents took him to see countless doctors, and they all came to the same conclusion. Although the child was a little thin, he was very healthy. When he was 8 years old, a sloppy Taoist priest who was wandering the west saw Yang Dingtian. He said with a shocked face, "I didn't expect that the legendary nine-yang body really existed." Then the Taoist priest told Yang Dingtian that his nine-yang body's yang fire was countless times stronger than other people's. He could not marry or date in his life, and even so, it was difficult for him to live past the age of 25, and he would be burned alive by the yang fire. At that time, Yang Dingtian's whole family thought that the Taoist priest was a liar, and they did not take his word seriously. When he gradually grew up, things were not good. Yang Dingtian, who gradually matured, found that whether it was seeing a beautiful woman in reality or looking at pictures or videos, as long as the thought came to his mind, a fierce fire would burn in his body, and his body temperature would soar rapidly. When Yang Dingtian was 18 years old, it was his first time being intimate with his girlfriend. In less than a minute, Yang Dingtian had a high fever of 42 degrees and fainted. His first love was so scared that she screamed and called for an ambulance. Only then did she manage to save her life. Thus, Yang Dingtian remembered the words of the Taoist priest. He had a nine-yang body, so he couldn't date or get married. The results of the first attempt proved that what the Taoist priest said might be true. Therefore, before the age of 20, Yang Dingtian did not dare to have a girlfriend and remain single. Today, he finally couldn't hold it in anymore. Because his girlfriend was too beautiful and seductive, she destroyed Yang Dingtian's last line of defense. On the night of his birthday, under the stimulation of alcohol, women, and emotions, the two of them finally broke through the last line of defense. The result proved that the wretched Taoist priest's words were right. With his nine-yang body, if he were to have sex with a woman, his entire body would burn. It turned out that Yang Dingtian's father really had the foresight to give him such a name. Just when Yang Dingtian's soul was burned away, he lost his consciousness and fell into endless darkness. When he woke up again, he found himself in a completely unfamiliar environment, a deep cave surrounded by ice. What the hell is this place? Yang Dingtian's body shrunk slightly. He actually felt cold. This was really amazing. He didn't know what cold was since he was a child, but now he actually felt cold. Is this the Arctic ice cave? Yang Dingtian secretly said. This place was indeed like the Arctic, because in his hometown in the northeast he wouldn't feel cold even if it was -20 or -30 degrees below zero. Then this place was at least -50 or -60 degrees below zero. Yang Dingtian got up from the ice and began to explore the deep cave. It was really hard for him to understand why he didn't die after he spontaneously combusted. He actually came to this inexplicable ice cave. Fortunately, he has a nine-yang body. Otherwise, he would have frozen to death in a few minutes. This cave was really deep. He could only see a small corner of the sky when he looked up. At this time, the sun should be shining outside. The light from the inside of the cave reflected many times, making the bottom of the cave bright. Yang Dingtian visually estimated that this cave was at least 1,000 meters deep. Moreover, the walls of the cave were completely steep and straight. There were no tools, so it was really impossible to climb up. The bottom of the cave was not big. It was only about 100 square meters. Yang Dingtian walked through it in a few steps. He desperately wanted to find an exit or a secret mechanism. However, after searching for a long time, he found that every inch of this place was covered in ice. There was nothing behind the ice. It was not stone or soil at all. From the inside to the outside, every inch of this place was covered in ice. Heavens! How am I supposed to get out? This damn place doesn't even have anything to eat. I will starve to death in a few days. Yang Dingtian sat on the ice dejectedly. He did not have a phone on him. However, even if he had a phone, there was no signal. Immediately after, Yang Dingtian tried his best to stand up and shouted towards the outside, "Someone help! Is there anyone outside?" He shouted dozens of times, but there was not even a bird or an animal at the entrance. Yang Dingtian sat down again with his back against an ice pillar. I don't know how Bijuan is. Did I burn her to death? Yang Dingtian sadly thought of his sexy girlfriend and English teacher. Later on, he was unwilling to give up and looked around the cave, wondering if Bijuan had also transmigrated to this place. Obviously, the entire cave was empty. It was impossible for Li Bijuan to exist. Dad, look at the lousy name you gave me. It's too domineering. I really can't bear to use it. Yang Dingtian thought of his Jin Yongfan father and his shrewish mother. By now, they should have already heard the news of Yang Dingtian's death. He did not know how sad they would be. Yang Dingtian looked up at the entrance of the cave and sighed. This damn cave. How am I supposed to get out? Suddenly, there was a burst of blinding light. The sun seemed to be directly above the cave. Yang Dingtian could not look directly at it. He could not help but squint his eyes. Then, Yang Dingtian's eyes suddenly widened. His body shook violently because he saw a very, very shocking scene. It was even a very, very frightening scene. It made him suddenly stand up. There were 2 suns in the sky. There were actually 2 suns. Yang Dingtian thought he was seeing things. Or maybe he was hallucinating. He rubbed his eyes hard to see clearly. Yes, there were really 2 suns. One was big and one was small. One was blinding and the other was slightly less bright. Oh my God, this was not Earth. There was only one sun on Earth. There were 2 suns here. Then what the hell was this place? An alien planet? A different world? Had he transmigrated? He had actually transmigrated. Yang Dingtian's body went limp. He sat down on the icy ground again. His head was dizzy and he almost fainted. Other people transmigrated due to electrocution, tsunamis, or being struck by lightning. At most, they transmigrated due to a plane crash. Only Yang Dingtian had transmigrated due to the spontaneous combustion of his penis in bed. This kind of transmigration was really unprecedented. Dad, look at the lousy name you gave your son. Yang Dingtian, Yang Dingtian. Such a domineering name. I really don't have the fortune to enjoy it. It directly sent me to a different world. Goodbye, Mom and Dad. Goodbye, friends. Goodbye, Earth. Mom and Dad, don't be too sad. You are still young. Maybe you can have another child. Bijuan, you were probably burned to death by me. We can be considered as a pair of mandarin ducks in the same fate. Yang Dingtian leaned against the ice pillar in the middle of the cave. He finally accepted the fact that he had transmigrated to a different world. He recalled his past and tried his best not to let his tears fall. No, I can't continue to mourn and blame myself like this. In novels, those people who transmigrated all achieved great things. I can't possibly starve to death in this cave after transmigrating, right? Yang Dingtian suddenly stood up. He wanted to find a way out. In the end, after a few hours, he couldn't even climb up half a foot. This ice was super slippery and super hard. There was nothing he could do. Then he looked around for a way out. In the end, he still couldn't find anything. In these few hours, his emotions had experienced great shock and sorrow. He had also worked hard for a long time. He was already exhausted. He returned to the center of the cave and leaned against an ice pillar to rest for a while. He wanted to think of another way. He only wanted to rest for a while, but he was so tired that he fell asleep. Fortunately, he had the 9-yang body, which was 1 in a billion. He had accumulated yang fire in his body for decades. When he was intimate with Li Bijuan on Earth, only a small part of it leaked out. Now he was sleeping naked in this extremely cold ice cave. He only felt a slight chill and wouldn't freeze to death. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Yang Dingtian was awakened by hunger. Because of his special physique, his need for food was much greater than other people's. Now that he had been hungry for dozens of hours, he was already in great pain. However, there was nothing but ice in this damned ice cave, not to mention food. Yang Dingtian stood up and found that 2 more suns had appeared in the cave above his head. He had slept for at least a day and a night. He just didn't know if a day and a night in this world was 24 hours. After standing up, Yang Dingtian suddenly found that the ice pillar behind him was a little strange. It turned out that he had slept with his back against the ice pillar for dozens of hours. His body, which was like a furnace, had melted more than half of the ice pillar. Of course, this wasn't a strange thing. However, after the ice pillar was melted, it turned from a dark blue color to a little transparent. It seemed like there was something inside. There was something inside the ice pillar. Chapter 2. There was something inside the icicle. Yang Dingtian was excited at first. He quickly went forward to take a closer look, but he still couldn't see clearly. In the entire cave, only the icicle in the center was blue and opaque. Although a large part of it had been melted by Yang Dingtian, it still wasn't transparent, and he couldn't see what was inside. Yang Dingtian hurried forward and reached out to hug the icicle. He couldn't help but shiver from the cold. It was really thanks to Yang Dingtian's 9-yang body. It was really like a furnace. If it was anyone else, they would have been frozen solid. The further he went, the colder it became. In the end, it was almost unbearable. He hugged the icicle for a few hours. Every half an hour, Yang Dingtian would rest. The icicle melted inch by inch. The deeper he went, the colder it became. In the end, Yang Dingtian was almost in unbearable pain. 5 hours later, Yang Dingtian was already shivering. His vision turned black and he almost fainted. Although he knew that his life would be in danger, Yang Dingtian was stubborn. He wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. There's actually a person inside. Yang Dingtian was suddenly excited. The icicle was finally almost completely melted and became completely transparent. It was really strange that someone would be frozen in this cave 1,000 meters below. It was an old man. His hair and beard were completely white and messy like weeds. His entire face was wrinkled. He was so old that it was impossible to tell his age. His clothes were dirty and old. Besides having no holes, it was no different from a beggar's clothes. His exposed hands were thin and dry like the withered branches of a dead tree. From head to toe, every single strand of hair on the old man's head exuded an aura of defeat. Yang Dingtian was slightly disappointed. This person should have been dead for a very long time and should have been frozen for a very long time. As for why he was sealed in this ice, it was unknown. However, he had to do things to the end. Although the person inside should be dead, Yang Dingtian still decided to get him out. Thus, Yang Dingtian endured the bone-piercing cold and once again hugged the terrifyingly cold icicle, shivering all over. This final melting was truly a test of one's willpower. That kind of icy coldness was completely indescribable. Finally, Yang Dingtian couldn't take it anymore. His vision turned black and he fainted. Kacha! At the same time, there was a crisp cracking sound. The last layer of ice on the old man's body completely shattered, and the thick icicle completely disappeared. The bone-piercing cold stopped, and Yang Dingtian's body gradually recovered its heat. However, he was temporarily unable to move. Yang Dingtian leaned on the old man's body, his nose filled with the old man's rotting smell. Although it was not very smelly, it was more unbearable than other smells. Suddenly, the old man in front of him suddenly opened his eyes. This caused Yang Dingtian to be shocked. Did he come back to life? Wasn't he already dead? Then, the old man suddenly stretched out his skinny hand and grabbed Yang Dingtian's neck. His long fingernails were like blades piercing his aorta. His turbid eyes emitted a cold light, and his aged face was full of anger. He roared at Yang Dingtian. His voice was as harsh as a knife scraping the wall. However, Yang Dingtian couldn't understand what he said at all. It was a language that Yang Dingtian had never heard of before. Seeing that Yang Dingtian didn't respond, the old man was very angry. He repeated his previous words again, and his tone seemed to be interrogating Yang Dingtian. I don't understand what you are saying at all," Yang Dingtian said with difficulty. Hearing Yang Dingtian's reply, the old man was very agitated. He asked several more questions in succession, and then his ugly old face approached Yang Dingtian. At the same time, his fingernails ruthlessly pierced into Yang Dingtian's neck. Yang Dingtian suddenly felt a sharp pain, and blood flowed down from his neck. Yang Dingtian was exhausted at this time, and he couldn't move at all. Then the old man asked another question. Yang Dingtian smiled bitterly and said, "Old mister, I really don't know what you are talking about." The old man was furious. His long fingernails slashed Yang Dingtian's neck, and suddenly a deep wound appeared. His skin and flesh opened, and blood gushed out. Then he asked again, but Yang Dingtian still didn't understand. The old man was furious. His two hands fiercely grabbed Yang Dingtian's neck, and he used a gloomy and cold tone to interrogate for the last time. Although he didn't understand the old man's words, Yang Dingtian understood the general meaning of the old man's words. If he didn't speak, the old man would choke him to death. Yang Dingtian suddenly smiled bitterly and said, "I risked my life to save you, but I'm going to be choked to death by you. Why bother?" The old man didn't understand what Yang Dingtian was saying, but it was obvious that he didn't get the answer he wanted. Suddenly, a cruel sneer appeared on his face, and then his hands tightened. The cold and withered hands strangled his neck tighter and tighter. Yang Dingtian gradually couldn't breathe. His eyes gradually bulged, and his tongue stuck out of his mouth. He didn't even have the strength to regret. It wasn't easy to save this old man, but he was going to be choked to death by the old man. "I can die, but I definitely can't die without knowing why." Yang Dingtian clenched his teeth. His body was full of unwillingness. He didn't know where the strength came from, but he suddenly kicked the old man. Bang! His foot kicked the old man's chest. Kacha! There was a clear sound of breaking. It was like the sound of a withered branch being broken. The old man's ribs were broken. Yang Dingtian's strength was actually not great, but the old man was already a lamp without oil. His bones were brittle and dry, so they were easily broken. Moreover, his whole body was kicked down. His hands naturally separated from Yang Dingtian's neck. It seemed that the old man's grip on Yang Dingtian's neck was the last of his strength. Yang Dingtian hurriedly used both hands and feet to quickly retreat, far away from the old man. Finally, he leaned back against the cave wall, gasping for breath. While looking at the wounds on his body, he vigilantly looked at the terrifying old man from the corner of his eyes. Several wounds on his body had stopped bleeding, but at this time it was really painful. However, this cave was too small. It was impossible to completely get away from this crazy old man. Yang Dingtian gasped for breath while accumulating his strength. He stared at the dangerous old man. As long as he dared to rush up and attack again, don't blame him for being impolite. But after the old man was kicked down by Yang Dingtian, his chest might have been injured. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of black and red blood from his mouth. Then he tried to sit up with his hands on the ground, but after many attempts he failed. It seemed that from head to toe only his hands could move. The rest of his body couldn't move, so he couldn't sit up no matter what. After many attempts, he still failed. The old man was furious. He let out a burst of angry roars. His hands desperately hammered the ice surface. Suddenly, the wound on his chest was injured. He spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. His hands hammered the ice surface and suddenly became bloody. Then he gave up. He lay on his back on the ice surface and began to curse. Of course, Yang Dingtian didn't understand what he was cursing about, but his voice was full of hatred and anger. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be infected. This old man is also very pitiful. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but feel a burst of sympathy. In the end, the old man didn't curse anymore. He just lay on the ice without making a sound. The broken bones in his chest might have pierced into his flesh. His chest was already swollen. At first, the old man was still breathing. His chest rose and fell, but in the end, it seemed that he wasn't even breathing. Although he knew that it was very dangerous to go over at this time, Yang Dingtian still couldn't hold back and slowly walked over. From a distance, Yang Dingtian gently kicked the old man. The other party didn't have any reaction. Yang Dingtian took a step forward and touched the old man's neck artery. It was still beating, but it was extremely weak. Yang Dingtian went forward and used his strength to help the old man up. Then he opened the old man's clothes and checked the wound on his chest. His ribs on the right side of his chest had been broken by Yang Dingtian's kick. He was already as skinny as a human, and his ribs were completely covered by a layer of skin. Therefore, the two broken ribs could be seen clearly. One of the sharp bones had pierced into his flesh, and the right side of his chest, which was so skinny that only a layer of skin was left, was swollen by a few inches. It was green and purple, and it looked very scary. Yang Dingtian used his shallow first aid knowledge to help the old man barely put the broken ribs in the right position. During the whole process, because of the piercing pain, the old man's body trembled a few times, but he still didn't wake up. Fortunately, the two broken ribs weren't broken into several pieces. However, Yang Dingtian still had a hard time adjusting the broken ribs. In this world of ice and snow, Yang Dingtian was even sweating. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt pain in front of his eyes. He only saw two long and sharp nails in front of his eyes. As long as he moved a little, these two sharp nails would pierce his eyeballs and completely blind him. He didn't know when the old man woke up. When he saw Yang Dingtian looking at him, he suddenly let out a cruel sneer. At this time, the long nails still had Yang Dingtian's flesh and blood. Coupled with his gloomy and cruel face, it was especially terrifying. Yang Dingtian suddenly held his breath, nervously. Then he lowered his eyes and continued to set the old man's bones, as if he didn't know that the other party was going to blind him. However, when he set the bones for the old man, his hands were still trembling. Yang Dingtian took a long breath again. His hands stopped trembling, and then he carefully adjusted the broken bones in the old man's chest. He didn't get any reward for this action. Instead, the old man gave a sneer full of ridicule, as if he was laughing at Yang Dingtian's hypocrisy and cunning. Yang Dingtian didn't care and continued to treat the old man seriously. The old man's nails slowly exerted force, and the sharp nails pierced into Yang Dingtian's flesh little by little. They were like sharp blades, piercing in millimeter by millimeter. The nails that pierced into the flesh had already penetrated nearly half a centimeter. They had already pierced through the outer layer of flesh and would soon pierce Yang Dingtian's eyeballs. Yang Dingtian's eyes narrowed. His right hand slowly clenched into a fist. In the next second, he fiercely punched the old man's broken chest bones into his heart, completely killing the old man instantly. However, the old man suddenly stopped. Instead, he pulled out the nails that pierced into his flesh and slowly closed his eyes, allowing Yang Dingtian to do what he wanted. Yang Dingtian took a long breath, calmed his beating heart, and continued to treat the old man. Finally, he adjusted the old man's broken bones and carefully wrapped them with clothes. Although it was too rough, there was no other way. There wasn't even a piece of wood in the cave. After everything was done, Yang Dingtian retreated to the farthest place from the old man and sat down against the cave wall. This dangerous old man closed his eyes and didn't move. Chapter 3. At this time, the sky was already dark. Yang Dingtian looked up at the sky. Because the cave was too deep, the originally wide hole was only the size of a palm. Therefore, Yang Dingtian could only see the palm-sized sky. At this time, the moon rose into the sky and passed the sky above Yang Dingtian's head. He could clearly see that there were two moons. In Su Dompa's poem, he wrote, "I hope people last long, thousands of miles apart, and we share the beauty of the moon." But now, the moon that Yang Dingtian and his parents saw was no longer the same one. There were even two moons here. Sadness and fatigue attacked Yang Dingtian. He looked at the old man not far away. The old man still had his eyes closed and did not move. At this point, there was nothing to be afraid of. Therefore, Yang Dingtian also slowly closed his eyes and fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, it was dozens of hours later. Yang Dingtian wanted to get up and continue to look for a way out of the cave, but he found that he could not stand up at all. The hunger for several days and nights had completely exhausted the energy in his body. The heat that he had stored for decades was completely used up in order to save the old man and melt the icicle. In the past few days and nights, Yang Dingtian only drank a few mouthfuls of melted ice water and did not eat any food. He also lost a lot of blood. At this time, he wanted to stand up, but he really did not have the strength to do so. At this time, the sky outside was gloomy. There was no sun, and layers of dark clouds pressed down. Then the sky began to snow. Snowballs the size of fists suddenly fell from the sky. After a while, the snow covered the bottom of the cave with a thick layer. The old man still had his eyes closed and did not move. Gradually, his whole body was completely covered by the snow. After about an hour, the old man's whole body could not be seen. He had become a snowman. The snow on Yang Dingtian's body gradually thickened. The heat from his body could not even melt the snow at this time. In order not to be buried by the snow, Yang Dingtian shook his head hard. But after a while, he was covered by the snow again. Yang Dingtian shook his head again. Once, twice, thrice in the end, Yang Dingtian did not even have the strength to shake his head. His body completely lost the last trace of heat, and he could only watch as the snow completely buried him and his life. Suddenly, the snow on the old man's body shook. The old man moved. He reached into his bosom, took out a red object, and threw it in Yang Dingtian's direction. It was a red pill. When the pill landed on the snow, the surrounding snow instantly melted. On the snow-white snow, the red pill was as dazzling as a flame. At this moment, Yang Dingtian's will to live gave him the last bit of strength. He pounced forward and opened his mouth to bite the red pill. As for whether or not it was poison, what would happen if he ate it? Yang Dingtian completely ignored him. As soon as the pill entered his mouth, it immediately melted in his mouth like a raging fire, like a flowing flame. It drilled into his abdomen. Then, a wave of heat spread out and flowed into the blood vessels in his body. Suddenly, as if the warm sun of spring shone on the earth, Yang Dingtian's stiff body began to recover inch by inch. Soon, his whole body became a burning furnace again, completely restored to vitality. In fact, there was a powerful force rampaging within his body, desperately trying to burst out. Yang Dingtian felt that his body had an inexhaustible amount of energy. What is this? It's actually so magical. Yang Dingtian was surprised and excited. He then walked to the old man and bowed. "Thank you, sir. However, your body can't take it anymore. Don't you want to eat one?" Yang Dingtian asked. The old man ignored him. He still sat with his eyes closed, letting the snow fall on his body, and once again wrapped himself into a snowman. After that, no matter what Yang Dingtian said, the other party did not respond. Yang Dingtian, who was full of heat, did not know what to do. The cave was only so big. He waved his fist randomly in the snow. It was a complete mess. The snow was getting heavier and heavier. In just half a day, it had piled up about 2 feet, almost completely burying the old man. So Yang Dingtian went over to clean the snow on the old man's body every half an hour. The snow is so heavy and piled up so fast. I'm afraid that in a few years the cave will be full, Yang Dingtian thought. Then he could not help but feel ecstatic. He rushed to the old man and said, Sir, I found a way out. I found a way out. But the old man still did not respond. Yang Dingtian had indeed found a way out. He could use the snow to make steps and freeze them on the ice cave wall. The cave entrance was about a few thousand meters deep. The ice and snow steps circled around it. It would probably take tens of thousands of steps. Yang Dingtian did as he said. First, he used the snow to press it into a foot long, half a foot wide, and 3 inches thick snow brick. Then he pressed this snow brick to the ice cave wall. He used his body to melt the snow brick into water and then condensed it into ice. The snow brick became a small ice brick and firmly stuck to the cave wall. After spending a full hour, Yang Dingtian successfully made the first step. The ice step was more than half a meter high from the ground. Yang Dingtian stood on it. Sure enough, it could withstand the weight of a person without breaking. So, Yang Dingtian began to make the second step. The second step was located 30 centimeters above the first step and 30 centimeters in front of it. Step by step, the steps were slanted upwards. This way one could walk up. If it was a vertical step, one would not be able to walk. For a full 10 hours, Yang Dingtian put in a lot of effort and made less than 10 ice steps. He was exhausted. He first sat down to sleep. When he woke up, he continued. 10 days later, Yang Dingtian had made 120 ice steps. The top step was already 40 meters from the bottom of the cave. In these 10 days, the old man still had his eyes closed and did not move. He did not say a word. Yang Dingtian was making ice steps almost every minute and every second. When he was extremely sleepy, he would lie down on the snow and sleep. When he woke up, he would continue. However, Yang Dingtian was unable to continue doing it. Because the snow only fell for a day and stopped, these 120 ice steps had used up all the snow in the cave. If he wanted to make ice steps again, he could only wait for the next snow. Moreover, the energy of the flame pill had been completely depleted. Yang Dingtian's body began to feel cold again. There was no strength in his body. Yang Dingtian looked up at the sky. He had never looked forward to the arrival of dark clouds and snow as much as he did now. But there were no clouds in the sky, and the sun was shining. At this time, the old man suddenly opened his eyes. This was the first time he opened his eyes in 10 days. He looked at the ice steps made by Yang Dingtian and then looked at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian suddenly became excited. He looked at his ice steps proudly and said excitedly, "Old mister, look, these are the steps I made. We can go out soon. Don't worry, my steps are very solid. When the time comes, I will carry you out." There was no reaction on the old man's face. There was no look of appreciation. He slowly closed his eyes again, as if he did not see anything. But he took out a pill from his bosom and threw it over. It was still a fiery red pill. Yang Dingtian hurriedly picked it up and threw it into his mouth. Suddenly, his whole body began to burn as if it was filled with endless power. It filled him with the desire to roar, but he was afraid of disturbing the old man. So he could only desperately punch to vent the rampaging energy in his body. This pill was too magical. There was no such magical thing on earth. This thing should be very precious. Perhaps it was worth tens of thousands of gold. With this pill, Yang Dingtian could go for dozens of days without eating, and his body would not lack energy. But this pill was so precious. Yang Dingtian did not have the slightest idea of taking it for himself. He also did not have the idea of going forward to snatch the pill. Yang Dingtian, who had taken the pill, could not vent his energy. He was looking forward to the snow. As long as it snowed, he could sit on the ice steps and leave this damned place as soon as possible. Finally, the heavens seemed to hear Yang Dingtian's prayer. It might also be the arrival of winter. On the 5th day after Yang Dingtian took the second pill, the sky finally snowed again. Although it was not as big as the last time, it was not small either. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian was almost crazy with excitement. He desperately roared. Before the snow piled up a few inches, he impatiently began to make snow bricks. Suddenly, the old man's body moved. The snow on his body shook off. The old man opened his eyes and waved at Yang Dingtian. He opened his mouth and said 2 words. Although Yang Dingtian still did not understand, he understood that the old man wanted him to go over. Yang Dingtian hurried over and said, "Old sir, look, it's snowing again. We can go out soon." The old man smiled. This was the first time in more than half a month that the old man smiled. Then the old man stretched out his finger and wrote a word in the snow. A word that Yang Dingtian did not recognize. Then the old man read the word. After reading it, the old man pointed to himself. Yang Dingtian suppressed his excitement and said, "Old sir, are you going to teach me the words and language of this world?" The old man did not understand what Yang Dingtian was saying. He still pointed to the word on the ground and read it again. Then he pointed to himself with his finger. "The word you wrote should be what I meant." Yang Dingtian, then I wrote the word "I" in the snow. Then I slowly read it and pointed to myself. "I." The old man listened to it once and read it accurately. Then he pointed to the word "I" in the snow, then pointed to himself. Finally, he used his finger to write the word "I" in the snow. Yang Dingtian was surprised and speechless. This old man was too awesome. He only listened to it once and read it once, and he could read and write it. Yang Dingtian's handwriting was already very good, but he didn't expect the old man's first handwriting to be even better than his. His strokes were firm and sharp, and they were deeply engraved into his bones. Then the old man wrote the word he wrote in the snow again. Then he read it again and pointed to himself. Yang Dingtian hurriedly read it and wrote it in the snow. This was the word "I" in this world. Yang Dingtian's pronunciation and writing were more accurate. The old man smiled and nodded. Then he wrote another word in the snow, read it out, and pointed to Yang Dingtian. This time, it should be the word "you" in another world. Chapter 4. This time, it should be the word "you" from another world. Yang Dingtian read it, and then wrote it down. Then he wrote the Chinese character "you" on the snow, read it out, and pointed to the old man, indicating that this was what "you" meant. The old man quickly grasped it and read it very accurately. His writing was still better than Yang Dingtian's. Next were the words eyes, nose, mouth, hair, skin, flesh, blood vessels, tendons, stomach, feet, snow, ice, steps, sky, and other words. Yang Dingtian was very smart, but the old man was even smarter. For more than 10 hours, until the snow stopped, the two of them had been learning each other's language and writing. The old man taught Yang Dingtian a total of 189 words and more than 50 words. After learning, the old man actually used Chinese to test Yang Dingtian. For example, the old man pointed to the dark clouds in the sky and said the word "dark clouds." He asked Yang Dingtian to say how to read and write the word "dark clouds" in this world. If Yang Dingtian said the right words, the old man would smile. If Yang Dingtian said something wrong, the old man would directly slap him. That slap was really painful, but the old man seemed to be in more pain because his broken bones had not completely healed. Once, when he slapped Yang Dingtian, he even vomited blood. Therefore, Yang Dingtian did not dare to make any more mistakes. After he made a mistake, he quickly slapped himself hard and did not dare to let the old man hit him. Moreover, he hit himself harder than the old man. He directly hit himself until it was swollen. Sometimes he would even bleed. Although Yang Dingtian was very smart, he still made some mistakes in more than 10 hours, hundreds of words, and nearly 100 words. Therefore, in the end, his whole face was red and swollen like a pig's head. His teeth were a little loose, and the saliva he spat out was all blood. The old man did not have any pity at all. Once he made a mistake, he would stare at Yang Dingtian with piercing eyes. At the end of the learning, the old man reached out and stroked Yang Dingtian's red and swollen face, making Yang Dingtian's heart feel warm. "Go and make ice steps." The old man actually spoke in Chinese. Then he slowly closed his eyes and entered a meditative state again. You don't want to eat anything?" Yang Dingtian asked. The old man ignored him, even though he could almost understand the meaning of Yang Dingtian's words. Yang Dingtian smiled embarrassedly. Then he carefully tidied up the old man's clothes and combed his hair. Finally, he went to make the ice stairs. Just like that, day after day passed. Most of the time, the old man was meditating with his eyes closed. Every 10 days, he would give Yang Dingtian a fiery red pill to maintain Yang Dingtian's life and energy. Only when it started snowing would he open his eyes and write on the snow to teach Yang Dingtian the language and characters of this world. At the same time, he also learned the Chinese language of Earth. When the snow stopped, the two of them stopped studying. The old man closed his eyes and entered meditation again. Yang Dingtian continued to work on the ice stairs. Time passed day after day. The ice stairs around the cave walls were getting higher and higher. Yang Dingtian also mastered more and more of this world's language and characters. As for the old man, he had almost completely mastered the main Chinese characters. Because he was extremely intelligent, once he mastered the rules and essence of Chinese characters, he could completely integrate and learn by himself. So later on, he was even able to point out some of Yang Dingtian's obscure mistakes in Chinese. So, the old man's wisdom completely shocked Yang Dingtian. However, Yang Dingtian's learning of this world's language and characters was very smooth at the beginning. Later on, it slowly became difficult. In the beginning, Yang Dingtian could learn more than 100 words in 10 hours, but later on, it became slower and slower. Because this world was completely a world of martial arts, a world of profound qi, Yang Dingtian had no concept of many terms. It was too abstract. In order to let Yang Dingtian accurately master it, the old man even had to completely translate the rankings and concepts into Chinese. Then he taught it to Yang Dingtian. So, Yang Dingtian, who was not beaten up much, was beaten up again. Every time he learned, he would be beaten up by himself until his face was red and swollen like a pig's head. The old man was still incomparably strict, and his gaze was still incomparably sharp. But when Yang Dingtian turned around, the old man's gaze was filled with tenderness and pity. Time gradually passed. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, half a year's time passed. Winter was over, and the snowy weather became less and less. However, the ice stairs were only more than half completed. The weather was getting hotter and hotter. Yang Dingtian had almost completely mastered this world's language and characters. Usually, he could also use this world's language to communicate. He also had a sufficient understanding of this world. This world was called the Primal Chaos Continent. The land area was much larger than Earth's, and the population was also much larger than Earth's. This was a world where martial arts reigned supreme. Profound qi was the foundation of this martial arts world. Everyone had different profound veins. Those with high talent would have high cultivation, and those with low talent would have low cultivation. It could be said that this world was completely a martial arts world. Everything was inferior, and only martial arts was superior. There was only one way to become a person above others, and that was to practice martial arts. Yang Dingtian took 1 pill every 10 days called the Raging Flame Pill. It was refined using dozens of precious herbs, mixed with dozens of fire attribute, profound beast's blood, and was worth tens of thousands of gold. Ordinary people only needed to eat 1 pill to improve their cultivation. But here, Yang Dingtian ate it like a meal. Time passed day by day. Yang Dingtian's understanding of this world increased, but he still knew nothing about the old man. Who was the old man? Why was he trapped here? Why was his whole body crippled? Everything was still a mystery, but his relationship with the old man was getting deeper and deeper. Yang Dingtian was getting more and more attached to the old man. In the end, he completely treated the old man as a family member. Every time after taking the Raging Flame pill, Yang Dingtian always felt that his body had an inexhaustible amount of energy. So when he wasn't making the ice stairs, he would always randomly throw a punch to vent the endless surging energy in his body. One day, the old man drew a picture on the snow. This fist technique was called Zhanyang fist. There were a total of 5 moves. There were about 10 moves in each move. This Zhanyang fist looked very simple. Yang Dingtian only learned it 3 or 4 times, and the first move was roughly correct. Just as he was feeling proud of himself, he saw the old man's ice-cold face. Then the old man wrote on the snow. On the surface, practice the fist, but on the inside, practice the qi. Where the fist goes, the qi attacks. When there is a surge of profound qi in the body, this move is considered to have been mastered. Then the old man closed his eyes and no longer paid attention. So Yang Dingtian hurriedly and seriously practiced the fist technique. Over and over, he practiced it several thousand times, but he still didn't feel any qi. Instead, he was so tired that his bones almost fell apart. He fell to the ground and slept. When he woke up the next day, he saw that the old man had already opened his eyes and had written hundreds of words on the snow. This is called heaven and earth technique. This is the most basic qi practice chant. Every morning, you practice qi according to this method. The old man said, "You already have a general understanding of this world's language, but the more profound qi practice methods involve many of the human body's acupuncture points and meridians. They require specialized diagrams and books. You don't understand those things at all, so I can't teach you those qi practice methods. Otherwise, you will definitely go crazy. This chant is only a sitting breathing method. You won't be in any danger if you practice it. Every morning when you wake up, practice qi for an hour, and then practice Zhanyang fist for 3 hours. When you feel a surge of qi, tell me, and I'll teach you the second move," the old man said. "Yes," Yang Dingtian said. The old man closed his eyes and once again entered a meditative state. For half a year, most of the time he was in a meditative state with his eyes closed. It was as if he spoke more, his vitality would decrease. And for half a year, Yang Dingtian had been taking flame pills, but the old man didn't eat anything. He didn't even drink water, and he didn't excrete at all. This made Yang Dingtian completely odd, although the old man never revealed his identity. But from the fact that he had so many flame pills on him, Yang Dingtian secretly guessed that the old man's identity was definitely not ordinary. Yang Dingtian suppressed all his thoughts and began to follow the old man's instructions. He closed his eyes and began to practice his qi. This chant only had a few hundred words, roughly dozens of actions. From the nose, to the tongue, to the breathing, to the hand gestures, to the folding of the legs, to the rhythm of lifting the anus. After dozens of actions were completed, it was a cycle. After a cycle, Yang Dingtian suddenly felt his lower abdomen itch and heat. It was as if a mouse suddenly jumped up, almost pushing his body, causing him to let out a low cry. "What's wrong?" The old man opened his eyes. "It's as if a mouse suddenly jumped in my stomach," Yang Dingtian said. The old man was stunned and said in disbelief, "So fast." Then the old man sighed and said, "Comparisons are odious. Continue. Whatever happens next, don't be alarmed." Yes. Yang Dingtian then continued to practice qi according to the chant. Each cycle took about 3 minutes. After each cycle, the little mouse in his lower abdomen would jump up, but when Yang Dingtian wanted to find it, it would disappear. So the whole process was a game of hide and seek. During the whole process, Yang Dingtian was like a new toy that he never got tired of. It could be said that a simple heaven and earth chant allowed him to completely enter a strange and mysterious world of martial arts. After an hour, Yang Dingtian was unwilling to give up and tried one last time. Pooh! In the end, the little mouse really seemed to come out from the depths of his lower abdomen, and then stayed in his lower abdomen and kept jumping. How is it? The old man opened his eyes and asked. Yang Dingtian said, the little mouse came out and stayed in my stomach and kept jumping lightly. The old man was shocked again and shook his head again. Comparisons are odious. He did not tell Yang Dingtian that other people who practice qi according to this chant would need at least a month to feel the little mouse, and at least half a year to lure the little mouse out and keep it in their lower abdomen. The process just now is called qi drawing, absorbing the qi of heaven and earth into your body, and then from your countless meridians to the qi sea in your abdomen. You said that the jumping little mouse was your initial profound qi. The old man said, I also have profound qi? Yang Dingtian said in surprise. Chapter 5. I also have Xian qi. Yang Dingtian was pleasantly surprised. Practice boxing for 3 hours. The old man said, the most important thing in boxing is not the correct movements, but how to communicate with the Xian qi in your abdomen. Let your boxing skills and Xian qi integrate and learn how to control the Xian qi in your abdomen. Not only do you have to gather Xian qi from your veins to your sea of qi, but you also have to learn how to guide the Xian qi in your sea of qi to your veins. Only then can you fight. How do I communicate? Yang Dingtian asked. The old man said, feel it. After speaking, the old man closed his eyes. Yang Dingtian began to practice the first move of Zhenyang boxing. At first, he kept his eyes open and did not dare to make a single mistake. In the end, the Xian qi in his abdomen did not respond at all. After practicing dozens of times, the Xian qi still did not respond. Hence, Yang Dingtian simply closed his eyes and tried to connect. He didn't care if the move was accurate or not. He forced his eyes to feel the mystic qi, and the result made him overjoyed. That little mouse was actually getting restless, but it was only restless. It was as if the attraction was not enough to guide him to his veins. Yang Dingtian continued to practice with his eyes closed. He tried his best to feel the little mouse. He tried his best to get close to it and summon it. Who knew that the more he tried to get close to it, the more reserved it would be. At first, it was restless, but later it simply ignored him. Thus, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes again. He did not pay attention to the Xian qi little mouse. He followed the correct method and practiced dozens of times. Then he closed his eyes and practiced again to feel the Xian qi little mouse. Who knew that when he closed his eyes to practice his boxing skills and used his heart to feel the little mouse could not wait to jump up. It was as if the Xian qi was going to spread to his veins. Yang Dingtian was overjoyed. This Xian qi little mouse was as if it was really alive. It was neither close nor far from you. When you tried to get close to it, it ignored you. When you ignored it, it stuck to you. Yang Dingtian quickly closed his eyes to practice again. He wanted to feel the Xian qi again. The martial Tao of this world was too wonderful. Yang Dingtian was immersed in it without any resistance. That's all for today. Don't practice anymore, the old man suddenly said. But that little mouse suddenly jumped. I was about to succeed, Yang Dingtian said. It won't jump back into your meridians today. That jump just now was already the biggest result today. The old man said, don't practice anymore. If you practice anymore, you'll regress instead. Sigh. Comparisons are odious. The old man sighed again before slowly closing his eyes. Yang Dingtian did not believe it and continued to practice secretly. Unexpectedly, it was just as the old man had said. Not only was there no further progress, but it had also regressed greatly. The mouse's excitement grew smaller and smaller. In the end, it simply lay there lazily motionless. The next day, Yang Dingtian continued to practice qi for an hour. He felt that the little mouse seemed to have grown bigger and more active. But after 3 hours of Zhenyang fist, although the little mouse was already jumping desperately, he still could not summon it out of the qi sea. It was as if the qi sea had an incomparable attraction for the little mouse. It was reluctant to leave. the third day, the fourth day, the fifth day. Finally, Yang Dingtian lured the little mouse out of the qi si in his lower abdomen. It was like a real mouse, running all over his body. It was completely uncontrollable. Every time it ran to a place, that place would heat up. Yang Dingtian let out a low cry again. The old man opened his eyes and saw Yang Dingtian running around. He sighed and shook his head. Comparisons are odious. Others would need 3 months to guide the Xian Qi from the Qi Si to the meridians. Yang Dingtian only needed 5 days. Sit down and close your eyes to adjust your breathing. The Xian Qi will automatically return to the Qi Si. The old man said, the first move of Yin-Yang Fist is to draw Qi. Condense the Xian Qi in the meridians into the Qi Si. Little drops make a mickle, causing the Xian Qi to become stronger. Then, draw this Xian Qi from the Qi Si to the meridians. So, you finished practicing the first move. The old man said, the next second move is to teach you how to guide and control this Xian Qi. When to withdraw, when to release, where to let the Xian Qi go. The third move is to teach you how to separate the Xian Qi. You can't always release all the Xian Qi every time you hit someone. Sometimes it's just to teach someone a lesson, not to kill them. So you can only release a part of it and keep the rest. The fourth move is to let you learn how to guide the Xian Qi out of the Qi Si to attack the enemy. However, you have to stop halfway and stop the Xian Qi in a certain meridians, waiting to be released. The fifth move is to learn how to use the Xian Qi to attack, while quickly condensing the whole body's meridians into the Qi Si to prepare for the next attack. The fifth move is the most important. Yang Dingtian said, that's right. The fifth move is the most important and also the most difficult. The old man said, the meridians of the human body are like small streams and rivers. The Xian Qi is like the flowing water above. The Qi Si in the lower abdomen is like the vast sea. The small stream flows into the small river. The small river flows into the big river, and the big river flows into the sea. The Xian Qi comes from all things in the world. Every pore and every inch of the human body is absorbing the Xian Qi. When the Xian Qi in the Qi Si is released, the Xian Qi in the meridians can quickly condense into the Qi Si. At the same time, every part of the body starts to absorb the Xian Qi from the world. The whole process is endless and endless. However, there is a difference in speed. When you finish a punch and use up all the Xian Qi, you need a full 2 minutes to condense the Xian Qi again. By then, you would have died 8 to 10 times. Next, the old man began to draw the second, third, fourth, and fifth moves of the Yin-Yang Fist on the snow. Summer is coming. There will be less and less snowy weather, so you have to remember all the remaining moves. In the next few days, I won't open my eyes. You have to practice by yourself. Remember my words. Cultivate qi for 1 hour and practice the fist for 3 hours. The old man said, aren't you going to teach me? Yang Dingtian asked. The Yin-Yang Fist and the Heaven and Earth art are both enlightenment martial arts. They are the most basic, but also the most difficult and the most important. Every Xian martial artist must practice the Yin-Yang Fist and the Heaven and Earth art before they can enter the next step of martial arts practice. None of the teachers would give pointers because there was no way to give pointers. Every martial artist has a different way of feeling and communicating with the Xian Qi. Any guidance will be useless and will lead the beginner martial artist to a dead end. Therefore, the Yin-Yang Fist and the Heaven and Earth art are the foundation of every martial artist in this world. It can even be said that from the practice of the Yin-Yang Fist and the Heaven and Earth art, you can roughly see the highest attainment of a martial artist in this life. The old man said, therefore, during this enlightenment period, it all depends on one's perception and temperament. When Yang Dingtian heard that the Yin-Yang Fist and the Heaven and Earth art were so important, he couldn't help but ask, then does it mean that the faster one completes the Heaven and Earth art and the Yin-Yang Fist, the higher the attainment in the future? Most people are like that. However, there are a few exceptions. The key is the Enlightenment period martial artist perception and understanding of the xianqi, as well as the compatibility and emotions. These are the things that truly determine a martial artist's future attainment. The old man said, "Of course, this is also related to the xian veins. If a martial artist's xian veins talent is high, then he will naturally be able to absorb the xian qi of heaven and earth. His qi si will be even larger, and he will naturally have a better grasp of the xian qi. Therefore, in general, if the conditions are the same, a martial artist's attainment is 70% xian veins and 30% temperament." The old man said, "Of course, if the xian veins talent is equal, then the temperament is equal. Then 70% depends on the sect, treasures, tools, and 30% depends on chance. Of course, in the end, it still depends on the xian veins. Then how about my xian veins?" Yang Dingtian quickly asked. The old man revealed a strange expression and then closed his eyes. Yang Dingtian was immediately puzzled. What did the old man's strange expression mean? Could it be that his talent was very bad? It couldn't be, right? Yang Dingtian was a very narcissistic person. He felt that he would not be too bad in any aspect. Then he continued to practice fiercely. For the first move, he only used 5 days. However, for the second move, he spent a total of 15 days before he could control the xian qi to burst out from his fist. This burst of xian qi directly blew away a thin layer of snowflakes, making Yang Dingtian incomparably excited. He became even more immersed in this world's mysterious martial arts. Next, it was still the second move. He learned how to release, how to withdraw, and how to control the flow of xian qi. He spent a total of 25 days to complete all of this. In other words, he spent a total of 40 days on the second move, which was more than double the time for the first move. This made him slightly depressed, and he started to doubt his own talent. Of course, if the old man knew about this, he would definitely say, "Comparing yourself to others, you'll be angered to death." One had to know that in this world, the very, very outstanding people needed nearly half a year to complete the second move. For the third move, Yang Dingtian was even more depressed to the point of almost being annoyed, because it took a total of 2 months to complete. And during this period of time, the old man had never opened his eyes. As for the red raging flame pills, the old man had already given them to Yang Dingtian, and he was to take one every 15 days. Other than qi cultivation and Zhanyang fist, Yang Dingtian still continued to build the ice stairs when it snowed. As the xianqi mouse in his body grew bigger, he seemed to be more resistant to the cold, his strength increased, and his body became lighter. When Yang Dingtian finished practicing the third move, spring had left and summer had arrived. Half of summer had already passed. Even though it was extremely cold in the north this time, it would still snow in summer. However, the number of times it snowed was much less, and it was getting smaller and smaller. Therefore, the speed at which Yang Dingtian built the ice stairs was getting slower and slower. Therefore, Yang Dingtian was extremely anxious for summer to end quickly and winter to arrive quickly. Yang Dingtian only used 5 days to practice the first move of Zhanyang fist, 40 days for the second move, and 2 months for the third move. This made him fully mentally prepared for the progress of the third move. In his heart, he even set the time limit for completing the third move to about 4 months. In the end, Yang Dingtian was overjoyed. The fourth move only took him 3 days. Yang Dingtian could not help but let out a burst of cheers. At this time, he was very much looking forward to the old man opening his eyes to express admiration or surprise. However, the old man still had his eyes closed, which made him feel a little disappointed. It was as if he did not receive any praise from his parents, even though he got good grades. Chapter 6. However, the old man's eyes were still closed, which made him feel a little disappointed. It was as if he got good grades, but didn't receive any praise from his parents. When it came to the fifth move, reality completely dispelled Yang Dingtian's previous complacency because his progress was so slow that it made his hair stand on end. The fifth move was the most important move. It required the meridians in the body to condense enough profound qi in the sea of qi at the same time as the punch to support the next attack. At least 3 rounds had to be done. After a full 3 months, Yang Dingtian hadn't even completed the first round. He needed to condense new profound qi within half a minute after the profound qi was released. This rate of progress made him feel a little hopeless. However, Yang Dingtian was definitely the kind of person who would work harder the more hopeless he was. So in the end, it was a crazy process. Every day after the 3 hours were up, he would desperately think about it in his mind, even in his dreams at night. 3 months for months. In this world, summer had passed, autumn had also passed, and winter had once again entered. In the cold winter, heavy snowfall followed heavy snowfall. This allowed Yang Dingtian to temporarily divert his attention from the Zhenyang fist, and after daily practice, he began to make the ice steps. Because other than practicing martial arts, there was an even more important matter, and that was to bring the old man away from this expensive place as soon as possible. Finally, after the 10th heavy snowfall of this winter, Yang Dingtian's ice steps were 99% complete. There were only a dozen steps left, and only 3 to 4 meters of distance from the ground. As long as there was another heavy snowfall, Yang Dingtian's ice steps would be completed. The huge project of over 10,000 ice steps would be completed, and he would be able to bring the old man away from this damned place. He had been trapped in this ice cave for over a year. Now he would be able to leave very soon. Yang Dingtian was in a daze when he suddenly felt a chill on his face. He immediately opened his eyes. It was snowing again. Furthermore, it was snowing heavily. This time, the accumulated snow was enough to complete the remaining dozen or so ice stairs. Yang Dingtian didn't start with the ice steps. Instead, he started with the heaven and earth secret art for an hour before practicing the 5th move of the Zhenyang fist for 3 hours. Now, after he released a profound qi attack, all the meridians in his body needed to accumulate for around 15 seconds before he could condense the next profound qi attack. Therefore, not to mention completing 3 rounds, he didn't even complete the first round. At this point, Yang Dingtian had already let go of all his frivolous fantasies and was ready to fight a protracted battle. But the heavens seemed to be playing a joke on him. This morning, he practiced the 5th move of Zhenyang fist as usual. Bang! He punched out, shaking the snowflakes in front of him. Bang! 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 Without any warning, Yang Dingtian consecutively sent out 10 waves of profound qi attacks. Even he himself did not realize that he was continuously sending them out. Without any accumulation time, the tendons and veins in his entire body had already condensed new profound qi in an instant. After discovering this, Yang Dingtian was completely stunned. How could this be? Previously, he spent 4 months and couldn't even complete 1/3 of the 5th move. He was prepared to spend 1 or 2 years to complete it. He didn't expect that he would suddenly pass and complete the 5th move. Furthermore, the requirement was only 3 rounds. In the end, he completed more than 10 rounds. Yang Dingtian was afraid that it was just an illusion or a coincidence. So he tried the 5th move of Zhenyang fist again. That's right, he could easily send out more than 10 waves of profound qi attacks. After the 13th wave, the tendons and veins in his body needed to accumulate and condense new profound qi. Yang Dingtian was completely stunned and even forgot to cheer. At this time, the old man suddenly opened his eyes and said, "That's right, martial arts is so wonderful. Most of the time, it will make you depressed, but occasionally, it will suddenly give you unlimited surprises. Of course, all these surprises are built on the understanding and talent." Then the old man repeated, "Sai, comparisons are odious." Yang Dingtian looked at his fist, then waved it in the snowflakes and said, "Grandpa, I finished practicing the Zhenyang fist, and my ice steps are about to be completed. We can go out. Grandpa, we can go out." Yang Dingtian couldn't help but shout excitedly. He usually couldn't shout like this. He had shouted a few times before, but he was reprimanded by the old man. But this time in his excitement he couldn't help but shout the two words "Grandpa" again. Then he quickly shut his mouth and waited for the old man to reprimand him again. The old man slowly opened his eyes and looked up at the falling snow. Then he glanced at the excited Yang Dingtian. He didn't get angry like he usually did. He first smiled, then sighed and said, "This day has finally come. Yes, we can finally go out." Yang Dingtian said excitedly, "Child, sit down," the old man said. Yang Dingtian quickly sat beside the old man and said, "Then what are we learning today?" "We're not learning anything today." The old man smiled and said, "Didn't you always want to know who I am? Why am I trapped here? Even though you've never asked." Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned, then nodded. "It's almost time. If you don't tell me now, you won't have the chance." The old man smiled. "My name is Dongfang Minmi. I'm the head of the Inyang school." Although Yang Dingtian didn't know whether the Inyang school was big or small, he was still the head of a school. Yang Dingtian immediately asked, "Then were you very powerful before?" Dongfang Minmi was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "Yes, I was quite powerful." Then the old man smiled and said, "You're very curious. Since I'm very powerful, how did I end up like this?" Yang Dingtian nodded. "Child, I can't tell you this now. Knowing this secret before you're strong enough won't do you any good. Instead, it'll harm you." The old man said, "The fact that I'm frozen under this glacier is the world's biggest secret. I thought that I would be frozen under this glacier forever, never to see the light of day. Who would have thought that you would appear in front of me from another world? It's really the will of the heavens. So when you rescued me from the ice, I kept asking you if you were sent by my enemy and if you were plotting something. No matter how smart I was, I couldn't guess that you actually came from another world. My child, your appearance has revived my dead heart and revived my despairing ideals. The heavens sent you to me so that you can inherit my mantle and complete the path that I haven't finished in my life. You can reach the realm that I can't. You can defeat the enemy that I can't defeat, because you have the 9 yang profound veins." 9 yang profound veins? On Earth, that broken Taoist once said that Yang Dingtian had a 9 yang body. "Didn't you ask me before about your profound veins talent?" The old man smiled and said, "Your profound veins talent is 1 in a billion, rarely seen in 100 years. The 9 yang body might be worthless in your world and would instead bring endless trouble. However, in the mysterious heavenly mainland, it's only a legend. A woman with the 9 yin body is 1 in 1,000 years. A man with the 9 yang body is 1 in 1,000 years." The old man said, "When you were practicing the heaven and earth technique and the Zhanyang fist, I had already estimated the highest level. But I didn't expect your performance to be far beyond my expectations. The martial artists in this world start their initiation training before the age of 7 or 8. Even the best of them would need 3 or 4 years to complete the initiation period. But you only took 7 months and 18 days. The old man said. Yang Dingtian said, embarrassedly, "But they're only 7 or 8 years old. I'm already in my 20s. It's not glorious to beat a child." "It's not like that. The later the initiation period, the more disadvantageous it is and the slower the progress." The old man smiled and said, "You only started your initiation when you were in your 20s. You're completely unique. Child, my talent is also very high, but it's still not as good as yours." The old man said, "I thought my dream was completely shattered, but the heavens sent you with such amazing talent to me. I've lost in this life. I've fallen into a fate worse than death. But my ideals and spirit can continue on in your body. Child." The old man stared into Yang Dingtian's eyes and said, "Are you willing to take me as your master? Are you willing to inherit my mantle?" Yang Dingtian still didn't understand the meaning of the old man's words. When he heard the old man's question, he instinctively replied, of course, I'm willing." You're my only family in this world, the person closest to me. Then kneel. The old man, Dong Fong Minmi, said. Yang Dingtian stood up and knelt in front of the old man. He respectfully kowtowed 3 times. Good, good. From today onwards, you are my Dong Fong Minmi's only direct disciple. You are the 29th successor of the Yin school. Dong Fong Minmi stretched out his palm. Suddenly, 2 balls of flames surrounded his fingers and burned, turning into a ring that appeared on his ring finger. It was a very beautiful ring, like 2 balls of flames hugging each other. One was a red flame, the other was a blue flame. Dong Fong Minmi took off the raging flame ring and slowly put it on Yang Dingtian's ring finger. When the ring was put on Yang Dingtian's ring finger, the raging flame ring disappeared. Dong Fong Minmi said, "This is the Yin School's headmaster's ring. It won't reveal its true form on your finger now. Only when your strength reaches a certain level will the raging flame ring appear on your finger. At that time, you will truly become the Yin School's headmaster." Yang Dingtian was shocked. "Grandpa, oh master, how can I become the headmaster? I'm so weak." Every headmaster of the Yin School is the direct descendant of the previous headmaster. If you don't become the headmaster, who will? Dong Fong Minmi said, "After you go to the Yin School, you can temporarily not announce my death. Let everyone think that I'm still the headmaster of the Yin School. After 10 or 20 years, when you're strong enough, the raging flame ring will appear on your finger. Then you can announce my death to the outside world and publicly become the Yin School's headmaster." Then Dong Fong Minmi took off an ornament from his neck. It was a jade carved flame. It was fiery red and incomparably beautiful. "This ornament is a token of love between me and your master's wife. The name of this ornament is Moth Flies to the Flame. Your master's wife and I will each take half. My half is a flame ornament, and your master's wife's half is a jade moth ornament. Take this token of love to your master's wife. When she sees this, she will believe you unconditionally. After you get the flame ornament, you just need to combine it with the jade moth ornament. Your master's wife will then see the will I left for her." Chapter 7. Will. Yang Dingtian was startled. "Master, you're not coming with me? Don't be impatient. Wait for me to finish." Dong Fong Minmi sternly said. "Yes." Yang Dingtian's eyes became hot and tears almost fell. "In the will, I will tell your master's wife to let you become the next school head of the Yin School. I will let her use all of the Yin School's resources to nurture you so that you can quickly become an expert in the universe and take control of the Yin School. In addition, in the will, I will also betroth my daughter to you. Her name is Dong Fong Bingling. She is a few months younger than you and is a match made in heaven. She is my only daughter and also the apple of my eye. You are a good child and also smart enough. I will be relieved to betroth her to you." Dong Fong Minmi said with a smile. But what if she doesn't agree? Men and women need to have feelings for each other before they can be together. Maybe she already has a man she loves? Yang Dingtian said. Dong Fong Minmi didn't say anything. He pulled Yang Dingtian's hand and let his ring finger come closer to the flame ornament. Suddenly, 2 balls of flames appeared from the flame ring and lit up the flame ornament. A figure gradually appeared on the flame ornament and was imprinted on the ice wall. This was the figure of a girl who was only 10 years old. Even though she was only 10 years old, her beauty was already breathtaking. Yang Dingtian held his breath. He couldn't believe that there was such a beautiful girl. This was a work of art from the creator. This is little Ling, from 10 years ago. She was also your fiancée. Now that 10 years have passed, I can't imagine how beautiful she has become. Your master's wife is already a peerless beauty. She is even more beautiful than your master's wife. Dong Fong Minmi said. Indeed, the most beautiful woman Yang Dingtian had ever seen in his life was his girlfriend, Li Bijuan. But this Dongfang Bingling was even more beautiful than Li Bijuan. I'm her father. I'm her world. I have the final say in everything about her. Ever since she was young, she listened to me the most. She would listen to anything I said. Most importantly, although she didn't have a 9-ing body, she had a purine body that was 1 in a million, just like her mother. How could an ordinary man have the fortune to enjoy it? Only your 9-yang body is the best match for her. Once the two of you become husband and wife, your respective cultivations will also be endlessly beneficial. With the balance of yin and yang, you will be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. In another 3 years, if she still can't find a man with strong enough profound veins to mate with, the yin fire in her body will reach its peak. She will be in so much pain that she'll wish she was dead or even die. So, if I don't betroth her to you, who should I betroth her to? Now, do you agree to marry my daughter, your junior sister? Dongfang Minmi asked. Yang Dingtian's face turned red, and then he nodded. Huh. Dongfang Minmi said. In the past few decades, today is the happiest day for me. Not only did I find a successor that is hard to come by in 100 years, I also found a lifelong support for my daughter. I can die without regrets. 10 years ago, I should have died, but because I was unwilling to protect my last trace of life, I hoped for a miracle to happen. Who knew that the heavens really pitied me and bestowed you, Yang Dingtian, to me? Looking at Dongfang Minmi's old face that was abnormally red, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but say uneasily, Master. After 10 years of being weak, I've almost forgotten the all-powerful me from back then. Dongfang Minmi said to Yang Dingtian, Good disciple, in this last moment, Master will let you see the real me, the mighty and domineering Dongfang Minmi. With Dongfang Minmi's last move, it was as if a blue flame suddenly ignited from the old man's body. Suddenly a miracle happened. Dongfang Minmi's dry and messy hair suddenly became black and shiny, fluttering in the wind. His old and decrepit skin instantly became taut and shiny. His turbid and lifeless eyes instantly became as bright as a flame. In the blink of an eye, Dongfang Minmi seemed to have become younger by dozens of years. From a defeated old man, he turned into a handsome, middle-aged man with a graceful bearing. Even the robe that was originally like a beggar's robe instantly became a brocade jade robe. The flame patterns on it were lively and threatening, as if they were about to lick the clothes. This was the original appearance of Dongfang Minmi, domineering and unruly. My life force is too weak, so in this year, Master can't teach you a single move. But I can give you an even more precious gift, using my last strength to cleanse your marrow and meridians. Dongfang Minmi suddenly raised his hands, and suddenly Yang Dingtian's body seemed to be lifted up by a wave of heat, making his whole body float in the air. The most important thing in cultivating martial arts is to cleanse the meridians. I said that the human body's meridians are like countless rivers and streams, and the sea of energy in the abdomen is like a vast ocean. The water of the rivers and streams will eventually converge and rush into the sea. Internal force is like water, and every time you cultivate, it will add a stream of water to the sea of energy and meridians. However, just like the rivers and streams in this world, over time, they will be clogged up and the cultivation progress will become slower and slower until there is no progress at all. So every time you cleanse your marrow and meridians, it is like dredging up the clots, widening the river, and allowing the flow of internal force between the sea of energy and meridians to be unimpeded. Cultivating will be twice the result with half the effort, and you will advance 1,000 miles in a day. Today, Master will cleanse your meridians. How many layers you can cleanse will depend on your luck. Finished speaking, Dongfang Minmi's palm suddenly surged with a powerful force and fiercely poured into the sole of Yang Dingtian's right foot. So cold, so hot! Yang Dingtian almost screamed, but he was completely unable to make a sound. It was really strange. Dongfang Minmi cultivated pure yang internal force, and it was like a raging fire. But when this kind of power entered the body, not only was it extremely hot, it was as if it wanted to burn a person to ashes. But at the same time, it was also extremely cold, as if it wanted to freeze a person to pieces. I have a pure yang body and I cultivate fire. But when I cultivate to the extreme, yang is yin and yin is yang. The flame will become a pure blue color, and when you reach this realm, there is no difference between hot and cold. It is both extremely cold and extremely hot. I spent a total of 39 years to reach this realm. You have 9 yang profound veins, so I believe you will only need 10 or 20 years to reach this realm. At that time, the flame ring on your finger will appear, and you can publicly become the head of the yin-yang school. As Dongfang Minmi spoke, an incomparably powerful force continuously poured into Yang Dingtian's soul from afar, and moved along Yang Dingtian's blood vessels inch by inch. It really was as if it was cleansing his meridians, and not a single nerve ending was left untouched. The entire process was really incomparably painful. It was as if he was being burned by a raging fire that was thousands of degrees Celsius, and also as if he was being invaded by a cold that was more than 100 degrees Celsius below zero. This kind of pain was completely indescribable, and compared to the self-immolation he experienced before crossing over, it was completely child's play. The powerful, profound energy cleansed Yang Dingtian's meridians, inch by inch. In the beginning, it was able to cleanse 1 inch per minute, but later on, it became slower and slower, and Yang Dingtian's pain also intensified layer by layer. Finally, his entire body skin was completely trembling and trembling. Yang Dingtian's body was half red and half blue and looked extremely strange. Half an hour later, this kind of inhumane torture ended, and Yang Dingtian was already completely numb. After the first round of cleansing, Yang Dingtian floated in the air like a fish that was thrown onto the beach to be exposed to the sun. Other than desperately breathing, he could do nothing else. But his entire body was indescribably comfortable. His entire body was filled with greasy black impurities. These were the impurities that blocked Yang Dingtian's meridians, and they were all washed out by Dongfang Minmi. So, even though Yang Dingtian's entire body was numb from the pain, he also had an indescribable, comfortable feeling. His entire body was light as a feather, and it was as if there was a gust of wind flowing through his meridians. However, Dongfang Minmi seemed to have aged by 10 years. His originally black and purple long hair was now a little gray. I really can't believe it. In just a quarter of an hour, you cleansed the first layer of meridians. Compared to before, your cultivation speed after cleansing the first layer of meridians will be 3 to 4 times faster than before. As expected of the 9-yang body, it's too shocking. Just the first layer of meridians cleansing speed is already several times faster than others. I remember when I first cleansed my meridians, I spent an entire day and night. And the amount of profound energy you used for the first layer of meridians is only a fraction of others. Such aptitude is too shocking. I originally thought that my remaining profound energy was only enough to cleanse the first layer of meridians, but I didn't expect that it would only use a fraction of my profound energy to cleanse the first layer. Now, let's continue. I want to see just how amazing the 9-yang profound meridians are. After saying that, Dongfang Minmi pushed his palm forward, and an even thicker and stronger profound energy fiercely drilled into Yang Dingtian's right palm. The strength was actually 4 to 5 times more than before. The amount of profound energy needed for the second layer of meridians is usually several times more than the first layer. The higher the level, the more the amount of profound energy needed. At the third layer and above, relying on other people's profound energy to cleanse the meridians would require tens to hundreds of times more. So it's almost impossible. You can only rely on your own profound energy to cleanse the meridians. Indeed, the second layer of meridians cleansing speed was much slower than the first layer, and the degree of pain had indeed increased by several times. It was to the point where Yang Dingtian was almost unable to endure it. The kind of fiery and cold pain caused all the meridians in his body to bulge. His eyes were bloodshot as if they were about to burst out. For people with weak cultivation, their meridians are also more fragile, so they are unable to endure the pain of meridians cleansing. So every time you cleanse the meridians, it's like walking through the gates of hell. The further you go, the more dangerous it is. Sometimes failing to cleanse the meridians and falling back to one layer is already a fluke. Many people have died from their meridians exploding. So in the future, when you cleanse the meridians, you must have full confidence before you proceed. Otherwise, you will definitely die. Although Yang Dingtian could hear Dongfang Minmi's words, the sound that entered his ears was already very strange. It was as if he was listening to someone speak in the water. Yang Dingtian's entire body's functions had already shown a strong temporary damage. Time passed by minute. Dongfang Minmi's profound energy advanced bit by bit, completely cleansing every inch of Yang Dingtian's meridians. After a full 5 hours, the second layer of meridians cleansing was completed. Yang Dingtian floated in the air as if he was dead, motionless. His entire body was wrapped in a layer of black stuff. In his meridians, a strong gust of wind flowed rapidly, causing his entire body to feel as if it would float and fly out at any time. Chapter 8. At this moment, Dongfang Minmi had aged by 20 years. His face was full of wrinkles, and his eyes had once again turned turbid. His hair had already turned completely white, and even the brocade robe on his body was no longer glossy, as if it was made of coarse sackcloth. Too shocking. That year, I spent a total of 4 days and 4 nights to cleanse the second level of marrow and meridians, but you merely spent 4 hours. The amount of profound energy you used wasn't even 1/10 of what I used back then. It's too shocking. Child, I'm now faced with a choice. Do I continue to cleanse your meridians? Or do I stop here? Continue to cleanse my meridians? It's very likely that my profound energy is already insufficient. If my profound energy is insufficient in the middle of cleansing, the consequences will be unimaginable. Moreover, your body seems to have reached its limit. If I stop, I'll have quite a bit of profound energy left. It's simply too wasteful. I'm really unwilling. If I can cleanse your meridians to the 3rd level, it'll mean that you'll struggle less for a few years and you'll be able to become the head of Yin Yang School a few years earlier. I'm really unwilling. Do I continue or stop? Of course, Yang Dingtian was already completely unable to give him an answer, because he couldn't even move his fingers, let alone speak. He couldn't even reveal his gaze. The heavens let you appear in front of me to create a miracle. I'll gamble, I'll stake it all. Let's continue. Even if it fails and backfires, I'll also, finally, in a tone filled with determination, Dongfang Minmi began the 3rd round of marrow and meridians cleansing on Yang Dingtian. During the 2nd round, Yang Dingtian's pain had already reached its limit. Dongfang Minmi had also aged by more than 10 years, but he still continued with the 3rd round. During the 3rd round, Yang Dingtian already couldn't feel the existence of his own body. This was an extremely dangerous signal. He couldn't feel his own hands and feet, he couldn't feel his own 4 limbs, and he couldn't even feel his own face. Without sight and hearing, it was as if there was only a trace of consciousness floating between the raging fire and the extremely cold ice. Dongfang Minmi was also aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. His skin wrinkled layer by layer, and his body became thinner layer by layer. Although his hair was already white, it still had a luster to it. At this moment, it began to dry up like dehydrated grass. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, the sky darkened, and then it was bright again. More than 20 hours had passed, and the 3rd round of marrow cleansing was still ongoing. Looking at Dongfang Minmi again, he was already shriveled up like a mummy. He looked even older and paler than before. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. When Yang Dingtian first met him, his hair was like withered grass, but at least it was still lush. But at this time his gray and withered hair was also broken and shattered strand by strand, and there were only a few strands of hair left on his skinny scalp. As for the robe on his body, it had already turned into threads. As for Yang Dingtian, at the beginning his body was still flowing with black impurities, but later on, the impurities that seeped out were already blood red. In the end, his skin and veins simply split open like a net. Fresh blood seeped out, causing Yang Dingtian's entire body to be badly mutilated. At this moment, Dongfang Minmi's profound energy had already closed in on Yang Dingtian's head. The third round of marrow cleansing was already 99% complete, but Yang Dingtian's life was already in danger. It was as if as long as there was a bit more pressure, his veins would explode and he would die. And the most terrifying thing was that Dongfang Minmi's energy, was already completely empty. There was no trace of profound energy left in his body. Could it be that I'm really going to fail on the verge of success? Dongfang Minmi asked the sky in despair. Originally, he still had a trace of energy left in case of any eventuality to protect Yang Dingtian's life. But at the end of marrow cleansing, his profound energy was insufficient, so he used up the last of his stored energy. But even so, he was still unable to complete the last round of marrow cleansing. The progress stopped at the last 1%. If he stopped now, Yang Dingtian would undoubtedly die. Originally, I wanted to say a final farewell, but now there is no more. Dongfang Minmi slowly said, "Remember, inherit my mantle and carry forward the Yin-Yang school. Remember, when you are strong enough, you will be able to see all my secrets in the flame ring. Then you will know why I am trapped under this glacier. When you are strong enough, go and complete the path that I did not complete. Thoroughly challenge the order of this world and see if the so-called God really exists. Remember, take care of your master's wife. Take care of your wife, my daughter. Remember, never let anyone know about your 9 yang profound veins. No one. Farewell forever!" Dongfang Minmi roared. Boom! A raging flame suddenly burst out from his body, and his whole body was burning fiercely. Boom! The deep ice cave suddenly exploded. A blue light suddenly burst out, like an incomparably huge missile exploding in the cave. The blue light swept through everything in the cave, and the crystal-clear ice cave suddenly cracked. Yang Dingtian had spent a year to create more than 10,000 ice stairs, but they instantly shattered and shattered. Boom! Dongfang Minmi was completely annihilated. An incomparably powerful impact force suddenly lifted Yang Dingtian up and shot him towards the sky. It directly blasted Yang Dingtian several thousand meters high. Not only did he leave the cave, but he was also fiercely thrown 1,000 meters above the ground before the force weakened and he fell heavily to the ground. At the same time, the originally deep ice cave completely exploded and collapsed. Countless amounts of snow on the ground buried the cave like a tide. Go quickly. Leave this place with the fastest speed. Soon my enemies will come to see me. Child, farewell forever. Take my ideals and will and continue to walk in this world. Dongfang Minmi's last words echoed in Yang Dingtian's ears. He completely detonated his energy reserved to help Yang Dingtian complete the last 1% of the cleansing. Then he completely blew up the entire ice cave and at the same time pushed Yang Dingtian directly out. No. After falling on the snow for a few minutes, Yang Dingtian finally regained the ability to speak and move. He desperately crawled towards the collapsed cave. At this time, the cave no longer existed. It was completely buried by snow. As far as the naked eye could see, it was all a vast expanse of snow. Dongfang Minmi never planned to leave this place alive, and he never thought of using the ice steps that Yang Dingtian worked so hard to create. He had planned everything long ago. He would use all his remaining strength to help Yang Dingtian. He would detonate his energy reserved to push Yang Dingtian out of his classmates. Most importantly, he would destroy every inch of evidence left behind by Yang Dingtian, so as to prevent his incomparably powerful enemy from discovering it. No, Yang Dingtian shouted hoarsely. The scene of Dongfang Minmi exploding and turning into ashes kept replaying in his mind. Dongfang Minmi's proud and kind voice rang in his ears again and again in his heart. For more than a year, they had been together for more than a year. The old man was the closest person to him in this world, and also his only family. In Yang Dingtian's heart, he was not only a strict teacher, but also a loving father. Yang Dingtian worked hard to create ice steps. He made more than 10,000 of them, just so that he could one day carry the old man out of this ice cave. But now, the person closest to him had sacrificed his life and everything. He had helped him, entrusted his life's work to him, and betrothed his most beloved daughter to him. Such kindness was greater than heaven and earth. Grief overwhelmed him, but he had to get over it as soon as possible, because his master had said that his enemy would come soon to fulfill the promise of 10 years. Even though Yang Dingtian really wanted to know who this enemy was, he was very rational and knew that what he should do was to avoid this enemy before they arrived. Yang Dingtian wiped away his tears, knelt down in the direction of the cave, and kowtowed 3 times. Master, please rest in peace. Everything that you said, I will do it. I will make myself stronger as soon as possible. I will bring glory to Yinyang School. I will finish the path that you didn't finish, even though I don't know what kind of path it is. I will kill your enemy, even though I don't know who it is, whether it's a man or a woman. I will make myself strong enough to challenge the order of this world and see if the so-called God really exists, even though I don't know what you mean. I will take good care of Master's wife. I will protect my future wife, your daughter. I will use my life to fulfill my promise to you. Master, goodbye, rest in peace. Thousands of miles of ice and snow. No matter which direction one looked from, all that one could see was a vast expanse of flat white snow. It was as if the entire world only had one color, making it impossible to distinguish north from south. Yang Dingtian relied on the sun in the sky to determine the direction, and walked towards the east with his entire body naked. In fact, he didn't even know which direction the Yinyang School was in, because everything happened too suddenly. Dongfang Minmi didn't have time to explain these details. He had to find the human gathering place, then ask for directions to the Yinyang School. Yang Dingtian walked towards the east because it was closer to the human gathering place, but it was still more than 5,000 miles away. The place where Yang Dingtian was now was called the 10,000 Miles Glacier. This wasn't an exaggeration, but it really was more than 10,000 miles. The entire world of ice and snow, whether from south to north or west to east, was more than 10,000 miles. This world was much bigger than Earth, and no one knew where the edge of this world was. The extremely deep ice cave that trapped Dongfang Minmi for 10 years was almost in the center of this world of ice and snow. It was about 5,700 miles away from the human gathering place in the east, and more than 7,000 miles away from the human gathering place in the west. At this time, Yang Dingtian only had one flame pill on him, and it was stuffed into his right ear. He was completely naked, so he could only stuff it into his ear. This pill could sustain his life for about half a month, so he had to walk the 5,700 miles in half a month. Master, I'm leaving. Chapter 9. Yang Dingtian looked at the place where Dongfang Minmi had been annihilated for the last time. Then he ran towards the east. His speed was very fast, much faster than when he was on Earth. His body seemed to be as light as a feather. He felt that, in terms of strength, he was many times stronger than when he was on Earth, although he had only passed the enlightenment period in this world, because he had reached the 3rd level of marrow cleansing. His body seemed to have a breeze flowing freely. If he was on Earth, he would have broken all the world records. 2 hours later, Yang Dingtian had run more than 100 li. Of course, he could be faster, but the faster he ran, the faster the energy in his body would be consumed. Therefore, he had to master a kind of balance. More than 10 hours later, Yang Dingtian had already run more than 500 miles. Furthermore, he didn't feel tired at all. This world's martial Tao was truly too powerful. Yang Dingtian had only passed the Enlightenment period, but he was already able to run more than 500 miles a day without feeling tired. Of course, he didn't know that the biggest reason for this was the third stage of the cleansing of the marrow and meridians. However, more than 10 hours later, heavy snow fell from the sky. The wind was blowing in the opposite direction of Yang Dingtian, making it difficult for him to move. Moreover, it consumed energy to increase his speed. Therefore, he had no choice but to dig a hole in the snow to hide and wait for the wind and snow to pass. This time he hid for 3 whole days. 3 days later, the weather cleared up. The sky was blue as if it had been washed by water. The 2 suns were like resplendent gems shining on the earth. The reflection of the sun on the white snow made it almost impossible to open one's eyes. Yang Dingtian came out from the deep snow. Fortunately, he had a 9-young body. Otherwise, he would have been buried more than 10 meters under the snow and suffocated to death. It was really strange. After marrow cleansing, Yang Dingtian needed less oxygen to breathe. He could hold his breath for nearly 20 minutes. A small amount of oxygen was enough for him to survive for a long time. After waiting for the sky to clear up, Yang Dingtian quickly ran towards the east. Moreover, he ran with his eyes closed. This was because the snow here was too dazzling. Moreover, this was a snowy plain, so he did not have to worry about running into anything. Yang Dingtian's luck was pretty good. This time it was sunny for 3 whole days. In these 3 days, Yang Dingtian and Yang Dingtian had run more than 1,000 miles. However, 3 days later, the university's winds came again. Hence, Yang Dingtian had no choice but to dig a cave to hide. This time, the wind and snow were even more ferocious than the previous one. On the 7th day, when Yang Dingtian crawled out of the cave, his entire body was weak and powerless. He also felt cold because the energy in his body had been completely depleted. Hence, Yang Dingtian dug out the only flame pill from his ear and consumed it. Suddenly, a wave of heat burst out from within his body, flowing through his meridians. It was warm and comfortable with an indescribable feeling. A vigorous power gradually spread out, and Yang Dingtian felt as if his limbs had become sturdy and powerful. Using this energy, Yang Dingtian closed his eyes and madly ran towards the east. Run, 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 under the light of the 2 suns on the snow-white ice and snow, a black that quickly moved. This time, the heavens favored Yang Dingtian. It was sunny for almost 9 whole days. In fact, on the 5th day, the sky started to turn gloomy. Yang Dingtian was worried that it would snow heavily. However, in less than 3 hours, the dark clouds dispersed. In these 9 days, Yang Dingtian had run more than 1,000 miles. There was still 1,000 miles left, and he would be able to run out of this damned glacier. Just as he was about to run more than 1,000 miles in one go, the heavens were not on his side. Yang Dingtian encountered the strongest snowstorm in history, and it almost blew him away. Yang Dingtian had no choice but to dig another cave to hide. Fortunately, this time, the snowstorm was incomparably fierce, and it ended relatively quickly. 2 days later, the snow stopped and the sky cleared up. However, after crawling out of the cave, Yang Dingtian's energy was almost completely depleted. The remaining 1,000 miles depended entirely on his willpower. For days later, Yang Dingtian ran more than 1,000 miles. However, the energy of the flame pill had been completely depleted. Yang Dingtian didn't have anything to eat. He could only eat ice and snow. His body weakened day by day. He went from running to walking, and in the end his body became completely numb. His eyes gradually became blind, and he definitely wouldn't be able to stand up again once he lay down. Just as he was about to collapse, he saw the first big tree. It was a huge tree that soared into the sky. He immediately burst into tears of joy. He summoned up the last of his strength and roared into the sky. After a full month, he finally ran more than 5,700 miles and left this damned glacier. Finally, Something that wasn't white appeared in his field of vision. He finally had something to eat. Even though it was extremely unpalatable, bitter, and astringent tree seeds, he still ate dozens of them. He ate until his entire tongue and mouth were completely numb. After eating his fill, Yang Dingtian had a good sleep. After waking up, he continued to walk toward the east. The further east he went, the denser the trees became. In the end, it was a lush forest. The forest was filled with huge trees. Each tree was separated by dozens of meters, so it wasn't difficult to walk through the forest. Yang Dingtian fantasized about the animals in the forest. He could finally eat meat. However, he was disappointed. In this huge forest, there wasn't a single animal. Not only were there beasts, there wasn't even a single bird. It shouldn't be like this. When he was learning about this world, Yang Dingtian knew that there were many wild beasts in this forest. The Maori barbarians outside the forest often came to the forest to hunt. However, there wasn't a single life in the forest. In the 1,000 miles of forest, there was a deathly silence. Yang Dingtian was on the verge of collapse. However, Yang Dingtian still changed his diet. He didn't eat the bitter and spicy tree seeds anymore. He changed to a tasteless starch tree fruit. 5 days later, Yang Dingtian walked out of the 1,000 miles of forest and saw the undulating mountain range. It wasn't easy. He finally saw the mountains. Along the way, there were thousands of miles of flat land. Soon he would arrive at the Maori barbarians' gathering place. He could finally see humans. Sure enough, after walking out of the forest for 2 days, he saw the first house. It was a sturdy wooden house. He rushed in ecstatically. However, there was nothing inside. The wooden furniture was still there, but it was covered in a thick layer of dust. There wasn't any food or clothes. However, Yang Dingtian wasn't depressed at that time. This was probably a hunter's hut. After the hunter left, it was normal for no one to live in it. However, the second, third, and fourth wooden houses that Yang Dingtian came across were all empty. Finally, Yang Dingtian found a village with many houses. There were dozens of wooden houses, but without exception, no one lived in them. The furniture inside was neat and tidy, but it was all covered in a thick layer of dust. Moreover, Yang Dingtian still didn't see a single animal, not even a bird. Moreover, the further east he went, the more villages he passed. He even passed by 2 or 3 towns. There were large houses made of stone, but there was still no one living in them. He also didn't see a single living animal. What exactly happened here? Why couldn't he see any life? In the end, Yang Dingtian's heart grew colder and darker. It had been more than a month since he left the glacier. In this month, he had walked more than 3,000 miles. He saw countless houses and countless small towns, but there wasn't a single human or animal. In the thousands of miles of bitter cold land near the glacier, there should have been hundreds of thousands of Maori barbarians and countless animals living there. However, it was as if they had all disappeared from this world. According to his master's words, the Maori barbarians who were extremely resistant to the cold lived here. They were skilled with axes and were born strong warriors. Not seeing any humans could be explained. Perhaps their entire race had migrated because of the harsh environment. However, it was abnormal to not see a single animal and only see endless trees. Yang Dingtian knew that if he went further east, he would reach the vast sea. Yang Dingtian could even smell the scent of the sea in the wind. Previously, Yang Dingtian was afraid that he couldn't walk fast enough. However, as time passed, Yang Dingtian became more and more afraid. He was afraid that he would walk all the way to the sea and still not see a single human or animal. If that happened, he really wouldn't know what to do. In the end, Yang Dingtian walked slower and slower. In the end, he only walked about 10 miles a day. Then he would find a house to rest in, as if he was afraid that the moment he reached the sea would come. At this time, Yang Dingtian was still eating tree seeds because there was nothing else to eat. He was still naked because he couldn't even find a piece of animal skin, let alone clothes. There were leaves, but he didn't know what was wrong with the trees here. The leaves of each tree were hard and sharp, making it unsuitable for him to wear. Furthermore, he couldn't see anyone around. Yang Dingtian wasn't afraid of the cold, so he didn't mind being naked in the wooden house. Yang Dingtian was lying on the wooden bed. He felt a sense of fear. He felt that his willpower and fighting spirit were weakening. He felt that he was gradually becoming depressed and lazy. In the world of ice and snow, he was always on the edge of life and death. Other than the white snow, there was nothing else. At that time, Yang Dingtian's fighting spirit was very strong. Now, there were trees and houses here, but there were no humans or animals. However, Yang Dingtian felt afraid and his fighting spirit weakened. Just what had happened? What if he still couldn't find a single person by the sea? Then he wouldn't even be able to find out where the Inyang school was, let alone how to get to the Inyang school. Lying on the bed, Yang Dingtian couldn't fall asleep no matter how hard he tried. Endless loneliness attacked Yang Dingtian's heart, causing his heart to be filled with endless gloominess. He had been living like this for a few months now. Now, Yang Dingtian was completely like a savage. His beard and hair were long and messy. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian heard a sound. It sounded like the hooves of animals hitting the snow. He suddenly got up from the bed and pricked up his ears in disbelief, afraid that it was an illusion. It wasn't an illusion. It wasn't an illusion. It really wasn't an illusion. The sound was getting louder and louder. It sounded like the sound of horse hooves. In the end, he even heard people talking. A burst of ecstasy. Yang Dingtian suddenly jumped up and rushed out of the wooden house. A few hundred meters ahead, a large group of people was galloping over. There were humans and horses. They looked similar to the horses on Earth, but they were much bigger and had a single horn on their heads. There were more than 100 people. Every one of them was wearing gorgeous fur clothes and carrying gorgeous weapons. Chapter 10. Kneel. Do I have to say it a third time? The middle-aged man shouted coldly. Shimin Yanyan's beautiful and delicate face suddenly turned pale. She clenched her teeth and said with a trembling voice, "Father, I am your only daughter and the princess of Cloud Sky City. You want me to kneel before a Maori barbarian?" The middle-aged man's heart ached. He said coldly, "That's right. If you are still my daughter, kneel and admit your mistake. If you do something wrong, you have to be punished." "No." Shimen Yanyan held back her tears and said, "Father, I can kneel to you and Mother, but I can't kneel to anyone else. I can apologize. I can admit my mistake, but I will never kneel." Shimin Yanyan pulled out a fiery red dagger and pointed it at her snow-white neck. She said crisply, "If you really want me to kneel, I will die in front of you." "Father, I can admit my mistake. I can apologize, but I will never kneel." Shimin Yanyan trembled. Then she pressed down with her small hand. The sharp dagger immediately pierced her delicate skin. A stream of blood flowed down her snow-white neck. It was especially glaring. The middle-aged man's body trembled as he suddenly clenched his fists. He stared at his daughter with unforgivable anger. Looking at the bright red blood, the muscles on his face twitched. This was his most beloved daughter, his precious baby. Shimin Yanyan bowed to Yang Dingtian. "I'm sorry. I was wrong. I shouldn't have forced you to buy your things. I shouldn't have hurt you. Please forgive me." The middle-aged man looked at his beloved daughter and then at Yang Dingtian. "Sigh." The middle-aged man sighed. He turned to Yang Dingtian and bowed deeply. "I am sorry, little brother. I, Shimin Wuya, didn't discipline my daughter well. My heart wasn't hard enough. I couldn't bear to see my daughter bleed on the spot and couldn't force my daughter to kneel. I apologize to you. Please forgive my daughter's mistake." Yanyan Shimin was stunned. Her father was the supreme master of Cloud Sky City. He was so honorable and proud, but now he was bowing and apologizing to this Maori barbarian because of her. Shimin Yanyan felt that her heart was about to crack. Her father was the person she worshipped and respected the most. Because of his own mistake, his father had suffered such humiliation. Father, don't. Shimin Yan Yan stepped forward and knelt in front of her father. Throwing away the dagger in her hand, she hugged her father's legs and cried, "Father, I was wrong. I shouldn't have used my power to bully others. I shouldn't have harmed his life. I shouldn't have used the dagger to harm myself and threaten you with my own life. Father, actually I know everything. What should I do? What shouldn't I do? But I really can't control my temper." Shimin Yan Yan said while crying. Shimin Wuya sighed softly and reached out to stroke his daughter's soft hair. He said, "Yan Yan, how long has it been since you last cried?" Shimin Yan Yan said while sobbing, "Ever since that incident when I was 15, I have never cried again." This little princess of Cloud Sky City was unruly, proud, stubborn, and unyielding. She never lowered her head and never cried. Today, because of her father, she was crying loudly. Even though she knew that it was her fault and that she shouldn't blame Yang Dingtian, she couldn't suppress the hatred she had for Yang Dingtian in her heart. "Where is it?" Shimin Wuya reached out and asked. Shimin Yan Yan took out the flame pendant from her chest. Looking at the pendant, her eyes were filled with reluctance and hatred. She meekly placed it in her father's hands. "Get up," Shimin Wuya said. "Remember today. In the future, no matter what you do, think about today and think about your father. Don't lose control of your temper. Think twice before you act." "Yes, I got it." Shimin Yan Yan lowered her head and said. "Also, don't hate this little brother," Shimin Wuya continued. Shimin Yan Yan gritted her teeth and said, "Father, I can't stop myself from hating him, but I won't take revenge on him in the future. I won't target him, and I definitely won't harm him. I won't pay attention to him, won't touch him, and won't even be willing to look at him." Towards the end, Shimin Yan Yan couldn't suppress her hatred anymore. Shimin Wuya frowned and waved his hand dispiritedly. He said, "You can leave." Shimin Yan Yan coldly glared at Yang Dingtian, turned around and walked out. "Little brother, your pendant." Shimin Wuya handed the flame pendant to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian took it and hung it around his neck again. He said, "Mr. Shimin, I'm very sorry. If it was something else, I wouldn't mind giving it to Miss Shimin. But this flame pendant was given to me by my parents. It's very important to me. I know, and even if it's not important, others can't take it by force." Shimin Wuya said, "By the way, little brother, where are you going? If you're not going in the same direction as me, I can call for a fast boat to take you to where you want to go." Shimin Wuya said. At this moment, Yang Dingtian felt that the room was slightly shaking. He said, "Are we on the sea?" Shimin Wuya nodded and said, "Yes. I'm going to the eastern cloud state. Is it far from here?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Eastern cloud state?" Shimin Wuya said, "To the Inyang school." Yang Dingtian was slightly surprised. "Sorry, I didn't mean to pry into your privacy," Shimin Wuya said, "but I'm going to the Inyang school. If you're also going to the Inyang school, we can go together." So coincidental? Yang Dingtian suddenly became vigilant, and a trace of suspicion arose in his heart. He couldn't help but tighten his grip on the flame pendant. Could it be that everything that this gentle gentleman said just now was just an act? Did he have some ulterior motive? Or did he already know the secret of this flame pendant? Shimin Wuya looked at Yang Dingtian. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything. He smiled and said, "Don't worry, little brother. If you don't want to, I can also call for a fast boat and send someone to take you to the eastern cloud state alone." Yang Dingtian smiled embarrassedly and said, "No need, Mr. Shimin. Then I'll have to trouble you to give me a ride." "You're welcome." Shimin Wuya said, "Your body is fine now. I'll ask someone to bring you some food in a while. I'll leave first. I'll come to see you tomorrow." After saying that, Shimin Wuya walked out. Yang Dingtian hurriedly got up to see him off. "Stop. There are a lot of books in this room. You can read them to pass the time. Shiminwia turned around and said, "If you feel bored, you can go to bed to get some fresh air and look at the sea." Then Shiminwia left. 10 minutes later, a pretty maid brought food. It was very delicate and delicious. Yang Dingtian ate heartily and his tongue almost fell off. The pretty maid looked at him with disgust. Although the maid didn't say anything rude, her little face was tense and full of hostility. Presumably, she had a good relationship with Shimin Yanyan, so they had a common enemy. So comfortable. Young Dingtian touched his stomach. He hadn't eaten real food for more than a year. God took pity on him. Humph. At this time, the pretty maid couldn't hold back the indignation in her heart. She snorted coldly, packed up the tableware, and left. She even slammed the door to express her anger towards Yang Dingtian that on the second day after waking up, Yang Dingtian decided to go to the deck to look at the sea. He wanted to see if there was any difference between this world's sea and Earth Sea. This ship was very big. From the room to the deck, Yang Dingtian walked for a few minutes. On the way, he met a lot of people. But the people on the ship seemed to be full of hostility towards him. Maybe it wasn't hostility, but at least they were cold and avoided him like a taboo. Humph, this person is only a barbarian. Why does Master treat him so well? Not only did you spend a lot of profound energy to treat his injuries, you also wasted a lot of mysterious ice jade liquid. Just this amount of mysterious ice jade liquid is enough to exchange for a few hundred barbarian slaves. Some warriors on the ship thought that Yang Dingtian was a barbarian and couldn't understand their language, so they didn't avoid talking about these things. Yang Dingtian didn't pay attention to these words. He directly walked to the deck. Suddenly, he smelled a cool and wet sea breeze and heard the sound of the waves. The sea here didn't look much different from Earth. It was still so wide and blue. There were still seabirds and a lot of fish. This ship was made of wood. Compared to Earth's ancient wooden ship, it was much bigger and more exquisite. At this moment, a fiery red, attractive figure was standing at the bow of the ship. It was Shimin Yanyan. Only she would wear such thin clothes, and only she would have such curves. Today, she changed into a long skirt. It was still tight-fitting, still fiery red in color, and still light as if it was made of silk. The sea breeze fluttered, tightly wrapping the fiery red long skirt around her astonishingly well-developed body. This young girl was full of wildness. She didn't care about her figure being seen by others. No matter where she was like a ball of flame that burned men's heart. I just want to be alone. No matter who you are, quickly leave my sight. Feeling the footsteps behind her, Shimin Yanyan said without any trace of politeness. Yang Dingtian didn't pay attention to her. Instead, he directly walked to the front. He leaned on the wooden railing and looked down. He looked at the sea below and the fish that jumped up from time to time. When Shimin Yanyan saw it was actually Yang Dingtian, this fake barbarian, her beautiful brows suddenly wrinkled. She instinctively held her breath, as if she couldn't even bear to breathe the air within 2 meters of Yang Dingtian. "Go away, don't appear in front of me," Shimin Yanyan coldly said. Yang Dingtian didn't pay attention to her. Instead, he was still looking at the fish in the sea in high spirits. Shimin Yanyan was angry. Her pink little hands clenched into fists. She was about to flip out, but thinking of her father's anger, she couldn't help but forcibly hold back. She coldly said, "If you don't go, I will go." Chapter 11. Yanyan Shimin was furious. Her small hands clenched into fists, and she was about to flip out, but when she thought of her father's anger, she couldn't help but hold it in. She said coldly, "If you don't leave, I'll leave." Then she turned around and left. Her jeweled boots stomped so hard that the deck shook a little. Yanyan Shimin left, and only Yang Dingtian was left on the deck. There are still 15 days before we reach the Inyang school. The scenery on the sea is still okay now, but it'll get boring after a while. It's too monotonous and boring, especially for young people like you. The voice of the owner of the ship, Shimenwuya, came from behind. Yang Dingtian didn't know when he had walked behind him. Actually, his footsteps were already audible. Mr. Shimen, what are you going to do at the Inyang school? Yang Dingtian asked. He shouldn't have asked this question. After all, they were just acquaintances. However, he was a young man, so it was normal for him to make such a superficial mistake. It's a routine once every 10 years, Shimenwuya said. It's like those wanderers who want to go back to pray to their ancestors every few years to show that they haven't forgotten their roots. Are you related to the Inyang school? Yang Dingtian asked. Cloud Sky City and the Inyang school are related, Shimenwuya said. It's a very complicated relationship. We're enemies, but we're not enemies. We're friends, but we're relatives. Shimenwuya, a very wise person, seemed to have made the mistake of saying such things to Yang Dingtian. The previous owners of Cloud Sky City went to the Inyang school every 10 years. Every time they went, they were humiliated. This time, I'm not an exception, Shimenwuya said slowly. Are you that powerful? You can be humiliated. Is Cloud Sky City that powerful? Yang Dingtian asked, half of it probing. Shimenwuya didn't seem to know that Yang Dingtian was testing him. He smiled and said, In front of the Inyang school, who dares to say that he is strong? Yang Dingtian, is Inyang school that strong? If a sect has a few thousand disciples, a territory of 100 li, and hundreds of thousands of people who look up to it, wouldn't that sect be powerful? Shimenwuya asked. Impressive, very impressive. Yang Dingtian gasped and said, Inyang school is this powerful? No, I'm not talking about Inyang school. I'm talking about a sect. There are dozens of sects like this in the world. Shimenwuya said. To be exact, there are 27 sections. Above them are the 9 great sects, and above them are the 3 great sects, the Yin sect, the Inyang school, and the Shen-Tian sect. Among the 3 great sects in the world, the Inyang school is one of them. Don't you think it's powerful? Yang Dingtian gasped. Previously, when he heard his master talk about the Inyang school, he felt that perhaps the Inyang school was quite strong, but he didn't expect it to be this powerful. Then what about Dongfang Minmi? Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. Number 1 in the world. Shimenwuya calmly said. Yang Dingtian's heart was shocked. His master was actually the world's number 1 expert. But if he was the number 1 in the world, why was he trapped under thousands of li of ice and snow, living a life worse than death? Who was his enemy? Could it be that they were more powerful than the number 1 in the world? Yang Dingtian, who was shocked, lost interest in talking. Shimenwuya smiled and patted his shoulder lightly. He then left the deck and went to the cabin. It's going to rain. Let's go. For the next few days, everyone on the ship was still very cold to Yang Dingtian. Shimen Yanyan was filled with hatred for him. Shimenwuya still came to see him every day and chatted with him. Furthermore, he never tried to pry into Yang Dingtian's privacy. Instead, he would answer all of Yang Dingtian's questions. The more they talked, the more they got along. Sometimes they would even talk for half a day. Everyone on the ship was very curious. Why would the Lord of Cloud Heaven City, Shimenwuya, be so nice to someone of unknown origin? As a result, Shimen Yan was filled with hostility towards Yang Dingtian. As Shimenwuya's foster son, his most respected father had never been so nice to him. He was filled with jealousy. If it wasn't for Shimenwuya's extreme purity, some people would even suspect that Yang Dingtian was Shimenwuya's illegitimate child. As for Yang Dingtian, although he was still somewhat on guard against Shimenwuya, deep in his heart he already had a good impression of this person. He even admired him a little. Before this, Yang Dingtian didn't know what a gentleman should be like. Now he knew that Shimenwuya was the synonym of a gentleman. Getting along with him was like bathing in the spring breeze. Moreover, he was definitely not a hypocrite. However, the time to part was quickly approaching. After half a month of sailing, they would soon arrive at Dongfang Yinzhou, where Inyang School was located. Not bad. You're a very handsome young man. Shiminwia looked at Yang Dingtian in the mirror and smiled. They were about to disembark from the ship. So Shiminwia personally shaved Yang Dingtian's beard and combed his hair. He also gave him a beautiful robe and a restrained and gorgeous jade crown. Now, Yang Dingtian no longer looked like a savage. He looked no different from the people of this world. There were no traces of him being an earthling. Shiminwia was the lord of Cloud Heaven City, an overlord. He actually personally shaved Yang Dingtian's hair and beard. He had no reason to be so good to Yang Dingtian. Mr. Shimin, why are you so good to me? I'm just a nobody of unknown origin. Yang Dingtian finally couldn't help but ask. When you treat someone with courtesy, you must have a motive. Don't you think so? Shiminwia smiled. Moreover, the Maori race is already extinct. Something terrible happened in the northern ice field, causing all life there to be extinct. Yet I appeared in that place. This is very abnormal. Why didn't you ask me anything? Yang Dingtian asked. Did you already make up a few stories to prepare for this question? Shiminwia smiled. Yes, Yang Dingtian said. Shiminwia smiled and said, Since I knew that you would definitely make up a story, why would I ask? Everyone has their own privacy and secrets. If you want to tell me, you will tell me. So why would I ask? Moreover, I also know a lot of your secrets, Shiminwia said. Of course, I didn't mean to pry. When you were unconscious and I was treating your injuries, you said a few words that I didn't understand. I can understand most of the languages in this world, and I can even speak them. However, I have never heard of your language. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Could it be that he had spoken in his sleep when he was unconscious? Moreover, he had spoken in Chinese. Moreover, I indeed have a motive for being good to you, Shiminwia said slowly. I can be considered a smart person, and my eyesight is not bad. Through these 10 days of contact, I found that you are almost completely alone in this world. You have almost no interpersonal relationships. Moreover, you are a smart person. Smart, but not lacking in wisdom. Sensitive, but not calculative. Kind, but not stupid. You are a very good child, Shiminwia said. Shiminwia said, I know you have something important to do in the Yin-Yang sect, but I want to give you a second choice. What choice? Yang Dingtian asked. I only have one daughter. My wife is very powerful, so I don't dare to marry other women. Therefore, I don't have any other descendants. Yan, as you can see, is completely unsuitable to be the successor of Cloud Sky City, Shiminwia said. Therefore, I adopted a few children. Among them, there are quite a few who are very outstanding. Unfortunately, they are not very qualified to be the future master of Cloud Sky City. Therefore, I took a liking to you. These 10 days, I treated you well partly because I wanted to test your character and inner qualities, Shiminwia said. I like your character very much. You passed my test. So, Shiminwia looked at Yang Dingtian and said calmly, So, are you willing to be the next master of Cloud Sky City? What? Yang Dingtian was stunned. He thought that he had heard wrongly. It was another huge pie in the sky. Yang Dingtian was stunned. He did not expect Shiminwia to say such a thing. You want to adopt me as your son too? Yang Dingtian asked in shock. No, not adopted, Shiminwia said. You are a son-in-law. A son-in-law. Yan's future husband. But in the future, your children will have your surname. In the future, you will be the one and only master of Cloud Sky City. Don't think that a son-in-law is bad. I am also a son-in-law. I married Yan's mother. Father-in-law handed Cloud Sky City to me, Shiminwia said. Unfortunately, I only have one daughter, so I have been looking everywhere for a suitable son-in-law. I am prepared to hand Cloud Sky City to him. Now I have chosen you. Why me? Is it because I am absolutely alone in this world? Is it because of my morals? Yang Dingtian asked. Shiminwia said no. Of course, what you said is very important. But the most important thing is that when I was treating your injuries, I realize that your pure yang Xian meridians are unfathomable, but your Xian qi is very weak. You have top-notch talent, but you are like a blank piece of paper. I believe that under my guidance, your future will far surpass mine. In your hands, Cloud Sky City will definitely become very powerful and glorious. Yang Dingtian was stunned. Why did all the top-notch experts in this world like to play this game? They liked to choose Yang Dingtian as their successor and marry their daughter to him. In the ice cave, Dongfang Minmi could be said to have no choice. But Shimenwia in front of him had many choices. In this world, the number of men who wanted to be Yanyan's husband and the future city, Lord of Cloud Sky City, could probably circle the earth a few times. After these few days of understanding, Yang Dingtian knew that although Cloud Sky City's position in this world was very awkward and complicated, there was no doubt that Cloud Sky City was a very, very powerful force. It was completely an overlord. City Lord Shimen, when you made this decision, did you not consider your daughter's happiness? Yang Dingtian asked. City Lord Shimen, when you made this decision, did you not consider your daughter's happiness? Yang Dingtian asked. Of course I did, and it is the most important factor, Shimenwia said. You can also see that I love Yanyan very much. So, when I betroth her to you, I am very relieved. She will be very happy. I still have this ability. Chapter 12. Yang Dingtian was speechless again. This world's top experts were so confident in their ability to pick a son-in-law. Dongfang Minmi was like this, and Shimenwia was also like this. But your daughter hates me a lot, Yang Dingtian said. It's better than ignoring her. Shimenwia said, there is only a short distance between hate and love. I believe that as long as you put your heart into it, you will be able to win her heart. Yanyan has high standards, but she is also simple and direct. You are so smart, so you should know how to deal with this kind of girl. Shimenwia thought about Yanyan's fiery wildness, her beautiful and exquisite appearance, her clear personality, her unruly nature, and her intelligence. This kind of beauty would be tempted by all the men in the world. However, Yang Dingtian had already promised his master, Dongfang Minmi. His master had given up everything for him, including his life. He had already agreed, so this was a heavy responsibility. I know that you may have a great mission in going to Inyang School. Even though Inyang School is one of the 3 great sects in the world and is a powerful martial arts holy land. However, what Inyang School can give you, my Cloud Sky City may be able to give you, Shimenwia said calmly, his tone full of pride. Yang Dingtian felt his mouth dry. He swallowed and said, men and women must complement each other. Opposites attract and opposites repel. I have Yang Xian meridians, and your daughter has a fiery body. We are of the same nature and repel each other. Nonsense. Shimenwia smiled and said, I have a pure yang body, and Yanyan's mother has a fiery body. Aren't we still very loving? Don't you think I am very gentle now? Shimenwia asked. Yang Dingtian nodded and said, you are completely gentle like water. But I have a true yang body. When I was young, I was completely fiery. Although Yanyan's mother and I loved each other very much, we fought every few days. My father-in-law just happily ignored it. What's the point of a husband and wife if they don't fight? Shimenwia said, my temperament is gentle now. Half of it is because Yanyan's mother trained me, and the other half is because of my own practice. From the yang fire to the cold yin fire, my temperament has become cold and indifferent. Then, when the yin and yang complement each other, my temperament naturally becomes gentle and tolerant. Yang Dingtian was stunned again. From the simple words of Shimenwia, he could tell that Shimenwia was very powerful, even more powerful than he had imagined. Dongfang Minmi once said that when the yang fire was cultivated to a certain level, it would turn into a blue yin fire. When it reached its peak, yin and yang would merge. Furthermore, the target that Dongfeng Minmi had set for Yang Dingtian was to cultivate the Blueine flames and summon the Ring of Flames within 10 years. And the Shimenwia in front of him had already reached the point of merging yin and yang. He was really so powerful that people could only look up to him. City Lord Shimen, your proposal is very tempting. I am very touched by your love. Your daughter is very tempting. Yang Dingtian said, but I am very sorry, I can't agree. Because of some special reasons, I can't agree. Yang Dingtian said again. After saying that, Yang Dingtian almost couldn't look straight into Shimenwia's sincere eyes, but he still tried hard to look straight into them. Shimenwia looked at Yang Dingtian like that. After a long time, he sighed softly, full of infinite regret, and then slowly closed his eyes. Yang Dingtian suddenly said, Are you going to kill me? Why do you say that? Shimenwia asked with his eyes closed. In the books, when the male protagonist meets this kind of situation, it is usually written that the male protagonist doesn't agree to the other party's recruitment. In order to prevent the other party from having a strong enemy in the future, the other party will eliminate the male protagonist before he grows. Many experts have this kind of mentality. If they don't recruit him for their own use, they will destroy him, Yang Dingtian said. Shimenwia laughed and slapped Yang Dingtian's head. Nonsense. What kind of messy books are you reading? Why would I kill you? You are a good child. Even if you enter the Inyang school, we might not become enemies. Although Cloud Sky City and the Inyang school are on opposite sides, and the Inyang school sees us as traitors, our relationship is far more complicated than you think. Shimenwia rubbed Yang Dingtian's head and said, Even if I tell you so much now, you won't understand. Wait until you enter the Inyang school, then you will understand. Okay, we are about to reach the Inyang school in the eastern cloud state. I will send a small boat to send you ashore. If others see you with me, it will be detrimental to your future in the Inyang school, Shimenwia said with a smile. Then, he left Yang Dingtian's cabin. When he reached the door, Shimenwia suddenly turned around and said, Child, my proposal will always be effective before Yin gets married. Also, what is your name? Shimenwia asked. Yang Dingtian had received so much kindness from the other party, and the other party had treated him so well. It had been half a month, yet he still hadn't told Shimenwia his name. It was really impolite. However, since Shimenwia didn't ask, Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. My name is Yang Dingtian. Shimenwia was slightly stunned. Then he looked at Yang Dingtian with a mischievous expression. After a moment, he smiled and said, Good name, very domineering. Such a mischievous expression had actually appeared on the face of a cultured and refined master. Yang Dingtian almost thought that he had seen wrongly. Instantly, Yang Dingtian smiled bashfully. He felt that Shimenwia was a very good person, at least to him. A gentleman was as gentle as water, yet not pedantic at all. One day later, the morning sun had just risen above the sea. The clouds in the sky burst forth with rays of light, and the surface of the sea sparkled. Not far away, the eastern cloud state was already in sight. At this moment, Cloud Sky City's giant ship was still a few dozen miles away from the dock. The surrounding ships on the sea were bustling with activity, hanging all kinds of flags. There were big and small ships, but none of them exceeded the tonnage of Cloud Sky City's ship. Amidst the cold wind, Cloud Sky City's ship also hung a flag. The design was very simple. A ball of blue flame was embroidered on a thick black background, making it look cold and austere. It was obvious that Cloud Sky City's reputation had spread far and wide. The moment this flag was hung, the surrounding ships on the sea all moved aside, opening up a large area of the sea for Cloud Sky City's ship. It was as if they were the only ones in the world. There were also some teams on the ships that waved their flags at the name of Cloud Sky City's ship to show their respect. Yang Dingtian and Shimenwia stood at the bow of the ship. Seeing this scene, Yang Dingtian was greatly impressed. Cloud Sky City was actually so mighty and domineering. Shimenwia's face was expressionless. He simply ordered, "Return the greeting." His voice was very low, but it could be heard in every corner of the ship. Thus, the ship also began to organize teams to wave their flags and sound their horns in response. "City Lord Shimen, why are there so many ships?" Yang Dingtian asked. "They're all going on a pilgrimage to the Inyang school," Shimenwia said. "It happens once every 10 years. This year is the 550th anniversary of the birth of the Inyang school's founder. It's also the 500th anniversary of the Inyang school's establishment. All the powers in the world, regardless of size, good or evil, enemy or foe, have come to pay their respects." So powerful. Yang Dingtian was speechless. Looking at the sea, there were countless ships of all kinds. He couldn't help but ask, there are probably a few thousand people in total. How will the banquet be able to accommodate all of them? "It's not just a few thousand people, it's more than tens of thousands," Shimenwia said. "The sect leaders of the large sects can also bring a few outstanding disciples to the immeasurable mountain to pay their respects, and then stay for the banquet at the Inyang Hall. The small sects can only send their sect leaders to the Inyang school to pay their respects and present their gifts. Then they immediately leave for the great stone quarry at the mountainside to have lunch. Is it worth it to travel so far just to send a gift and have lunch?" Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. Whether it's worth it or not depends on what each person thinks. Some people want to take advantage of this opportunity to become a disciple of a famous teacher. Some small sects want to take advantage of this opportunity to attach themselves to the famous sections. Some people even want to take advantage of this opportunity to make a name for themselves. Shimenwia said, "Besides, on this kind of special day, if you come to the Inyang school, they might not remember you. But if you don't come, they might remember you." Yang Dingtian was speechless again. When he heard Shimenwia's words, he already thought that the Inyang school's status was very high. He didn't expect that the Inyang school's actual status was even higher than he had imagined. It was almost a mythical name in the eyes of the world. Besides, the 3 great sects in the world are too high to reach. Ordinary martial arts sects don't have the chance to get close to them. The great sacrifice that is held once every 10 years is almost the only opportunity for the Holy Land sects to lower their stance and let them get close to them. "Everyone in the world is eager to attend," Shimenwia said. Suddenly, a melodious and deafening whistling sound came from not far behind. Even though it was very far away, the sound seemed to drill into one's ears. Hearing this whistling sound, Shimenwia's expression changed slightly. Then he said indifferently, "Row the boat to the right and make way for them." Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. Cloud Sky City was famous all over the world. Along the way, countless ships, big and small, saluted and made way for them. It was as if they were the only ones in the world. But now they actually made way for others. Who exactly was this person? "It's the people from the Xiantian sect," Shimenwia said indifferently. "The Xiantian sect of the 3 great sects in the world." Yang Dingtian asked. Shimenwia nodded. Yang Dingtian hurriedly looked behind him. Because of the direct sunlight, he couldn't see any ships on the sea. However, the whistling sound was still incessant. At the same time, a few dots appeared on the horizon in the distance. Those dots were getting closer and closer. Finally, Yang Dingtian could see clearly that they were 3 large, snow-white birds. When they spread their wings, they were about 10 meters wide. There was a man in white riding on each of them. The 3 large birds flew closer and closer. Then they passed over the heads of Yang Dingtian and the others. It was unknown whether these birds were eagles or rocks. In short, they were extremely handsome. The people on them were wearing snow-white clothes. They were arrogant and looked down at the ships on the sea as if they were ants, as expected of one of the 3 great sects in the world. This prestige and aura were simply unparalleled in the world. How impressive! Is the person on these large birds the master of the Xiantian sect? Yang Dingtian asked. Chapter 13. Master? He's just a normal disciple who's leading the way. He rode a rock and warned all the ships in front not to block the Cloud Sky Sect's path, Shimenwia said. This is too domineering, Yang Dingtian said. Yes, it is very overbearing, Shimenwia said with a cold sneer on his face. It wasn't just that domineering. Yang Dingtian found that all the ships on the sea not only moved aside, but also stopped and respectfully lined up on both sides, as if they were waiting for the Black Sky Sect ship to be inspected. Even the ships that were about to dock immediately left the dock and lined up on both sides of the sea. The huge and busy dock was cleared as they waited for the Black Sky Sect ship to dock. Even the bustling and noisy sea instantly fell silent. After more than an hour, Yang Dingtian's eyes were sore from waiting, but the Black Sky Sect's ship finally arrived. There were a total of 10 ships, each of them snow-white and magnificent. They stood out among all the other ships on the sea. Wherever the snow-white ships passed, all the ships lined up neatly and waved their flags in salute. However, the Black Sky Sect's ships didn't return the salute. Every ship had a white-clothed disciple who coldly stared at the ships on both sides. Cloud Sky City's ship also sent people to wave their flags in salute, but they didn't let everyone line up on the deck. Suddenly, the white-clothed disciple on the bow of the Black Sky Sect's ship coldly glared at them. Shimenwia looked away in disdain and even stopped waving his flag. Although the Cloud Sky City lord was gentle and refined, he was unruly on the inside. When a Black Sky Sect disciple saw Cloud Sky City's response, his face turned cold and he immediately went down to report. Shimenwia just smiled in disdain. Father, if we do this, I'm afraid the Black Sky Sect will humiliate us even more at the banquet. Shimenyan walked to his side and whispered. It's fine. It's not a big deal to be insulted, Shimenwia said coldly. The Xiantian sect is domineering, but other than words, what can they do to me? Although his voice was flat, but it was domineering and awe-inspiring. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian's eyes were filled with reverence, and even Yang Dingtian couldn't help but secretly admire him. Shimenwia was cordial and respectful to the weak, and he wasn't afraid of the strong. This was the demeanor of a true expert. After more than an hour, the Black Heaven Sect's fleet finally reached the shore. Only then did the other ships set sail. Child, we're about to part ways. In Yang Dingtian's cabin, Shimenwia said, once you enter the Yinyang school, we will be separated by 10,000 li. However, your talent is top-notch. I believe that it won't be long before I hear about your legend in Cloud Sky City. However, I still have to ask you one last question. Shimenwia said, I want to betroth Yanyan to you and make you the next master of Cloud Sky City. Are you willing? Bang! Outside the door, something seemed to fall to the ground. Shimenwia ignored it and continued, I will do my best to nurture you. I'll say the same thing again. What the Yinyang school can give you, I can give you. Father, I don't want. Shimen Yanyan's frightened and angry voice came from outside. Then, with a burst of fragrance, a fiery red figure rushed in. Get out! Shimenwia suddenly shouted. Suddenly, a strong force pushed Shimen Yanyan's delicate body a few meters away, and then the cabin door closed. Shimenwia looked at Yang Dingtian expectantly, waiting for his final answer. Yang Dingtian's heart was in a mess. It wasn't that he didn't know what to choose. He had already made his decision. However, facing Shimenwia's expectant gaze, he really couldn't refuse. He really admired Shimenwia. Shimen Yanyan was really attractive. Even her personality was very similar to Yang Dingtian's girlfriend on Earth. They were both as wild as fire, but Li Bihan was more mature and bold, while Shimenwia was pure. I'm sorry, City Lord Shimen. I can't agree. Yang Dingtian bowed deeply. Humph. Suddenly, Shimen Yanyan's disdainful and angry snort came from outside. Sigh. Shimenwia sighed softly and said, I knew this would be the answer, but I still can't accept it. Then, Shiminwia reached out and patted Yang Dingtian's head. Good child. I believe that you will be able to shine in the Inyang school. In the future, when you meet me, you have to be merciful. Yang Dingtian was immediately embarrassed. You are so powerful. How can I be your opponent? Besides, I respect you so much. How can I attack you? Haha. Who knows what will happen in the future? Shiminwia said. Child, I don't want to pry into your privacy, but I think that other than entering the Inyang school, you have other important things to do. However, the Inyang school will probably be very busy for a long time. You probably won't be able to see the important people of the Inyang school, and you won't even be able to enter the Inyang school. Shiminwia said. Then do you have any plans for your next step? Although Yang Dingtian actually had some plans in his heart, he still shook his head. Besides, he really didn't have any plans. Originally, his plan was very simple. He just wanted to go directly to the Inyang school's mistress and give her the flame ornament. However, now that he thought about it, he was too naive. With just him, Yang Dingtian couldn't even enter the Inyang school, let alone see his mistress. He couldn't just show the flame ornament to any random disciple of the Inyang school and say that it was a love token from the Inyang school's headmaster to his mistress. I am the direct disciple of your headmaster and your future headmaster. Hurry up and let me in. If that happened, Yang Dingtian would definitely be beaten half to death. Besides, his master, Dongfang Minmi, had said that he couldn't let anyone know his identity except for his mistress and junior sister. More importantly, his master's information was now completely confidential. Yang Dingtian couldn't tell anyone except for his mistress. However, I do have something important to do. I need to enter the Inyang school as soon as possible, and I need to see the more important people of the Inyang school, Yang Dingtian said while maintaining a sense of propriety. If you go in like this, you definitely won't be able to enter the Inyang school, let alone see the important people, Shiminwia said. Originally, I could bring you in, but as you can see, our Cloud Sky City status is awkward and special. You will be staying at the Inyang school in the future. If I bring you in, not only will it not benefit you, but it will also harm you. I've thought about it. The only thing you can do is to go to the Inyang school's main entrance and present your gift as a wandering warrior. However, there will be at least 70 to 80,000 people who will present their gifts. Therefore, your gift might be thrown aside after 4 hours and no one will care about it. Therefore, you must present a very important gift. This way, you will be able to attract the attention of the important people of the Inyang school. Then, Shiminwia took out a fiery red jade pendant and handed it to Yang Dingtian. This is the Li Fire 9 Rings pendant. This item is very famous. It was worn by the third headmaster of the Inyang school. Later, it was lost. The Inyang school once announced to the world that as long as anyone presents this Li Fire 9 Rings pendant, the Inyang school will agree to almost any request. It doesn't matter what kind of weapons, ammunition, treasures, or even if you want to join the Inyang school. Therefore, as long as you take this Li Fire 9 Rings pendant, even the headmaster of the Inyang school will personally receive you. After all, this is his ancestor's item, Shiminwia said. Shiminwia said. He instinctively rubbed the Li Fire 9 Rings pendant again and placed it in Yang Dingtian's hand. You can't give it to him. Father, this is your most beloved item. You have been wearing it for dozens of years. Yin Yan rushed in again. Get out. Shiminwia flung his sleeve and directly pushed Yin Yan's delicate body out. City Lord Shimin, this item is too precious. I can't accept it. Yang Dingtian hurriedly returned the fiery jade pendant to Shiminwia. Take it. This item is just a toy. Playing around with it will dampen one's spirit. There's no benefit in keeping it. It can be used as a stepping stone for you. Shiminwia said. Yang Dingtian still didn't dare to accept it. Shiminwia's eyebrows suddenly rose. I told you to take it, so take it. Don't be stingy. It will make me look down on you. Thank you, City Lord Shimin. I will definitely repay your kindness in the future. Yang Dingtian could only accept the Li Fire 9 Rings pendant. Then he bowed deeply to Shimin Wiao again. With this item, he could indeed directly see his master's wife. Shimin Wiao waved his hand and took out a bag of gold coins. He handed it to Yang Dingtian. Take this money. It will more or less be useful. Yes. Yang Dingtian didn't argue and took the bag of gold coins. Okay, you can go up. There is already a small boat waiting for you on the sea. Shimin Wiao waved his hand. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. He bowed deeply and then turned to leave. Wait. Shimin Wiao took out a thin book from his chest and handed it to Yang Dingtian. This is the Yang life art. I wrote it based on my understanding of the past city, Lords of Cloud Sky City. It is not some high-level martial arts manual. It is the most basic breathing method. It is one level higher than the heaven and earth art. When you practice qi, you will be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Furthermore, it will not hinder you from practicing the martial arts of the Yin-Yang school. Yang Dingtian's hands were trembling as he received the thin book. Although the book was very light, it felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds in his hands. He had rejected Shimin Wiao's good intentions twice, but he was still so kind and generous. Such deep friendship made Yang Dingtian's eyes fill with tears. I can't thank you enough. Yang Dingtian bowed deeply again. Then he turned, opened the door, and walked out. Outside, the incomparably beautiful Shimin Yanyan stood outside the door. She stared at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes. Looking at the item in his hand, she coldly snorted. You are so thick-skinned. You really accepted everything my father gave you. Yang Dingtian didn't get angry at all. He nodded and smiled at her. Miss Shimin, take care. Chapter 14. Yang Dingtian wasn't angry at all. He nodded and smiled at her. Miss Shimin, take care. Go. I won't feel comfortable if you stay here for even a moment longer, and you're still sleeping in my room. After you leave, I'll burn all the blankets and pillows inside. Shimin Yanyan immediately turned around and ignored him. She gritted her teeth and said, Yang Dingtian finally knew why she was standing outside. He had been sleeping in Shimin Yanyan's room all along. No wonder there was an intoxicating fragrance. However, this girl was full of wildness. Therefore, her room wasn't like other girls' rooms. Instead, it was filled with all kinds of books and weapons. However, every corner of the room was clean and fragrant. Even the pages of the books had an enchanting fragrance. After Yang Dingtian left, she couldn't wait to clean up the room. Miss Shimin, we'll meet again someday. Yang Dingtian said. We won't meet again. Scram as far as you can. It's best if you don't let me see you again for the rest of my life. Shimin Yanyan said angrily. Yang Dingtian smiled again and left. He went to the deck and left on a small boat. Yang Dingtian walked through the streets of the Eastern Cloud State. The Eastern Cloud State was the largest city in the Eastern continent. It had a population of several 100,000. The entire city was very prosperous. The architectural style was similar to that of ancient China. However, it also had the architectural style of the Western world. It was magnificent. About half of the houses were made of wood and the other half were made of stone. In the city, there were wineries, restaurants, weapon shops, blacksmiths, tailors, medicine shops, auction houses, brothels, and everything else. However, most of the shops were weapon shops, medicine shops, and brothels. Even the roads in the city were paved with bluestone slabs. They were more than 10 meters wide. The houses on both sides of the streets were arranged in rows. Because of the Yin-Yang school's decennial ceremony, the Eastern Cloud State was suddenly filled with countless people. The streets were bustling with activity. Yang Dingtian didn't have time to tour this beautiful city. He directly went to the Yin-Yang school. Yin-Yang school was located in vast immeasurable mountain, which was about 100 miles away from Yunzhou City. Yang Dingtian originally wanted to hire a separate carriage, but there were too many people going to the Yin-Yang school, so he had no choice but to squeeze into a large carriage with the others. There were 7 other people in the car with Yang Dingtian. The car wasn't big, so it was already crowded with 7 people. When Yang Dingtian got in, it was even more crowded. Yang Dingtian got on the car and looked around. The 2 rows of wooden seats were almost full. There were 5 young, sword-wielding rangers in gorgeous clothes. It was an old man dressed in coarse clothing. He was short and sturdy, and his skin was dark. He looked like an old farmer, but he also carried a sword. There was also another person, the only girl in the car. She was dressed in a red robe. Her clothes were not brocade or satin, but were made of ordinary fine cloth. However, her appearance was beautiful and moving. Her healthy, wheat-like skin tone and her voluptuous figure made the red robe look tight. Although she wasn't as gorgeous as Yanyan Shimin, she was still youthful and attractive. Originally, the 5 rangers were staring at the girl in red with fiery eyes. She didn't act rashly. She only frowned and avoided the rangers' impolite gazes. When Yang Dingtian got on the car, everyone in the car immediately looked at him. He was handsome, and the robe he was wearing was given to him by Shimenuya. Therefore, the 5 rangers didn't dare to look down on him. However, when they thought about how ordinary disciples of large sects wouldn't sit in a large carriage, they showed disdain and continued to look at the girl in red. After the girl in red glanced at Yang Dingtian, she lowered her head and remained silent. As for the middle-aged man who looked like an old farmer, he gave Yang Dingtian a simple and honest smile. Yang Dingtian returned the smile. "Daughter, make some space for this young master," the coarse-clothed old man said to the girl in red. The beautiful girl moved her body and made some space. She looked at Yang Dingtian with some caution. Yang Dingtian smiled at her and then sat down in a small corner of the wooden bench. He tried his best not to touch the girl in red. The girl in red blushed slightly. She smiled at Yang Dingtian in embarrassment and said, "You're welcome. It's already so crowded, and you still want to squeeze in another person." One of the rangers was a little jealous of Yang Dingtian sitting next to the girl. He muttered unhappily and then shouted at the coachman, "There are already 8 of you, and you still don't want to leave? Do you want money but don't want shame? Let's go, let's go." The coachman said and then shouted. The 2 big horses immediately broke into a gallop and pulled the carriage towards the Inyang school on vast immeasurable mountain. "Brother, which sect are you from? Which clan are you from?" Suddenly the ranger in the most extravagant outfit asked Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian said, "I don't belong to any sect, just a small family." He didn't expect that this would reduce the hostility on the gorgeous ranger's face. He said indifferently, "I'm from the Northwest Qin family. I came with my elders to see the world. I don't want to be restrained, so when I arrived at Yunzhou City, I didn't want to follow my elders. It's more comfortable to be alone." The famous sects in the world were the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches. The Northwest Qin family was one of the 9 clans. Yang Dingtian said, "So you're a disciple of a famous sect. Sorry for the disrespect." The gorgeous ranger had a smug look on his face. He waved his hand and said, "I don't like this kind of pretense. Elders have the prestige of elders. I've always liked to rely on myself." Yang Dingtian said, "Brother Qin is indeed extraordinary." The gorgeous ranger became even more delighted and looked at Yang Dingtian more warmly. He had already bragged a few times when he got on the carriage, but the others didn't respond. Only Yang Dingtian responded. Immediately, he had a good impression of Yang Dingtian, and his hostility towards him for sitting so close to a beautiful woman was reduced. Inyang School, the world's #1 holy land of martial arts. The centennial ceremony, the world's grand ceremony. The gorgeous ranger said, "Brother, do you know what's the highlight of this grand ceremony?" Yang Dingtian said with a smile, "I'd like to ask." The first highlight is, of course, Dongfang Bingling, the world's #1 beauty. Our Northwest Qin family has a close relationship with the Inyang school. Of course, I've seen her before, but no one in the world has the fortune to see her. This time, you're lucky to see a fairy who fell from the sky. Brother, that kind of beauty, that kind of nobility, that kind of otherworldly beauty, I really can't use any words to describe it. As long as people in the world see her, I guarantee that they'll never forget her for the rest of their lives. It's like being struck by lightning. But I guarantee that you won't have any blasphemous thoughts, because she's completely a celestial being from the heavens. You can only worship her, not fantasize about her. Brother, I'm not afraid of you laughing at me. 2 years ago, I followed my elders to visit the masters of the Inyang school. I only took one look at Miss Dongfang and was stunned for 4 hours. When I woke up, it was as if my entire mind was cleansed by holy water. I actually broke through 2 levels in my cultivation, the gorgeous ranger said. Yang Dingtian said in surprise, "Is she really that beautiful?" Of course, I don't know how to speak. Words can only describe 1/10,000th of Miss Dongfang's beauty. The gorgeous ranger said, "I really hate my clumsy words. I can't use more clever words to describe her beauty. Brother, let's make a simple comparison. Look at the girl sitting next to you. Don't you think she's beautiful?" Although the girl in red had her head down, she was always concerned about the appearance of the other girls. So, she secretly pricked up her little ears to listen. When she saw the gorgeous ranger drag the conversation to her, she suddenly blushed and her expression became unnatural. Yang Dingtian looked at the girl in red and said seriously, "She's naturally carved. Very beautiful." Hearing Yang Dingtian's praise, the girl in red couldn't help but glance at Yang Dingtian. Her beautiful face blushed, and she quickly lowered her head. The gorgeous ranger said, "That's because you haven't seen Dongfang Bingling yet. If you've seen Miss Dongfang, this girl in front of you will be like dust. In the past, I was also a dissolute person and attracted a lot of beauties. But after seeing Miss Dongfang, seeing other beauties tasted like chewing wax. Now, I don't touch any woman at all. I'm as pure as a saint, and I'm full of admiration and worship for Miss Dongfang. So, I'll probably be alone for the rest of my life." Yang Dingtian almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. The ranger's eyes were like all staring at the girl in red, full of desire. But he said that he was as pure as a saint. It was really funny. Besides, this girl's clothes weren't gorgeous, and her skin wasn't white enough. But she was still a very rare beauty. In modern times, she would definitely be on the cover of all the major fashion magazines. However, when the girl in red heard the gorgeous ranger's words, her eyes suddenly turned red. She opened her mouth to say something, but couldn't. Suddenly, tears almost fell down. Yang Dingtian was very protective of girls. He couldn't bear to see the girl in tears. He quickly said, "Brother Qin, you're wrong. Dongfang Bingling is like a fairy. She's unattainable and naturally has her beauty. But the girl beside me is pure and romantic. She also has her own beauty. Of course, the precious flowers raised in expensive pots are gorgeous. But standing in the wilderness, the flowers in the mountains are nourished by heaven and earth. They're just as precious and beautiful. They just don't have expensive pots." When the young lady heard Yang Dingtian's words, she immediately forgot about her sadness. Her pretty face was so red that it was about to bleed, just like the red clothes she was wearing. Her big eyes were as intoxicated as if she was drunk. She couldn't help but boldly and shyly look at Yang Dingtian, as if she wanted to remember his face. The gorgeous ranger saw the girl's expression and suddenly felt bad. This guy in front of him was actually an expert in this field. He actually stepped on his shoulder to pick up girls and made the girl's heart fall for him. However, it was too late to change his strategy now. So he could only pretend to be disdainful and said angrily, "Then you really haven't seen the world. You'll know what I'm talking about when you see Miss Dongfang." Yang Dingtian said with a smile, "What about other grand events?" Chapter 15. Yang Dingtian smiled and asked, "What about the other grand events?" The gorgeous ranger saw that Yang Dingtian had taken the initiative to ask, so he quickly calmed himself down and said, The second event is also something that the whole world cares about. That is Dongfang Minmi, sect leader. Speaking up to this point, the gorgeous ranger bowed towards the east, full of admiration and respect for Dongfang Minmi. Has Dongfang Minmi sect leader ended his 10 years of secluded cultivation? Will he come out so that the whole world can admire him? Suddenly, the gorgeous ranger was full of fascination as he said, 10 years ago, sect leader Dongfang was already #1 in the world, unparalleled in the world, but he still went into secluded cultivation. When he comes out, he will really break through the void and ascend to immortality. Not only will he be the #1 expert in the world, but he will also be the #1 expert in history. Although this ranger loved to brag, Yang Dingtian could hear that his admiration and respect for Dongfang Minmi was completely genuine. When he mentioned Dongfang Minmi, everyone in the carriage held their breaths. Then what about the third event? Yang Dingtian asked. The third event is, of course, the battle between Cloud Sky City's lord and Yinyang School's lord, the gorgeous ranger said. Yang Dingtian said in shock, Shimin City's lord is going to fight at Yinyang School. Look at how vulgar you are saying it. Fight. The gorgeous ranger rolled his eyes at Yang Dingtian. You also know Shimin Weia of Cloud Sky City? Yang Dingtian said, I know a little. It's normal that you know. Shimin City's lord, a master of the world, is famous. The gorgeous ranger said, but the relationship between Cloud Sky City and Yinyang School is not something that you rangers with no background can know. 400 years ago, Yinyang School produced 2 peerless geniuses, Yang Yunxiao and Leng Wuyan. Yang Yunxiao was as violent as fire, while Leng Wuyan was as cold as ice. One yin and one yang, they were invincible. Neither of them is willing to submit to the other. Both of them want to inherit the position of sect leader. After his master died, the two of them started fighting. Yang Yunxiao lost by half a move, but he was unwilling to stay in Yinyang School under Leng Wuyan. Hence, he left the Yinyang School and founded Cloud Sky City under his own name. He declared that he was the rightful heir of the Yinyang School and that he would one day replace the Yinyang School. In just 10 short years, Cloud Sky City has become incomparably powerful, suppressing the other 2 sections. However, because it was founded by a traitor from Yinyang School, although it was powerful, it wasn't part of the world's famous sections. It wasn't respected by the world and was instead despised by the world. Every 10 years, Yang Yunxiao would challenge the Yinyang School. Every time, he would lose by half a move. After being defeated for the 3rd time, he was enraged. He forcefully cleansed his marrow and meridians, causing his entire body to explode. Just like that, an ambitious and ruthless character of a generation passed away prematurely. After Yang Yunxiao's death, Cloud Sky City became worse with each generation. However, every 10 years, the Lord of Cloud Sky City would pay his respects to the Yinyang School and challenge the Yinyang School to regain their rightful position. At first, it was still worth watching. Later, Cloud Sky City became weaker and weaker, while the Yinyang School became stronger. After a few decades, the Lord of Cloud Sky City couldn't even defeat the 3rd generation of Yinyang School disciples and became the laughingstock of the world. Later on, every time the sect leaders went to the Yinyang School, they would sell themselves to the Yinyang School and acknowledge their ancestors. They were even willing to become a branch of the Yinyang School. They didn't want to be a lonely ghost anymore. The Yinyang School is so proud. Even if the Lord of Cloud Sky City knelt down and surrendered, he would only be humiliating himself. Therefore, every 10 years, on the day of the Yinyang School's grand ceremony, the Lord of Cloud Sky City would be humiliated. The gorgeous ranger laughed disdainfully. Yang Dingtian suddenly remembered what Shimin Weia said. He said that the Yinyang School was just a routine once every 10 years, and that he would be humiliated every time. At that time, Yang Dingtian didn't feel it. Now that he thought about it, he felt sad for Shimin Weia. However, 20 years ago, the previous Lord of Cloud Sky City, Yang Lai, made a decision that completely changed the fate of Cloud Sky City. He decided not to let his own son inherit the position of Lord of Cloud Sky City. Instead, he stood his ground and let his son-in-law, Shimenuya, become the new Lord of Cloud Sky City. The gorgeous ranger said, "Son-in-law, only the most useless person would become someone else's son-in-law." However, it was also Yang Lai's wise decision that allowed Cloud Sky City to regain its glory and become famous again. Shimenuya was a peerless genius. At the age of 40, he became the strongest person in the universe. He beat up the enemies who bullied Cloud Sky City until they cried like ghosts and howled like wolves. He beat up all the martial arts sects within 1,000 miles of Cloud Sky City. In just 10 years, he turned Cloud Sky City into an overlord that no one dared to bully or provoke. In his life, Shimenuya was almost invincible. He was a genius that only appears once every 100 years. If this continued, sooner or later, he would have defeated the Inyang School's lord and taken back the Inyang School's lord position that had been lost for hundreds of years. Unfortunately, his luck was too bad. He met the once-in-1,000 years Grandmaster, Dongfang Minmi. 10 years ago, Lord of Cloud Sky City, Shimenuya, went to Inyang School to challenge Dongfang Minmi. He lost by a single move. After Shimenuya was defeated, he returned to Cloud Sky City and trained hard day and night. His cultivation reached a new level. Inyang School's lord, Dongfang Minmi, went into seclusion for 10 years. Therefore, this battle will definitely be a battle of the pinnacle. It will attract the attention of the world. The gorgeous ranger sighed. Everyone in the carriage was completely fascinated by the battle. They were full of anticipation for this earth-shattering battle. Only Yang Dingtian knew that this battle would never happen again. Dongfang Minmi, his master, had been completely annihilated. He didn't expect that the two peerless grandmasters in the world would be the two people closest to him in this world. Yang Dingtian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. For a moment, the carriage was silent. Everyone was immersed in the fascination of the two grandmasters. The girl in red beside him couldn't help but sneak a glance at Yang Dingtian. She suddenly whispered, "Sit closer. It's too uncomfortable." "I'm okay." Yang Dingtian smiled and immediately sat closer to the girl in red. However, he still didn't touch her body. The girl gently twisted her body to make room for Yang Dingtian. Unexpectedly, she touched Yang Dingtian's body. Immediately, her delicate body trembled as if she had been electrocuted. In an instant, even her earlobes turned red. Yang Dingtian only felt embarrassed. For a moment, his face and ears also turned red. He didn't know what to say. The gorgeous ranger saw this and became even more jealous. He immediately said to the old man, "Old man, your daughter wants a man. I'm afraid you'll have another son-in-law." The girl in red was embarrassed and angry. She raised her head and said, You're talking nonsense." Yang Dingtian's face turned cold. "Brother Qin, I respect you as a disciple of a famous sect, so I'm being respectful. It's fine if your joke involves me, but don't involve this girl. I'm a rough man and don't care about my reputation. However, this girl's reputation can't be tarnished. As a disciple of a famous sect, you're broad-minded. So, please apologize to this girl." The gorgeous ranger was suppressed by Yang Dingtian's words. He wanted to get angry, but was too embarrassed. Yang Dingtian kept calling him a disciple of a famous sect. He immediately smiled awkwardly and said, "It's my fault. I shouldn't have made such a joke." Yang Dingtian suddenly said half seriously and half jokingly, "Brother Qin, you're really a disciple of a famous sect. You're open-minded and open-minded." The girl in red's beautiful eyes were like water. She shyly looked at Yang Dingtian and said in a soft voice. The old man didn't get angry at all. He just smiled and said, "It's nothing, it's nothing. I'm just a rough girl in the countryside. I've made a fool of myself." Seeing the awkward atmosphere in the carriage, Yang Dingtian said, "Brother Qin, what else do you have to tell us? Let's broaden our horizons." After hearing this, The gorgeous ranger hesitated for a while. Then, with a mysterious look on his face, he said, "What I'm going to say next is not a big thing. It's a secret. However, I really can't say it. It's too secretive. I can't say it, I can't say it." While saying that he couldn't say it, he stared at Yang Dingtian and the others. He was waiting for Yang Dingtian to ask for help. Yang Dingtian said, "Since you can't say it, I can't make things difficult for Brother Qin." Suddenly, the gorgeous ranger felt extremely uncomfortable. In the end, he couldn't help but say with a strange smile, "I'll say it." "You must not say it out loud. Otherwise, I'll be in big trouble. It's about Miss Dongfang's marriage." Yang Dingtian's face suddenly changed. Was Dongfang Bingling going to be engaged? Is Dongfang Bingling going to be engaged to a man? Yang Dingtian asked. No. The gorgeous ranger shook his head. Then he looked around as if the walls had ears. Then he whispered. This time the leader of the mysterious sky sect, Zhu Qingzhu, brought his son, Zhu Hongxue, to Yinyang School. On the surface, it's to attend the ceremony, but in reality it's to ask for a marriage. The mysterious sky sect wants to have a marriage alliance with the Yinyang School. Yang Dingtian's forehead muscles twitched. He asked, "What about Zhu Hongxue?" The gorgeous ranger was full of jealousy and disappointment. He said with some admiration, "The world's #1 youth expert, the world's #1 handsome man, the world's #1 heir. What else do you want?" Yang Dingtian remembered the prestige of the mysterious sky sect on the sea. According to the ranger, Dongfang Bingling was the world's #1 beauty, and Zhu Hongxue was the world's #1 handsome man. Moreover, both of them were heirs of famous families. It seemed like a match made in heaven. However, it won't be easy for Zhu Hongxue to get her. The gorgeous ranger said, Yinyang School's disciple Leng Ao is also infatuated with Miss Dongfang. In terms of background, he's not inferior to Zhu Hongxue. His ancestors were all Yinyang School's leaders. He's the 19th generation great-grandson of Leng Wen. In terms of looks, he's not inferior to Zhu Hongxue. In terms of cultivation, he's not inferior to Zhu Hongxue. He's the Yinyang School's next leader. Moreover, he and Miss Dongfang are childhood sweethearts. It can be said that he's more competitive than Zhu Hongxue. Therefore, it won't be easy for Zhu Hongxue to win the girl's heart, the gorgeous ranger said. Yang Dingtian felt uncomfortable, but he nodded. However, he didn't have the mood to talk anymore. The gorgeous ranger was still bragging about how many people he knew from Yinyang School. He even called Leng Ao Sr., and how much the Northwest Qin family valued him. Yang Dingtian only listened politely and didn't pay attention. The carriage traveled for 2 hours. Stop the carriage! Stop the carriage! The gorgeous ranger suddenly shouted. Then he turned to Yang Dingtian and said, "Brother, you and I hit it off. If you have any trouble, you must come to the Northwest Qin family to find me." Then he hurriedly got off the carriage. Yang Dingtian was puzzled. We're already at Yinyang School. Chapter 16. Not yet. The girl in red replied in a low voice. Then why did he get off the bus? Yang Dingtian asked. When we arrived at the Yinyang School, there were a lot of people. He felt embarrassed to be seen getting off the bus, so he got off early, one of the paladins said. Yang Dingtian said that's normal. After all, he's from the Northwest Qin family. He can't lose face for his family. My ass. Descendants of famous families. One of the paladins laughed disdainfully. He's just the son of a servant of the Northwest Qin family. He doesn't even deserve a surname. How dare he call himself Qin Huayu? Who doesn't know that he's a braggart among the wandering warriors? Who would take a bus from a famous family? Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. No wonder Qin Huayu didn't say his name. This person loved to brag, but he didn't seem like a bad person. There must be a lot of bitterness behind his smiling face. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian sympathized with him, but there was no sneer on his face. After a while, the remaining 4 paladins got off the bus. Of course, they hadn't arrived at the Inyang school yet. They also got off the bus in advance to save face. Suddenly, only the old man, the girl in red, and Yang Dingtian were left on the bus. After these people got off, the girl in red, who was a little restrained, let out a long sigh of relief. Her posture relaxed a lot, and her beautiful eyes looked at Yang Dingtian boldly. On her beautiful face, her eyes looked very lively. At this time, Yang Dingtian realized that the girl's big eyes were not only shy, but also had a trace of wildness. It wasn't like the wildness of Shimin Yanyan, but the boldness of a wild girl in the countryside when she let go of her restraints. Those people's eyes are so annoying. If they were in my house, I would have dug out their eyes, the girl in red said. Everyone loves beauty. They're not bad people. Yang Dingtian said, they just look at you like that because you're beautiful. The girl in red blushed slightly and said, you don't look at me like that. Yang Dingtian, I wanted to, but I'm sorry. The red-clothed girl blushed, and her wild eyes became even bolder. She no longer had any scruples with her father by her side. Yang Dingtian quickly changed the topic and said, they are all quite powerful. If you want to dig out their eyes, can you beat them? They're all idiots. They can't beat me, the girl in red said proudly. Her cherry lips curled up slightly. Yang Dingtian exclaimed in surprise and admiration, you're that powerful? The red-clothed girl said embarrassedly, it's not that powerful, but it's not bad. It depends on who it's compared to. By the way, don't believe what that Qin guy said just now. He loves to brag, the girl in red said. Yang Dingtian, then was what he said false? The red-clothed girl said, that's true. It's just that he likes to put on airs. Moreover, the things he said are things that everyone knows, but he makes it sound like it's a very high-level secret. What's your name? The red-clothed girl asked boldly. I'm Yang Dingtian. The red-clothed girl blushed slightly and said, why do you have such a name? It seemed that she was not completely ignorant. I'm Shui Hong Xiao, the red-clothed girl said. My father's name is Li Guano. I take my mother's surname. When the old man beside them heard his daughter mention her father's name so eagerly, he could not help but smile helplessly and lovingly. Yang Dingtian, your name is really nice. You've never heard of my father's name? Shui Hong Xiao was puzzled. Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned. Is this farmer-like old man famous? He immediately shook his head and said, I'm ignorant. I just came from a place with no one around. It's my first time hearing Zhu Qingzhu's name. Shui Hong Xiao said, that's nothing. My father is quite famous, but he's not very famous. He's famous in a very poor way. After saying that, Shui Hong Xiao looked a little worried. What are you doing at the Inyang school? Shui Hong Xiao asked. Yang Dingtian, I'm here to deliver something. Deliver a gift? We're also here to deliver a gift. We traveled thousands of miles just to deliver a gift, and we even sold a lot of our fields to pay for the gift and travel expenses. The Inyang school is very arrogant, so how could they possibly be interested in our gift? Shui Hong Xiao said in annoyance, however, I'm just going out to play. I've never left home since I was young. After that, Shui Hong Xiao continued to talk to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian gradually understood that the father and daughter were from the Wooden Sword Castle in the Pingliang Prefecture, and that Li Guanong was the castle master. Moreover, what surprised Yang Dingtian was that the Wooden Sword Castle was also one of the 3 sects, 9 clans, and 27 branches. It was actually one of the most famous sects in the world. However, its glory was in the past, and now it was so poor that it was about to be removed from the list. This time, they traveled thousands of miles to deliver a gift in hopes that the Inyang school would speak up so that the Wooden Sword Castle would not be removed from the list. The more they chatted, the more Yang Dingtian understood that even though Shui Hong Xiao was a girl from the mountains, she was actually very intelligent, naive, and bold. Time passed quickly as they chatted along the way. After half an hour, they arrived at the Inyang school. Yang Dingtian alighted from the car and bowed to Li Guanong and his daughter. Castle Masterly, Miss Shui, farewell. I wish you all the best. He had already decided that after entering the Yinyang school, he would put in a good word for the wooden sword castle in front of his master's wife, so that they would not lose the reputation that their ancestors had earned. Li Guanong returned the greeting and said, I wish young Master Yang a bright future. Shui Hong Xiao was a little reluctant and said softly, When you're free in the future, you must come to the wooden sword castle to play. Definitely. Yang Dingtian smiled and turned to leave. Shui Hong Xiao stood at the same spot and was unwilling to leave even when she couldn't see Yang Dingtian's back. Her father, Li Guanong, smiled and said, Daughter, you have good taste. It's a pity that he's ambitious and won't take a liking to us. Shui Hong Xiao blushed and glared at her father. Father, what are you talking about? Who likes him? The Yinyang school was located at the mountainside of the immeasurable mountain. After alighting from the carriage at the foot of the mountain, they still had to travel dozens of miles to reach the Yinyang school's mountain gate. According to Yang Dingtian's calculations, this place was already more than 3,000 meters above sea level. The eastern cloud state wasn't too cold. The foot of the mountain was warm, but the mountainside was already covered in snow. The immeasurable mountain was very big. From the foot of the mountain to the mountainside was only 3,000 meters above sea level. However, the green flagstone road circled around the mountain and extended for dozens of miles. Along the way, there were countless people traveling together. Most of them were wanderers who didn't belong to any sect, or disciples of small sects and clans. They were only qualified to deliver gifts at the mountainside's gate. Standing at the Yinyang school's gate, Yang Dingtian was shocked once again. The snake-like flagstone road circled around the mountain came to an end, and the Yinyang school's mountain gate was right in front of him. The mountain gate was actually a crack that was more than 10 meters wide in the middle of a huge stone wall. The stone walls on both sides were at least 40 to 50 meters tall. Standing under this huge mountain gate, Yang Dingtian felt incomparably small. Moreover, the most surprising thing was that this crack that was more than 10 meters wide, 40 to 50 meters tall, and 100 meters deep was actually carved out by a living person. This was because there were still sword and saber imprints on it. In front of the mountain gate was an extremely huge stone quarry. At this moment, there were hundreds of tables set up. The tables were filled with people eating and drinking. After a wave of people left, they would immediately replace the dishes on the tables, and a new wave of people would continue to sit at the tables. In front of the mountain gate, there were 9 long lines. Everyone was holding a variety of gifts in their hands. These people were all idlers with no status. They didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Yinyang school. They could only deliver gifts at the gate, eat at the big stone quarry, and then hurry down the mountain. What kind of cold treatment was this? But countless people still rushed forward. With a sigh, Yang Dingtian found a relatively short line and stood at the end, waiting to present his gift. After waiting for more than an hour, it was finally Yang Dingtian's turn to present his gift. He took out the Li Fire 9 Rings pendant from his bosom. This was given to him by Yang Dingtian so that he could enter the Yinyang school and meet his master's wife. This Li Fire 9 Rings pendant was incomparably precious. It was definitely the only one of its kind today. The person receiving the gift was actually not a disciple of the Yinyang school, but an ordinary errand boy. After receiving the gift, he expressionlessly asked, Name, sect, and what gift? Yang Dingtian, no sect, no sect. Li Fire 9 Rings pendant, Yang Dingtian replied. The errand boy's expression changed. He raised his head and looked at Yang Dingtian. Then he coldly said, Li Fire 9 Rings pendant? Take him away, whip him 30 times, and chase him down the mountain. Announce that no sect in the world is allowed to accept this person. Immediately after, for burly martial artists rushed forward, wanting to take Yang Dingtian away. Yang Dingtian didn't understand. He angrily said, What is the meaning of this? Is this how you treat people who give gifts? The errand boy coldly said, "Even if you gave us a goose feather, we would still treat you to a banquet. But if you deceive us, you are disregarding our Inyang school. Whipping and banning us is already a light punishment." Yang Dingtian asked, "How did I deceive you?" The errand boy said, "Today you are the 99th person who has given away a Li Fire 9 Rings pendant." Then he opened a box beside him. It was filled with Li Fire 9 Rings pendants. They looked exactly the same as the one Yang Dingtian had given away. Yang Dingtian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The Inyang school was painstakingly searching for a Li Fire 9 Rings pendant. Everyone knew that, so some wanderers who wanted to take advantage of the situation offered up fake ones. As a result, Yang Dingtian was implicated. "Mine is real," Yang Dingtian said. 55 people said so. The errand boy expressionlessly said, "Take him away and whip him." Immediately, the 4 martial artists grabbed Yang Dingtian's arms and slammed him to the ground. "Impudent, who dares?" Yang Dingtian was furious. He was about to attack. "Wait." Suddenly, a cold voice sounded. Then, a snow-white figure floated in front of them like the wind. Immediately, everyone bowed in respect. This person was a true disciple of the Inyang school. The Inyang school disciple picked up the Li Fire 9 Rings pendant that Yang Dingtian had given him and looked at it in the sunlight. His expression suddenly changed. Chapter 17. Unfilial disciple Shimenwea greets sect mistress. His address was very strange. He didn't call himself the Lord of Cloud Heaven City, but unfilial disciple. "Senior brother Shimen, we haven't seen each other for 10 years. I've missed you. Have you been well?" Master's wife's tone was very gentle and even a little intimate. She even called Shimenwea senior brother. "I've been well. I was delayed by some trivial matters on the way, so I couldn't come up until today," Shimenwea said. "Yan greets Aunt Dongfang and your senior sister Dongfang." Yan Shimen's tone was a little unfriendly. She unwillingly bowed and said, "Greetings Aunt Dongfang and senior sister Dongfang." Master's wife seemed to have helped Yan Shimen up. She gently praised, "Yan is really beautiful. I've never seen such a beautiful girl before. She's not as beautiful as senior sister Dongfang. People call her a fairy," Shimen Yan said. Dongfang Bingling didn't care about Shimen Yan's words. She stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Martial Uncle Shimen." "You're welcome," Shimenwea said. His attitude towards Dongfang Bingling surprised Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian thought that Shimenwea would also praise Dongfang Bingling, or even say that his daughter was far inferior to Dongfang Bingling, who knew that Shimenwea didn't say anything at all. He just simply said that there was no need to be polite. Then Shimenwea said, "Has sect mistress Dongfang come out?" Master's wife said, "Not yet." Shimenwea said, "Then when will sect mistress come out?" Before Master's wife said anything, Dongfang Bingling said, "Father will only come out when he feels satisfied. As for the specific month and date, I really don't know. However, my Inyang school can still accept the challenge, and the elders can accept it," Dongfang Bingling said. "We can also let the younger generation fight. If necessary, I can also fight." At this time, Yang Dingtian could feel Dongfang Bingling's aggressiveness, even in the back room. "Humph, what's there to be proud of?" Shimen Yan coldly snorted. "There's no need. Among the younger generation of Cloud Sky City, no one is a match for you." Dongfang Bingling, Shimenwea said. "Since the sect leader hasn't come out, then let's forget about this battle. Just like 10 years ago, I will announce to the public that I have already fought with sect Master Dongfang, and I still lost." Hearing this, Yang Dingtian couldn't help but be slightly stunned. 10 years ago, when Shimenwea was defeated by Dongfang Minmi, it turned out to be fake. They had never fought. "Many thanks. Uncle Shimen, we will remember this favor." Dongfang Bingling said indifferently. Shimenwea said, "It's not a favor. More than 10 years ago, I was no match for Headmaster Dongfang. Now, I'm even less of a match for him." Then, both sides fell silent and no one said a word. Yang Dingtian, who was behind them, could also feel the special relationship between the two. It was a close yet cold relationship. On the way to the Inyang school, Shimenwia was as gentle as water when facing Yang Dingtian, intimate and admiring. But the current Shimenwia was polite and full of arrogance. It was obvious that the gentle mistress wanted to break the awkward silence, but she wasn't good at polite conversation. So, after opening her mouth a few times, she couldn't find the words to say. In the end, it was Shimin Yanyan who broke the silence. "Dongfang Bingling, I heard that you're going to marry Zhu Hongshiwe." Even if he didn't see it, Yang Dingtian could imagine Shimin Yanyan's beautiful little mouth flattening when she said this. It was as if these two most beautiful girls in the world were born to be enemies. "What, have you also become a blabbermouth?" Dongfang Bingling retorted. After a moment of hesitation, Mistress said, "Bing has an engagement arranged by her father." Hearing this, Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat. Shimenwia smiled and said, "Is that so? Then I'm really curious about which young man can be chosen by the headmaster." Mistress smiled and said, "You'll see soon." Then both sides fell silent again. Shimenwia stood up and said, "Madam Headmaster, if there's nothing else, we'll take our leave first." Mistress said, "Okay, we've already prepared a small courtyard for senior Brother Shimen. Have a good rest." Then Mistress and Dongfang Bingling sent Shimenwia out of the embroidery building. But when they came back, only Dongfang Bingling came back. She went straight to the back and said, "My mother sent Lord Shimen to his residence. Senior brother, I'll take you to your residence." Yang Dingtian followed behind her. They left the embroidery building and walked out of Mistress's warm garden. Leaving the garden through the northern arch, the outside world returned to a world of ice and snow. The scenery here was completely different. There were no houses, only a steep mountain road. The trees on both sides were covered with ice and snow. The higher they went, the steeper the mountain road became. The higher they went, the more remote it became. There was not a single person in sight. It was a completely primitive, barren mountain. Dongfang Bingling walked in front, and Yang Dingtian walked behind her. Every minute he spent with her, he could feel her amazing beauty more and more. Yang Dingtian could not imagine that a woman's back could be so moving. The two of them were silent. The mountain road was very steep. Dongfang Bingling was completely aware that her graceful back was completely exposed in front of Yang Dingtian, but she didn't seem to care. She didn't let Yang Dingtian walk in front of her, nor did she tell him not to look. After walking for more than an hour, they had already walked to the other side of the mountain. But Yang Dingtian didn't seem to feel tired at all. Time seemed to pass in a flash. It was as if he wished that this road would never end. However, Yang Dingtian was still a little confused. Why was his residence arranged in such a remote place instead of in the Inyang school complex? They had arrived at their destination. It was the top of the mountain on the other side of the mountain. There was a piece of flat land here that had been forcefully split open. A stone house was located here. "This is my father's residence. He often lives here. No one has been able to live here for more than 10 years, Dongfang Bingling said. Then Dongfang Bingling pushed open the door. The inside of the house was very simple. The floor was covered with a thick carpet. There were no chairs, only a short square table in the middle. There were bookshelves all around the walls, full of books. There were candlesticks all around the house. Dongfang Bingling stepped forward to light the candlesticks and incense. Suddenly, the house was as warm as spring, and the fragrance filled the air. There is a natural hot spring behind the house. If senior brother wants to take a bath, you can go there. Dongfang Bingling said, "Do you need a maid?" No, Yang Dingtian said. "Well, then I will send someone to send clothes and food." Dongfang Bingling said, "The books here are all father's. The disciples in the sect can't read them. but senior brother can read every book. Senior brother, is there anything else you need? I will send someone to arrange it, Dongfang Bingling said. No, you are already very considerate, Yang Dingtian said. Then, senior brother, have a good rest. Dongfang Bingling said, I will send someone to send clothes and dinner in a while. I will be busy for the next 3 days, so I may not have time to talk to you. After 3 days, we will talk about business. Yang Dingtian's heart skipped a beat, and he nodded. Then I will leave first, Dongfang Bingling said, and then walked out of the stone house. Yang Dingtian sent her out. Goodbye, senior brother, Dongfang Bingling said. Then, with a light tap of her foot, a fragrant wind blew past, and her figure was already dozens of meters away. Then, like a dragonfly skimming the surface of the water, her beautiful figure disappeared from Yang Dingtian's sight after a few ups and downs. Yang Dingtian was dumbfounded. It seemed like this junior sister of his was very strong. Just now, in order to take care of him, she actually accompanied him for more than an hour to come here. In fact, with her cultivation, she could have arrived in a few minutes. Looking at the direction where Dongfang Bingling disappeared, Yang Dingtian's eyes were a little blurred. Until now, it was like a dream. Such a beautiful girl, such a fairy-like girl, a girl with every inch of her body pure and flawless, actually became his fiancée. Yes, she was as cold as ice, but for Yang Dingtian, she had done her best to be gentle. Therefore, at this time, Yang Dingtian's heart was even filled with sweetness. Back in the stone house, Yang Dingtian picked up a book and read it under the candlelight. He tried very hard to read, but his spirit could not focus because his whole body and mind were immersed in a figure. This was the most beautiful girl in the world. This was the most powerful girl in the world. This was the purest and noblest girl in the world. This was the fairy that all men in the world dreamed of, but she became his fiancée. Yang Dingtian had nothing in this world. Previously, his master, Dongfang Minmi, was the closest person to him. His master was gone, and perhaps now this girl was the most important person in this world. He did not know how much time had passed, but the sky was already dark, and Yang Dingtian still could not read a single word. Suddenly, a fragrant wind floated in. Yang Dingtian looked up and found that Dongfang Bingling had walked in, carrying a food box in her hand. Unexpectedly, she had personally delivered it, and not sent a maid to deliver it. She walked to the opposite side of Yang Dingtian and sat down, opened the food box, and placed the exquisite dishes on the table. They were still steaming hot. There was also a pot of wine, and a small wooden bucket filled with fragrant rice. I asked the kitchen to make it. I don't know if it suits your taste. Dongfang Bingling said, I will definitely like it. Yang Dingtian, it was indeed so. The beauty in front of him was already a feast for the eyes. Even the worst food would be incomparably delicious. There were not many dishes, a total of 5, but each of them was very exquisite and pleasing to the eye. After Yang Dingtian ate, he found that these dishes were not only beautiful, they were even more delicious, and the wine was also good wine. Yang Dingtian happily ate the dishes and drank the wine, and Dongfang Bingling sat opposite him and watched. Junior sister, do you want to eat together? Yang Dingtian asked with anticipation and uneasiness. Okay, Dongfang Bingling said, then picked up a pair of jade chopsticks, picked up a piece of vegetable, and put it into her sparkling, jade-like mouth. Do you drink? Yang Dingtian asked. Okay, Dongfang Bingling said. Chapter 18. Yang Dingtian was slightly stunned, and then poured her a glass of wine. She gently took a sip and drank half the glass. Suddenly, a red glow appeared on her frosty cheeks, making her look even more delicate and beautiful. The two of them quietly ate. Of course, Yang Dingtian ate most of the time, and Dongfang Bingling only accompanied him to drink. Yang Dingtian finished all the food, and the two of them drank an entire pot of wine. This was a strong liquor, more than a caddy. Dongfang Bingling drank more than Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian was slightly drunk, but her face was a little bright red, and she was not drunk at all. "Junior sister, do you drink often?" Yang Dingtian asked. Dongfang Bingling nodded. This answer surprised Yang Dingtian. After drinking, the distance between Yang Dingtian's brain and mouth became a lot shorter. He immediately asked directly, "Why?" "There are too many things that make me unhappy, and too many things that make me worried," Dongfang Bingling said. She was a fairy admired by all. She was a princess in the hearts of all men. As long as she frowned slightly, countless people were willing to sacrifice their lives for her. How could she be unhappy? Of course, she was worried about her father, but it should not be to the extent of drinking to drown her worries. Senior brother will slowly find out. Dongfang Bingling finished the last glass of wine and smiled at Yang Dingtian. This was the only time Yang Dingtian saw her smile today. Suddenly, the whole room seemed to be filled with countless flowers blooming. "I really hope that I can help you in the future. I can make you less worried and make you happier," Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. On Earth, he was a proud and reserved man who rarely took the initiative to pursue girls. That beautiful English teacher was the one who took the initiative to pursue him. But tonight, he couldn't help but say these words. Then, Yang Dingtian's heart beat a little faster, and he looked forward to Dongfang Bingling's answer. At this time, the worst answer would be indifference, and the normal answer would be if he was not surprised, her answer should be. Dongfang Bingling looked at Yang Dingtian with her beautiful eyes, then nodded and said, "Yes, I believe you." In an instant, endless sweetness filled his entire heart. After finishing the wine, Dongfang Bingling put away the bowls and chopsticks into the lunchbox. Then, she found the tea leaves and tea set behind the bookshelf. "Senior brother, go get a pot of snow, the cleanest white snow." She handed the teapot to Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian took it and went outside. He filled a teapot with pure snow and then came in and handed it to Dongfang Bingling. Dongfang Bingling placed her small hand under the teapot. Her jade-like hand gently rubbed, and suddenly a blue flame swayed out, making Yang Dingtian incomparably stunned. "Junior sister, don't you have ice attribute Xian veins? How can you produce fire?" Yang Dingtian was surprised. Shimenwia had a fiery nature, but he was able to summon ice and fire. However, he was a grandmaster. Could it be that his fiancée had already reached the grandmaster level at such a young age? It is difficult for fire attribute Xian veins to produce ice and fire. It is relatively easy for ice attribute Xian veins to produce fire, Dongfang Bingling said. Her tone was very dull, but it was enough to shock Yang Dingtian. The cultivation of this beautiful girl in front of him had reached an extremely astonishing realm. The fire boiled the snow water. Dongfang Bingling brewed 2 cups of tea. The fragrance immediately assailed his nose. Yang Dingtian drank it all. After drinking 3 cups of tea, Dongfang Bingling stood up, picked up a stack of clothes from the side, and said, "These are father's clothes. You have the same figure. Tomorrow I will ask them to sew a new robe for senior brother. Senior brother, have a good rest. I will leave first." Dongfang Bingling turned and left. She was the princess of the Yinyang school. At this time, there were countless distinguished guests in the Yinyang school. However, she accompanied Yang Dingtian to eat. She personally brought him clothes and dinner and made him tea. "I probably won't have time to see senior brother in these 3 days. I will come again in 3 days." After Dongfang Bingling left, Yang Dingtian found the warmth behind the house and took a comfortable bath. He was in a daze when he took a bath. He was in a daze when he changed his clothes. After changing his clothes, he was still in a daze when he returned to the house. Previously, when he read that men would become very strange when they fell in love, he scoffed at it. However, he believed it now. The tea was still there. This teapot should be a treasure. The water actually didn't cool down. He drank the tea while reading the book. However, he was always on the first page. He didn't lie down to sleep until it was late at night. The cup was very light and very soft. It was even softer than the legendary velvet. However, the fragrance still assailed his nostrils. At night, Yang Dingtian undoubtedly had a dream. In his dream, Dongfang Bingling appeared. However, when the dream was at its most beautiful, he actually woke up. In the dream, he was only an inch away from Dongfang Bingling's lips before he kissed her. Yang Dingtian was very annoyed that he woke up at the most crucial moment. He desperately wanted to go back to sleep and enter the dream again. However, he couldn't sleep. He could only get up. However, his body and mind were still incomparably sweet. Soon, someone brought him breakfast. However, it wasn't Dongfang Bingling. It was a beautiful maid in a blue dress. Normally, Yang Dingtian would notice her. He would even be stunned by her beauty. However, at this time, Yang Dingtian didn't even know what she looked like. This was because, in his mind, there was the most beautiful face in the world. The faces of other women were overshadowed by her. At noon, it was still the same maid in red who brought him food. In the evening, Dongfang Bingling still didn't come. It was still the same maid in red who brought him dinner and a new set of robes. The next day, the 3 meals were still brought by the maid in red. On this day, the Inyang school was very lively. Even though Yang Dingtian was in the remote back mountain, he could still hear the noise. Today was the most important day for the Inyang school. There were at least tens of thousands of people on the mountain. All the martial arts sects in the world had come to pay their respects. Even though he was far away, Yang Dingtian could feel the reverence of countless people. In the afternoon, it was the day of the sacrifice. The scene would definitely be very grand and spectacular. Even though he was dozens of miles away, Yang Dingtian could smell the burning incense wood and the rising smoke. Even though he was dozens of miles away, he could hear the orderlies shouting and kneeling. Even though he was dozens of miles away, he could see countless rare birds flying into the sky. There were tens of thousands of them. This was a rare occasion in the world. It was held once every 10 years. Before this, Yang Dingtian was very much looking forward to it. But now he was not interested at all. There was only one thing in his mind and body. At night, countless fireworks rose into the sky and painted all kinds of bright images in the dark night sky. There were fireworks in this world too. However, they were not made with gunpowder. Instead, they were made with rare gems and herbs. They were tens of thousands of times more precious than the fireworks on Earth. However, they lasted for a few hours. The entire sky above the boundless mountain was filled with beautiful fireworks. The entire boundless mountain was lit up by countless lights. Looking down from the top of the mountain, the countless lights were like stars in the sky. It was a beautiful scene. There were tens of thousands of lights. Even in the high-tech world of Earth, Yang Dingtian had never seen such a spectacular night scene. Just as Yang Dingtian was about to go to bed, Dongfang Bingling came. He was overjoyed. It was around 11 o'clock at night. "You're so busy today. Didn't you say you wouldn't be coming?" Yang Dingtian had already stripped down to his pajamas. Dongfang Bingling was still dressed in white. She sat down opposite Yang Dingtian and said, "You didn't attend today's grand occasion. I was worried that you would be unhappy." "How is that possible?" Yang Dingtian said, "I don't mind at all. I'm very happy. Your father's secret disciple. The less outsiders know, the better," Dongfang Bingling said. "Yes, I know." Yang Dingtian said, "How are you today? Are you tired?" "I'm not tired. I'm just a little bored and lonely," Dongfang Bingling said. Her beautiful figure looked even more lonely as she spoke. Dongfang Bingling extended her small hand. There was a blue flame petal in her palm. "This is a flame flower. Every disciple of Yin Yang School has to wear it on the day of the grand ceremony," Dongfang Bingling said. Yang Dingtian took the flame petal and ran his finger across her palm. It was smooth, soft, and cold. It was just a light touch, but it made Yang Dingtian's body go limp. "Senior brother, rest well. I'll come and see you the day after tomorrow," Dongfang Bingling said. "What's tomorrow?" Yang Dingtian couldn't help but ask. Martial arts competition, Dongfang Bingling said. You're going too? Yang Dingtian asked. Yes, there will probably be one round, Dongfang Bingling said. Who is it? Dongfang Bingling said, Zhu Hongxue. Zhu Hongxue, the young master of the Black Heaven sect, one of the 3 major sects in the world. Yang Dingtian's facial muscles trembled slightly. He was jealous, but he said, Be careful. I will. Dongfang Bingling left and said, I'll come and see you the day after tomorrow. I have something important to tell you. On the 3rd day, Yang Dingtian was a little restless. Dongfang Bingling and Zhu Hongxue were going to have a martial arts competition today. He heard from the rangers that Zhu Hongxue came to Yinyang School to propose marriage. The Black Heaven sect and Yinyang School were going to be connected by marriage. Zhu Hongxue was the world's #1 young master and the world's most handsome man. Although he had never seen Zhu Hongxue, he imagined that he and Dongfang Bingling would look like a perfect couple. They were a match made in heaven. Would Dongfang Bingling win or lose? Yang Dingtian couldn't see it all. Of course, no one cared about the outcome of this competition. On this day, Yang Dingtian waited until midnight. He waited until the entire immeasurable mountain was completely quiet. Dongfang Bingling still didn't come. That night, Yang Dingtian had many dreams, one dream after another, and the dreams were very messy, chaotic, and irritable. Finally, in the dream, he seemed to have fallen into an ice cave that was thousands of meters deep. He kept falling down. Yang Dingtian suddenly stretched out his hands as if to stop himself from falling. Then he suddenly arched his body and opened his eyes. At this time, the sky was already bright. The sun shone directly into the room. A graceful figure stood in the room. Under the sunlight, she seemed to be covered with a layer of luster. She looked even more beautiful than before. Dongfang Bingling had already arrived. She stood in the room with breakfast on the table beside him. Junior sister, why didn't you wake me up? Yang Dingtian hurriedly got up. After putting on his clothes and washing up, he sat at the table and ate his breakfast. Did junior sister win or lose yesterday? Yang Dingtian asked. I won. Dongfang Bingling said. But Zhu Hongxue deliberately let me win. Is the grand ceremony over? Yang Dingtian asked. It's over. Most of the guests have already left the mountain. Dongfang Bingling said. For a moment, Yang Dingtian couldn't find anything to say. Dongfang Bingling stood there without saying a word. The two of them fell into silence. Yang Dingtian quickly finished his breakfast. He didn't know what it tasted like at all. Senior brother, in father's last wish, he betrothed me to you. What do you think? Dongfang Bingling asked directly. Does senior brother like me? Chapter 19. Yang Dingtian's heart began to beat faster. He said, Yes, I do. Dongfang Bingling said, So you want to take me as your wife? Yang Dingtian's throat felt dry. He said, Yes. Our parents' wishes are more important than the heavens. Furthermore, my mother completely followed my father's will. Dongfang Bingling said. Yang Dingtian didn't say anything. He waited for Dongfang Bingling to continue. Before I was 10 years old, I worshipped my father very much, even though he was only with us for a short time. Dongfang Bingling said, After I was 10 years old, I gradually began to hate him, because he completely disappeared. He chased after an abnormal fantasy. He left me, my mother, and the entire Yinyang school to one side. These 10 years, my mother and I didn't have a good life. Because of his disappearance, our positions in the Yinyang school became more and more awkward. In the end, it was because of my hard work that I was able to take back what was rightfully mine in the Yinyang school. Dongfang Bingling's face became as cold as ice. She said, When my father was my age, his cultivation was inferior to mine. Apart from a few people in the Yinyang school, no one else was my match. Zhu Hongxue is known as the #1 youth expert in the world. However, even if he didn't let me win yesterday, he still might not have been able to defeat me. If nothing unexpected happens, in 15 years, I will be the new Yin Yang school head. In 20 years, my cultivation will surpass my father's. In 35 years, I might break the legend that no one has been able to become a martial saint for the past several hundred years. Everything that I have today and everything that I will have in the future is all due to my own efforts. It has nothing to do with my father. 10 years ago, he disappeared. 10 years later, he casually sent someone to tell me that in the future, this person will be the Yin Yang school's sect head. In the future, this person will be my husband. Why? Just because he is my father? Dongfang Bingling's voice turned cold. Senior martial brother, although I, Dongfang Bingling, am not a real fairy, I am not someone who will be given to anyone just because they want me to. Dongfang Bingling shook her head and said, I am really not that cheap. Senior brother Yang, I'm very grateful to you for accompanying my father for the last year and a half. I'm also very grateful to you for traveling thousands of miles to deliver my father's will. I'll definitely repay your kindness. But Dongfang Bingling's beautiful eyes glanced at Yang Dingtian. He finally saw a trace of arrogance in her beautiful eyes. Looking at Yang Dingtian was like a princess at the top of Mount Tai looking at a peasant in the countryside. It was like a fairy from the ninth heaven looking at an ant on the ground. This kind of gaze was very secretive. It only flashed past, and it was only at this moment that Yang Dingtian could sense it. My husband has to be unparalleled. He has to be admired by millions of people. He has to be a perfect match for me. Dongfang Bingling stared at Yang Dingtian. Yang Dingtian, I've talked a lot with you these 3 days. I even brought food and made tea for you. All of this was to repay your kindness in delivering the letter and protecting my father. Otherwise, even Zhu Hongxue wouldn't be qualified for me to make tea for him. I wanted to make you recognize reality through close contact with you. I didn't want you to take the initiative to break off the engagement. That would be a great humiliation for you, Dongfang Bingling coldly said. But I didn't expect that the more approachable I appeared, the more unwise you became. The more you wanted to get closer to me. This made me very disappointed. It's been 3 days. Since you didn't take the initiative to bring it up, then I have no choice but to speak up, even if this makes me seem snobbish. Dongfang Bingling said, You came from far away to deliver the letter to the Yin Yang school. You protected my father for the last 2 years. I owe you a debt of gratitude. I don't want to embarrass you like this, but you're too stupid. You forced me to speak too clearly. During the entire process, Yang Dingtian sat there without moving. It was as if his entire body had been struck by lightning. His entire body was numb, and he forgot to react. Dongfang Bingling looked at Yang Dingtian and said, Don't worry, I will repay your kindness. Moreover, I will let you enjoy it for the rest of your life. I secretly checked your Xian meridians. It's SOO. You might be able to enter a small sect, but you're not qualified to enter the Yin Yang school. But looking at your debt of gratitude, I can let you become a disciple of the Yin Yang school. Dongfang Minmi said that even he was unable to detect Yang Dingtian's 9 Yang Xian meridians. He only knew that Yang Dingtian had the 9 Yang Xian meridians from Yang Dingtian's description. Then he watched Yang Dingtian practice the Zhenyang fist and cleansed Yang Dingtian's meridians. Shimin Wia was also a master of his generation. However, when he was healing Yang Dingtian, his Xian Qi entered the depths of Yang Dingtian's body. He only felt that his meridians were chaotic and was unable to examine them specifically. Shimin Wuya was a learned man. He speculated that Yang Dingtian's Xian meridians were unfathomable. Dongfang Bingling continued. Moreover, I can give you a lot of pills, create a lot of conditions for you, give you the best weapons, and let you go to the sect's high-level secret realm to cultivate. I will let you have a future that far surpasses your own talent. Yang Dingtian, I can give you a lot of things that will far surpass your kindness. You can tell me now, what do you want? Dongfang Bingling said, Gold coins? Secret manuals? Pills? Weapons? martial spirit, status, power, and so on. As long as you tell me, I can give you anything. At this time, Yang Dingtian gradually woke up from the lightning strike. Just now, his whole body didn't feel like it was his own. Every word that Dongfang Bingling said seemed to be beyond the 9 heavens, but every word was like thunder that resounded in his ears. Humiliation, humiliation, endless humiliation. He should be angry, should be furious, because laughing 3 times should be howling with grief and indignation. He had never suffered such humiliation before. On earth, he was the center of attention and was doted on since he was young. His parents liked him. Although his teachers had some headaches because he wasn't a good student, he was very smart and his grades were very good. Therefore, his teachers still liked him. From elementary school to middle school to university, there were girls who wrote him love letters. In the end, his English teacher, Li Bijuan, became his girlfriend. She was a beauty of the school and had countless outstanding suitors. But even so, it was still Li Bijuan who took the initiative to pursue him. After transmigrating to another world, he was also highly valued. The strongest person in the world, Dongfang Minmi, took the initiative to take him in as a disciple, gave him the position of lord, and betrothed his daughter to him. The overlord Shimenwia wanted to betroth his daughter to him and make him the next lord of Cloud Sky City. However, at this time, he suffered such a huge humiliation. He really wanted to say, "Don't bully a poor young man. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West." But thousands of words, countless grief and indignation burned in his chest and turned into ashes, leaving only a cold face and an indifferent expression. Yang Dingtian stood up and said, "I'm sorry, junior sister. Lust made me lose my mind. Some things made me lose my rationality." Dongfang Bingling still looked at him indifferently and didn't say anything. If a man wants something, he should take it with his own ability and not rely on others to give it to him. Yang Dingtian stood in front of Dongfang Bingling and looked at her. He said coldly, "What belongs to me, I will take it back in the future. So, you don't have to give me anything. As for you saying that I came all the way here to send a letter and protect your father for a year and a half, in your eyes, this is a great kindness." Yang Dingtian shook his head and said, "But in my eyes this is not kindness. He is your father, but at the same time he is also my master. I also see him as a father. Everything I do is my duty, not kindness, so you don't owe me anything." After hearing Yang Dingtian's words, Dongfang Bingling frowned her beautiful brows and said, "You've thought it through, that's good. But don't use such a tone with me. Since I want to give it to you, you should take it. If you care about your pride now, you might regret it in the future. That's my business." Yang Dingtian, if there's nothing else, and if this place allows me to continue living, then Miss Dongfang, please leave. I want to be alone. There's one more thing. Dongfang Bingling said, "You also said that if you want something, you should take it with your own ability. That's very good. Then please hand it over." "What thing?" Yang Dingtian asked. "The flame ring that represents your identity as the head of the Yinyang school. It can command everyone in the Yinyang school." Dongfang Bingling said, "Are you going to say that you don't know, or that it's not even with you?" Yang Dingtian raised his eyebrows. This flame ring was the only thing his master gave him. The most important thing was that there were words left for Yang Dingtian. When Yang Dingtian's cultivation reached a certain level and he could summon the flame ring, he would tell Yang Dingtian some secrets, the biggest secrets in the world, and this secret included why his master was killed and who killed him. Therefore, he would not give this thing to anyone. "I'm sorry, I can't give it to you." Yang Dingtian said coldly, "This belongs to my master. He gave it to me personally. I can't give it to you. This belongs to the head of the Yinyang school. It's the sect head's token. You don't have the right and you don't deserve it." Dongfang Bingling said coldly, "Hand it over. I can give you anything you want. You can also stay in the Yinyang school. We will give you a lot of resources and help you become an unimaginable powerhouse. Otherwise, Yang Dingtian said coldly. Dongfang Bingling said coldly, "Otherwise you will be considered a thief of the Yinyang School's treasure. Your flame ring will be forcibly taken away, and you will be punished. Of course, we are indebted to you for sending the message, so we won't harm your life. However, if you offend the Yinyang School, I can guarantee that you won't be able to move a single step in this world." Dongfang Bingling's face turned cold. Her gaze suddenly became as sharp as a sword. She stared at Yang Dingtian for a while before saying, "I don't want to make a move against you personally. I will send someone here within 2 hours. I hope that you will think carefully during this time." Dongfang Bingling's last words were filled with danger. After she finished speaking, she directly walked out. When she reached the door, she turned around and said, "I hope that you won't plead with my mother and take advantage of her innocence and kindness. She is not in the Yinyang School right now." Swoosh! A pair of ice wings suddenly appeared on her back. It grew bigger and bigger, and then she flew down the mountain. Perhaps she wasn't flying, but gliding off the ground. However, it was still very stunning. Dongfang Bingling was really strong. Chapter 20. After Dongfang Bingling left, Yang Dingtian stood motionless in the room. He reached out and touched the position of the Ring of Flames. Even though it was empty, he could still feel the surging power of the Ring of Flames. It was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and it was also like the boundless anger in Yang Dingtian's heart. It was suppressed and surging. When it finally erupted, it was as if it wanted to destroy the entire world. This was his master's study. He had stayed there for 3 days. Now that he was about to leave, he reluctantly took one last look at it. He couldn't stay here anymore. He couldn't stay in Yinyang School anymore. If he was willing to compromise, he could of course stay in Yinyang School peacefully. But he wasn't willing to compromise. When he left his master for Yinyang School, he really didn't think that this would be the outcome. But even if he thought this would be the outcome, he would still give the Ring of Flames to his master's wife. Nothing would change. He was about to start running for his life. Perhaps it would really be difficult for him to move a single step in this world. However, he had even crossed over due to spontaneous combustion of his penis. Why would he care about being hunted down and hunted by the Yinyang sect? Master, goodbye. Yinyang School, goodbye. Yang Dingtian bowed to the center of the study, then turned and left. After leaving his master's study, he couldn't walk forward. Ahead of him was the densely packed Yinyang School complex. There were Yinyang School disciples everywhere. He had to walk in the direction of the back mountain. The back mountain was barren and remote. Under the cover of the dense forest, he might be able to escape. As expected, there wasn't a single person in the back mountain. There was snow and trees everywhere. Yang Dingtian ran down the mountain with all his might. Of course, he would leave behind many footprints that would be easily discovered. But at this time he couldn't care less. Dongfang Bingling said that she would give him 2 hours to consider. That meant that within these 2 hours he wouldn't send anyone to his master's study and wouldn't discover Yang Dingtian's escape. He might be able to escape in 2 hours at his fastest speed. Yang Dingtian's speed was very fast. He continued to rush down the mountain. Yang Dingtian plowed a long trench in the thick snow. No, this speed is still too slow. Someone will catch up to me in 2 hours. The snow here was very thick. If one used a sleigh to ski, the speed would be much faster. Yang Dingtian took out a dagger, which was given to him by Shimenwuya. He used the dagger to cut off a branch and used the fastest speed to cut it into 2 beginner sleds. This dagger was very sharp, and it only took a few minutes to make a rough sledge. He cut off the leather from his clothes and tied the sled to his feet. Then he cut off 2 straight branches and used them as poles. Swoosh! Sure enough, the speed increased a lot. It could be said to be as fast as lightning. The snow on a measurable mountain was very thick. The trees were also relatively sparse. One by one, the trees receded rapidly. When Yang Dingtian was born on Earth, he was very fond of skiing. His skills were top-notch. Therefore, Even though there were a lot of trees here, with his tense nerves, he would never crash into them. Ever since he practiced the Zhenyang fist and the heaven and earth technique, his control over his body had improved a lot. His entire body seemed to have become much lighter. His speed became faster and faster. In the end, the wind was like a knife hanging on his face. Yang Dingtian felt more and more at ease as he got further and further away from Yinyang School. Just as he was immersed in the pleasure of flying, a bell suddenly rang from the other side of the mountain. Immediately after, a deep voice rang out. "You dare to steal from my Yinyang School? Do you think there's no one in my Yinyang School?" This voice was clearly very far away. It was at least dozens of miles away, but it sounded like it was right next to his ear. "Oh no, I've been discovered. Yinyang School will catch up soon." Yang Dingtian immediately skied even faster. Slide, 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 speed up, speed up, speed up. Even though he could not see them, Yang Dingtian could already sense that countless Yinyang School disciples were not far behind him. They were getting closer and closer. Caw! Suddenly, there was the cry of a large bird in the sky. Yang Dingtian looked up. It was the snow-white giant rocks of the Black Heaven sect. There were a total of 2 of them. The disciples on top had also noticed the Yinyang School disciples on the ground. "Thief, surrender immediately." The Black Heaven sect disciple on top of the giant rocks said coldly. Yang Dingtian ignored him and continued to ski forward. The Black Heaven sect disciple on top of the giant rocks was not anxious at all. He sneered and locked onto Yang Dingtian from the sky. Faster, faster, faster. Yang Dingtian was running wildly with his head down. Suddenly, he felt a sudden emptiness in front of him. He immediately looked forward. He immediately broke out in a cold sweat. He quickly stopped the sled and made a sharp turn. It turned out that there was nothing in front of him. There was no forest or anything else. The entire mountain seemed to have been cut off here. In front of him was a 10,000-foot cliff. Below the cliff were terrifying reefs and the vast and boundless sea. The north side of Boundless Mountain was facing the sea. There was no way out at all. If Yang Dingtian had stopped the sled a second later, he would have rushed out and fallen off the cliff. He would have been smashed into pieces. Yang Dingtian wanted to cry, but had no tears. He knew nothing about the geography of Boundless Mountain. That was why he fled in this direction. Who knew that it was a dead end? No wonder the Black Heaven sect disciple was not anxious at all. He only stared coldly at Yang Dingtian as he fled. The 2 giant rocks slowly descended and finally stopped 3 to 4 meters above the ground. They blocked the left and right paths. The Black Heaven sect disciple on top of them coldly pulled out his sword and stared at Yang Dingtian. The 2 giant rocks were indeed huge. They looked like 2 airplanes up close. When they flapped their wings, the wind caused the trees to sway left and right. The snow on top of them rustled down. The 2 Black Heaven sect disciples had no intention of coming down to catch Yang Dingtian. They just watched him closely. Just a moment later, 2 shadows flew over from afar, bringing with them a fragrant wind. The 2 shadows, one snow white and one sky blue, landed 10 meters in front of Yang Dingtian. The 2 of them retracted the celestial chi wings on their backs. One of them was as cold as ice, unparalleled in beauty, and graceful like a fairy. She was Dongfang Bingling. The other person had a jade-like face. He was incomparably handsome, tall, and proud. He should be the legendary #1 youth expert in the world, the most handsome man in the world. He was the young master of the Black Heaven sect, Zhu Hongxue. When the 2 of them stood together, they looked like a match made in heaven. It was completely embarrassing. The 2 Black Heaven sect disciples on top of the giant rocks immediately knelt down and said respectfully, "Greetings, young master." "Greetings, Miss Dongfang." Zhu Hongxue ignored them. He did not even glance at Yang Dingtian. He said to Dongfang Bingling, "Junior sister, is he the one who stole from you?" Dongfang Bingling nodded and stepped forward. "Hand over the flame ring, and I'll pretend that nothing happened." You can still enter the Inyang school and get what I gave you. Yang Dingtian grinned and said, or else. Dongfang Bingling said coldly, don't do this just because my family is indebted to you. My patience is limited. Then, Dongfang Bingling took another step forward. She was only 5 meters away from Yang Dingtian. She stretched out her snow-white hand and said, hand it over and you'll have a bright future. If you don't, you'll be cutting your own path of retreat. Yang Dingtian said coldly, I won't hand over what master gave me. If you want it, come and get it yourself. Dongfang Bingling took another step forward. She was only 3 meters away from Yang Dingtian. She said coldly, hand it over and you'll have a bright future. If you don't, you'll be cutting your own path of retreat. At the same time, an extremely powerful aura came over. It made Yang Dingtian feel a little suffocated. Zhu Hongxue, who was as white as snow, suddenly frowned and said, Junior sister, don't get too close to such an ant-like person. Don't let his breath pollute your body and eyes. Don't even touch him. Zhu Hongxue's words were very intimate and domineering. He completely treated Dongfang Bingling as his exclusive property. Dongfang Bingling heard his words and could not help but frown slightly. She seemed a little unhappy. You go and take his things. If he resists, kill him. Zhu Hongxue pointed at the 2 Black Heavens sect disciples on the giant rock and said, yes. The 2 Black Heavens sect disciples jumped off the giant rock. They waved their swords and slowly approached. Senior brother Zhu, my family is indebted to this person. Don't kill him. My family's things should be in his hands. Dongfang Bingling said. Zhu Hongxue frowned and said, you too, chop off his hands. Yes, the 2 Black Heavens sect disciples said. Dongfang Bingling stared coldly at Yang Dingtian. I don't want to see this happen either. However, that thing doesn't belong to you. If you want to take it for yourself, you'll have to be punished. It's not too late to wake up now. Hand over that thing, and I'll keep your hands. Otherwise, you'll have nowhere to go. This is a dead end. Dongfang Bingling said, hand it over, and you'll still be a disciple of the Inyang school. You'll bring honor to your ancestors. Junior sister, why are you talking so much to him? Zhu Hongxue said impatiently, it's an insult to my status to talk to someone like him. Yang Dingtian looked at Zhu Hongxue and said coldly, you're just relying on your ancestors' glory. Who do you think you are? Why are you pretending to be noble? He should not have said that, but he could not help it. What did you say? Zhu Hongxue's face turned cold. He scolded coldly, you're asking for it. Bang! Zhu Hongxue slammed his palm into the air. Zhu Hongxue was very powerful, but Yang Dingtian still slammed his palm into Zhu Hongxue. Boom! Suddenly, an extremely powerful force slammed into Yang Dingtian's chest. It was as if he was hit by a 10,000-pound hammer. Blood spurted out like an arrow. Go, chop off his hands and cut off his tongue. Zhu Hongxue said coldly. Yes, 2 Black Heaven sect disciples immediately rushed forward. With a flash of their swords, they slashed at Yang Dingtian's arms. Ah! Yang Dingtian laughed maniacally. Dongfang Bingling, you want my ring of flames? Dream on. I'd rather die than hand it over. Dongfang Bingling, if I survive today, I'll return today's humiliation 100-fold. With a roar, Yang Dingtian leaped off the cliff abruptly. Ah! Dongfang Bingling did not expect Yang Dingtian to jump off the cliff when he had nowhere else to go. This was a 10,000-foot cliff. If he jumped off, he would die without a doubt. Zhu Hongxue, if I survive, I'll annihilate the Black Heaven sect and wipe out your Zhu family. When Yang Dingtian jumped off the cliff, he used the last of his strength to scream. Chapter 21. In your dreams. Zhu Hongxue shouted coldly and leaped into the air. He aimed at the falling Yang Dingtian and struck out a palm. Because of Dongfang Bingling's words, he didn't kill him in the first strike. He was definitely going to kill Yang Dingtian with this palm strike. A frenzied saber with blue flames suddenly shot out from the void and slashed down at Yang Dingtian, who was drifting down. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's body was like a fallen leaf in the wind. He was slashed so hard that he bent over while spurting out fresh blood. From his mouth, from his nose, from his mouth, from his ears, and from every part of his body, a cloud of blood spurted out. In an instant, Yang Dingtian's body was covered in blood. He fell down the cliff. Dongfang Bingling stepped forward and looked at Yang Dingtian with a complicated expression. She gritted her teeth and said, "I didn't want to kill him. What's the big deal about a pig or a dog like him dying?" Zhu Hongxue said lightly. Then Zhu Hongxue said, casually, "The thing on his body is the flame ring. It won't break. It's just that this cliff is a mystic qi forbidden area. Go down and find his body and take the flame ring back." Hearing Zhu Hongxue's words, Dongfang Bingling's expression changed slightly. Zhu Hongxue's proud face showed a rare gentleness. "My father already guessed that sect leader Dongfang is no longer alive. Your father is gone, but there's still me and the Black Sky sect. I won't let you suffer any grievances." Dongfang Bingling's beautiful face had a complicated expression. She gritted her teeth. She liked to hear such words. She didn't want to rely on anyone. She didn't want to be controlled by anyone. Yang Dingtian seemed to have entered an incomparably dark world. He couldn't feel any pain. There was only endless emptiness. His body and soul seemed to be falling into a bottomless abyss. The bottom of the dark abyss seemed to be bottomless. As he fell, his life force seemed to be drained from his body. "Wake up! Wake up! Wake up!" This deep voice seemed to resound from beyond the 9 heavens. A warm and fiery energy suddenly supported his falling soul, causing him to fall slower and slower. The surrounding environment also seemed to become brighter and brighter. Finally, Yang Dingtian opened his eyes abruptly and saw a familiar face. But when he saw this face again, countless emotions surged out violently. It was Shimin Wuya. It was Shimin Wuya who had saved Yang Dingtian. His palm had been supporting Yang Dingtian's back the entire time as he continued to inject profound qi to support Yang Dingtian's life. Even though he was a grandmaster, his face was covered in sweat. "Fortunately, I finally snatched your life back from hell," Shimin Wuya said with a smile, and a trace of tiredness appeared on his face. As a grandmaster, he would never be tired. It could be seen how much profound qi he had used to save Yang Dingtian's life. "We were preparing to leave on a boat, but unexpectedly we saw a bloody man floating on the sea. We thought he was dead, but we wanted to bury him out of morality. However, we were shocked to find that the bloody man was actually you." Shimin Wuya said, "If it were anyone else, even if their cultivation was 10 times higher than yours, they would have died from such a heavy blow. However, your incomparably strong meridians were able to withstand the energy of such a heavy blow. Although your meridians were ruptured, you still retained a trace of life force. Your energy, C, also didn't explode. I really can't imagine what kind of profound meridians you have." Shimin Wuya said, "City Lord Shimin, where am I now? How long have I been unconscious for?" Yang Dingtian asked. "We are on a boat on the way back to Cloud Sky City. You have been unconscious for 6 hours." Shimin Wuya said. Then Shimin Wuya suppressed his anger and said, "What exactly happened? Who was it that injured you? You have only just passed the initiation period. You are not even a novice warrior. Who did this to you?" Yang Dingtian was silent for a long time and said, "City Lord Shimin, do you still remember the flame ornament?" Shimin Wuya nodded. "If it was something else, I would have given it to Miss Shimin. However, this item is too special. It is a token of love between my master and master's wife. I need to take this flame ornament to Inyang School to reunite with master's wife." Yang Dingtian said, I was originally an ordinary person. However, by chance, I fell into a cave and found a frozen and dying old man. I saved him. That cave was very deep. We couldn't get out. The old man and I depended on each other for survival. We both treated each other as family. One day, 2 years later, he told me that his name was Dongfang Minmi and that he was the sovereign of Yinyang School. He asked me if I was willing to become his disciple. I treated him as my closest kin, so of course I agreed. Not only did he accept me as his disciple, he also betrothed his only daughter, Dongfang Bingling, to me. Master said that I was his only direct disciple. Therefore, I was also the future sovereign of Yinyang School. Therefore, he gave me the sovereign's flame ring. In order to prove my identity, he also gave me the flame pendant and asked me to take it to the Yinyang sect and give it to the master's wife. This is their token of love. It contains the last words of the master to the master's wife. After reading it, the master's wife will know who I am and what to do. City Lord Shimin should be able to imagine what happened next. Yang Dingtian said, "Of course I want to." Shimin Wia said, "Senior Dongfang hasn't seen his daughter for 10 years. He doesn't know that his daughter has changed. However, even if she was too arrogant, or had eyes but failed to see and looked down on you, she could have just cancelled the engagement. I don't believe that you would continue to pester her. Why would she want to kill you? She wanted me to hand over the flame ring, but it was given to me by Master. I couldn't give it to her." Yang Dingtian said, "I wanted to escape from Yinyang School, but she and Zhu Hongxue forced me into a dead end. I would rather die than hand over the flame ring, so I jumped off the cliff. I understand. Shimin Wia clenched his fists, suppressing his anger. Then, Shimin Wia grabbed Yang Dingtian's right hand and injected a stream of Xian Qi into it. A ball of flame appeared. Immediately, that magnificent flame ring appeared on Yang Dingtian's right hand's ring finger. "Is this the thing?" Shimin Wuya said. Then he let go of Yang Dingtian's right hand. The flame ring slowly disappeared. Disobeying your parents is unfilial. Looking down on your future husband is disrespectful. Going out with other men is unfaithful. Going after your future husband with other men is a great crime. Senior Dongfang is a hero, and Madame Dongfang is gentle and virtuous. How could they give birth to such an unfilial, unfaithful, and shameless daughter? Shimin Wuya said coldly. Moreover, how could she not know about Zhu Qingzhu's wild ambition? How could she not know that Zhu Qingzhu played a very suspicious role in Senior Dongfang's disappearance 10 years ago and his tragic ending? One day, the Yin and Yang sect will be destroyed in the hands of this ambitious and self-righteous woman. Shimin Wuya said, "Child, Yin Yang school belongs to your master, but it also belongs to you. You can't just sit and watch." Shimin Wuya said, "I'm also from Yin Yang school. You and I can't just watch as the 1,000-year foundation of Yinyang School is destroyed by Dongfang Bingling. You can't stay in Yinyang School for the time being. Come back to Cloud Sky City with me, okay?" Shimin Wuya said, "I've said it before. What Yinyang School can give you, Cloud Sky City can give you. I have a master. I will never change my master," Yang Dingtian said. Shimin Wuya said, "Cloud Sky City is also from Yinyang School. Could it be that in your eyes Cloud Sky City is also a traitor to Yinyang School? It's hard to say who is the traitor between ancestor Yang Yinshao and Lang Vuyan from hundreds of years ago." "That's right. I once wanted you to be my successor and the new lord of Cloud Sky City," Shimin Wuya said. "However, since you are Senior Dongfang's disciple, the person I respect the most in my life is Senior Dongfang. So I gave up on this idea. I won't let you change your master. Your master is still Dongfang Minmi. I am only your martial uncle," Shimin Wuya said. "Cloud Sky City will do its best to nurture you. We don't need you to do anything. We don't even need you to join Cloud Sky City. We don't need you to repay anything. When you are strong enough, you can return to Yinyang School and take back the position of lord that belongs to you. Of course, I only have one request for you. When you become the lord of Inyang School, Shiminwea sighed and said, when you become the Inyang School's lord, give the order to pardon Cloud Sky City's traitors and let Cloud Sky City recognize its ancestors. Yang Dingtian hesitated for a while before saying, Lord Shimin, isn't it good for Cloud Sky City to dominate a region? Why do we have to live under someone else's roof? Shiminwea shook his head and said, Child, if you were my successor, you would be the next lord of Cloud Sky City. Of course, I would be willing to let Cloud Sky City dominate a region or defeat Inyang School and take back the orthodoxy, or create a system of its own and become the most powerful martial artist in the world. But I can't do that now. You are senior brother Dongfang's disciple. I can't snatch it from you. Cloud Sky City has been weak for hundreds of years. I am the only person who is at the Grandmaster level. In the next generation, I can't find a particularly outstanding successor. If I don't wash away the traitor's name and don't recognize my ancestors, Cloud Sky City will be destroyed. Shiminwea said helplessly, all these years, because of my prestige, Cloud Sky City has indeed offended many people. We have practically stepped on the heads of many sections. When I go, it will be the end of Cloud Sky City. Child, come with me to Cloud Sky City. Shiminwea's eyes were filled with sincerity and expectation. I will be like Dongfang Minmi and not hold back for you. I will let you grow into the strongest person in the world. Okay. Yang Dingtian said, thank you, Uncle Shimin. But don't force Yen Yen to marry me. She doesn't like me. Also, after this incident, I understand that if I want something, I can only use my own strength to get it and not rely on others to give it to me. Well said. Shiminwea said, Uncle Shimin promises that in less than 10 years I will let you take revenge for today. In less than 10 years, I will let Dongfang Bingling taste today's humiliation and let her live in regret for the next few decades. As for Yen Yen, I won't force her to marry you. But after you two get to know each other, you might really like each other. Shiminwea smiled and said, so I can't say for sure now. Then Shiminwea suddenly stood up and said, no, we have to speed up and return to Cloud Sky City as soon as possible. The people from Inyang School can't find your body, so they will naturally search the sea. They might catch up very soon. Chapter 22. Then Shiminwea ordered loudly, everyone get on board and return to Cloud Sky City as soon as possible. Yes, there was a response from outside. Full sail. Everyone get on board and hold oars. Full speed ahead. Return to Cloud Sky City. This was Shimin Yan's voice. Yes. Then hundreds of people on the boat shouted in unison. Then everyone ran out of their cabins and went to the lower deck to row the boat. Outside, there was a dense sound of footsteps. Shiminwea frowned and said, I hope they won't catch up so quickly. After one more day, they won't be able to catch up. Then Shiminwea sat behind Yang Dingtian and continued to transfer celestial qi into his body. Don't worry, I'm your uncle. No matter who comes, I'll protect you. You just need to rest. Then the two of them were silent. Shiminwea quietly treated Yang Dingtian's injuries. A few minutes later, Shiminwea suddenly opened his eyes and sighed. They really came. They came so quickly. I hope they won't be too difficult to deal with. Dongfang Bingling greets Uncle Shimin. Dongfang Bingling's voice came from the sea outside. Zhu Hongxue of the Black Sky Sect greets City, Lord Shimin. Then came Zhu Hongxue's arrogant voice. Jiang Sonyang of the Inyang School greets City, Lord Shimin. Junior Brother Shimin, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Even though they were so far away, this person's voice still shook the candlelight beside Yang Dingtian. When Shiminwea heard this name, his eyebrows twitched. Uncle Shimin, who is this person? Yang Dingtian asked. Your master, Dongfang Minmi's senior brother. He once fought with your master for the position of Inyang School head, Shimenwia said. Yang Dingtian suddenly gasped. This Jiang Songyang was actually his master's senior brother. It could be seen that his cultivation was high. It was quiet outside. Shimenwia let out a long sigh of relief and said, "Just these 3 people? That's good. They might not be able to keep me here." As soon as Shimenwia's voice fell, the voice from outside resounded again. Wu Ying of Yinyang School greets senior brother Shimen. A cold voice rang out. It sounded completely emotionless, as if it was a dead thing. "Is he here too?" Shimenwia said. "This is your master's junior brother in name. He is the adjudicator of the Yinyang School and is responsible for killing people. No less than 5 sect leaders have died in his hands. He has killed no less than 1,000 people in his life. Shimenwia, are you coming out, or should we board your ship?" This was an incomparably feminine voice. Like a needle, it drilled into Yang Dingtian's ears, causing the muscles all over his body to twitch. Hearing this voice, Shimenwia's complexion suddenly changed. "Who is this person?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Ning Busi, your master's martial uncle, one of the grand elders of the Yinyang School. He has been in seclusion for 20 years and didn't even appear at the grand ceremony." "I didn't expect him to appear here," Shimenwia said. Yang Dingtian held his breath. This person was actually the martial uncle of his master, Dongfang Minmi. It was clear how powerful he was. Shimenwia let out a long sigh and said, "It seems that the situation is worse than I imagined. I'm afraid tonight won't be peaceful." "Hand me over, martial uncle." Yang Dingtian said, "Hand me over." Shimenwia gently shook his head and said, "How can I?" "Don't be silly." Although his tone was calm, it was full of arrogance. "City Lord Shimen, how have you been?" A very ordinary voice rang out. It wasn't as sharp as before, nor was it as shocking as before. It was just the voice of an ordinary man. However, after hearing this voice, Shimenwia's body suddenly shook. His wide sleeves shook violently. This was a reaction that Shimenwia had never had before. "Martial uncle, who is this person?" Yang Dingtian asked. "Zhu Qingzhu," Shimenwia said slowly. "Zhu Qingzhu, the leader of the Black Heaven sect, the true overlord of the universe. 10 years ago, your master, Dongfang Minmi, was #1 in the world, and he was #2. Shimenwia said, "However, this person is very mysterious. Being #2 doesn't mean that he is #2. This person is the most dangerous and powerful person in the world. If you meet this person in the future, you can't overestimate him. Do you understand? Although I don't have any evidence, your master's tragic end is related to him." Shimenwia said, "Even he has appeared. It seems that tonight is not just for you. Martial Uncle Shimen, is Yang Dingtian on your ship?" Dongfang Bingling shouted in a crisp voice. "He is a prisoner of the Yinyang School. Please hand him over, and we will let you go." Shimenwia sneered silently. Then he said to the outside, "Yan Yan, Shimen Yan, come in." The beautiful Shimen Yan Yan walked in. Shimen Yan, the adopted son of Shimen City Lord, also walked in. Their faces were full of uneasiness. They even forgot their hostility towards Yang Dingtian. "Yan Yan, get me a basin of water," Shimenwia said. "Yes, Dad." Shimenwia walked to the corner of the room and got a basin of water. Because his hands were trembling, the water splashed onto the ground. Jiang Songyang's voice came from outside. "Shimenwia, do you think you will be fine if you hide inside? We didn't rush in because we wanted to give you face. I will count down from 10. If you don't hand over Yang Dingtian, we will board the ship." Yang Dingtian said again, "Martial uncle, hand me over." 10, 9. Outside, Jiang Songyang's counting was like chasing after a soul. Shimenwia completely ignored Jiang Songyang's counting and Yang Dingtian's voice. He put his slender hands in the basin and carefully washed them. Then he shook them gently and took a towel to wipe them gently. "The sea will definitely be dyed red with blood tonight," Shimin said. Yen Yen, Shimin Yen, if I don't come back later, remember to bring everyone back to Cloud Sky City and immediately surrender to the Inyang school. No matter how humiliating it is, accept it as long as the lives of everyone in Cloud Sky City are saved, Shimin said. Dad, no, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Shimin Yen desperately covered her ears and cried. Shimin Yen gritted his teeth and said, Godfather, we don't have to do this at all. At this time, Yang Dingtian didn't speak anymore. He suddenly struggled out of bed and walked outside. In order to live, he couldn't let Shimin die. Shimin gently waved his sleeve and directly slapped Yang Dingtian into the air. He lay back on the bed and then took out a pill and stuffed it into Yang Dingtian's mouth. Suddenly, Yang Dingtian felt drowsy and his vision blurred. Silly child. Shimin smiled faintly and said, It's not my style to let others take you away like this. Of course, when I fall in the end, I won't be able to protect you. Your life will end here. 3, 2, 1. Outside, Inyang School's elder Jiang Songyang had finished his countdown. Junior brother Shimin, we're going to board your ship, Jiang Songyang said loudly. No, I'm coming, Shimin said. Then he opened the cabin door and walked out. Dad, don't go out. Shimin Yen cried loudly. Then she suddenly pulled out her sword and rushed out, saying, Dad, I'll go with you. If we die, we die together. Shimin waved his sleeve. A strong and gentle wind directly pushed Shimin Yen back. The second wind caused Shimin Yen and Shimin Yen to both faint. The third wind caused the cabin door to be closed. Shimin walked to the deck and saw that he was surrounded by several large ships. In the surrounding few hundred meters of the sea, more than a dozen experts floated in the air and surrounded the large ship of Cloud Sky City. Greetings, senior brother Jiang Songyang. Greetings, junior brother Wu Ying. Greetings, Marshal Uncle Ning Busi. Finally, Shimin bowed toward the darkness and said, slowly, Greetings, Sect Leader Zhu. Jiang Songyang said, Junior brother Shimin, you're finally out. Is the Inyang School's prisoner, Yang Dingtian, on your ship? Yes, Shimin said. But senior brother Jiang, may I ask what crime Yang Dingtian committed? Even Marshal Uncle Ning Busi was alerted. He stole the Inyang School's flame ring, Jiang Songyang said. Jiang Songyang said, and he's even wearing the flame ring with you, a traitor of the Inyang sect. Isn't that a serious crime? Shimin pretended not to hear the hidden meaning in Jiang Songyang's words. He smiled and said, Senior brother Jiang, you must have misunderstood. I heard that Yang Dingtian didn't steal the flame ring. Instead, senior brother Dongfang Minmi personally gave it to him and appointed him as the successor of the Inyang school. And he even betrothed niece Dongfang Bingling to Yang Dingtian. Niece Dongfang Bingling is also here. May I ask if this is true? Is there any falsehood in my words? Shimin turned to Dongfang Bingling and asked. Dongfang Bingling floated 10 feet above the sea. Her snow-white dress was blown by the sea breeze, making her slender and graceful body look even more curvaceous. She was extremely attractive, like a fairy from the 9 heavens. Zhu Hongxiue was by her side at this moment. The two of them looked like a perfect couple, a match made in heaven. That's right, Dongfang Bingling said coldly. Yang Dingtian sent my father's last words. Shimin said, Then let me ask you, in the chaotic continent, does a father have the absolute right to betroth his daughter to a man? Dongfang Bingling said coldly, Yes. Shimin asked again, Then let me ask you again in the Inyang school. Can the sect leader appoint a successor and give the flame ring to someone? Dongfang Bingling said, Yes. Shimin face showed a trace of anger. He said slowly, Then I don't understand, since the flame ring was personally given to Yang Dingtian by sect leader Dongfang Minmi. Then why do you keep saying that he stole it? Without waiting for Dongfang Bingling to speak, Shimin continued coldly, I also don't understand. Since Yang Dingtian is your fiancé, It's fine if you don't respect him or love him. But why do you have to go in and out with other men? Where is your chastity? Not only do you have to go in and out with other men, but you also want to kill Yang Dingtian with other men? You are murdering your husband. You should be hacked into pieces and destroyed by heaven and earth. Chapter 23. Dongfang Bingling's delicate body trembled, and her beautiful face suddenly turned pale. She had been treated like a fairy since she was young, and had never been insulted like this. She almost spat out a mouthful of blood. And you, Zhu Hongxue? Shimin Wuya glared at Zhu Hongxue, who was beside Dongfang Bingling, and said, Dongfang Bingling has a fiancé. What are you trying to do by pestering her every day? Not only that, you are the #1 youth expert, while Yang Dingtian has only just passed the initiation stage. Yet you want to kill him? Do you have any ulterior motives? Zhu Hongxue glanced at him coldly and didn't even bother to explain. Dongfang Bingling took a deep breath and raised her delicate chin. She said, coldly, City Lord Shimin is indeed sharp-tongued. Then, I would like to ask a few questions. Please answer. Please, Shimin Wuya said. First question. My father is the #1 expert in the world. Is his cultivation very high? Is his vision very high? Dongfang Bingling asked. Of course. Senior brother Dongfang is the person I respect the most in this world, Shimin Wuya said slowly. Since his vision is very high, why would he choose a mediocre talent like Yang Dingtian, a man in his 20s who has just passed the initiation stage? I have also seen his Xian meridians. They are very mediocre. He is not even qualified to be a servant disciple in my Yinyang school. Why would my father choose him to be the successor of the Yinyang school? Dongfang Bingling said. Before Shimin Wuya could answer, Dongfang Bingling continued to ask, second question. Previously, someone saw that on the way to the Yinyang school, Yang Dingtian was on Cloud Sky City's boat. Furthermore, he interacted with City Lord Shimin all the time and had a close relationship with him. May I ask, is this true? Shimin Wuya nodded and said, Is this true? Dongfang Bingling said, For generations, Cloud Sky City has wanted to take back the rightful position of Yinyang School. Normal methods have failed. Then, could it be possible to use a different method? In the meantime, he had someone bring my father's belongings to the Yinyang School, announcing that my father had accepted him as his disciple, that he would be his successor, and that he would be betrothed to me. And this person happens to be from Cloud Sky City. Then, in 20 or 30 years, the Yinyang School will belong to Cloud Sky City. If this matter is true, then doesn't it mean that Shimin City Lord and my father's death have some connection? Dongfang Bingling coldly said. Shimin Wuya was slightly stunned. He said slowly, Miss Dongfang's tongue is as sharp as a sword. All right, even if we can pick up the remains of Dongfang, Minmi Senior martial brother. But what about his last words? His last words were instilled into the flame ornament. As long as it matches your mother's moth ornament, his last words will appear. These last words were formed by your father's blood and celestial qi. How can this be faked? Shimin Wuya said. Dongfang Bingling turned her beautiful face. Her beautiful eyes were cold. She gritted her teeth and said, What father's last words? I have never seen them. I have only heard Yang Dingtian's oral description. Shimin Wuya was stunned. He looked at Dongfang Bingling in disbelief. Then he said slowly, A person who is self-deprecating is invincible. A shameless person is undefeatable. Then Shimin Wuya said to Jiang Songyang, Senior martial brother Jiang, at this point, it seems that logic does not make sense. Jiang Songyang said, It doesn't make sense. Otherwise, why would so many of us come? Hand over Yang Dingtian. This is no longer about the flame ring. It concerns the death of our sect leader. We have to interrogate him properly. How did our sect leader die? Who killed him? I understand. Shimin Wuya said slowly. If logic doesn't make sense, then let's fight. Are we really going to fight? Jiang Songyang said, Junior martial brother Shimin, what do you think about your cultivation compared to mine? About the same? Shimin Wuya said. Jiang Songyang said, Shimin Wuya, you have made a name for yourself outside. I am unknown in the Inyang school, but in terms of strength, I am definitely not weaker than you. More than 20 years ago, I fought with sect leader Dongfang and won by half a move. Among the masters present, I am the weakest. Junior martial brother Wu Ying is good at killing people. When I fought with him, although I could hurt him, my life was in danger. As for martial uncle Ningbusi, he is much stronger than me. As for sect leader Zhu, I can't even compare to him. Shimin Wuya smiled faintly. Jiang Songyang continued, you are at the Master Realm, and I am also at the Master Realm. You think you can't even beat me? Not to mention martial uncle Ningbusi and sect leader Zhu. I really don't know where you get the confidence to say that you want to fight. Why don't you hand over Yang Dingtian? Shimin Wuya said, Senior martial brother Jiang, let's fight and see. If you want to fight, then let's fight. I am the weakest among them, but I am enough for you. Let me fight, Jiang Songyang said. Then he pulled out a huge sword that was 10 feet long from his back. Shimin Wuya took out a thin sword that was less than 2 feet long from his sleeve. He said, Senior martial brother Jiang, are you a beginner? Or are you going to kill him? Kill him, Jiang Songyang said. Sure enough, you are going to kill him. Shimin Wuya said, it's good that you are going to kill him. Don't think I don't know that you played a dishonorable role in the death of the previous city lord. Since you are going to kill him, then let's settle the old score. If you want to die, then die. Why are you talking nonsense? Jiang Songyang sneered. Then he wiped the huge sword with his palm. Suddenly, blood spurted out and covered the huge sword. Boom! The blood burned fiercely. The huge sword that was 10 feet long and 1.5 feet wide was burning fiercely. It lit up the surrounding sea area, clearly. Jiang Songyang raised the huge flaming sword high. The mystic wings on his back suddenly spread out. They were 10 meters long. Bang! Like a meteor, Jiang Songyang suddenly jumped into the air and then rushed toward Shimin Wuya like lightning. His murderous aura was overwhelming. It was as if he could topple the mountains and overturn the seas. Jiang Songyang, a world-famous powerhouse, was ranked as a grandmaster. Flying above Shimin Wuya's head, Jiang Songyang roared, After today, there will be no more Cloud Sky City in the world. Then he suddenly slashed down with his sword. Endless flames and the huge sword that was 10 feet long slashed toward Shimin Wuya's head like a thunderbolt. It was going to cut him into pieces in an instant. Shimin Wuya raised the thin sword that was less than 2.5 feet long. He faced Jiang Songyang's shocking attack and slanted the sword. Swoosh! The sword slashed. Shimin Wuya's thin sword turned into a 100-meter-long blue light rainbow. Like a bolt of lightning, it slashed across the dark sky. Hiss! Like a knife cutting through tofu. Jiang Songyang's powerful giant sword was cut in two. Jiang Songyang's body was cut in two. Blood spurted wildly. Jiang Songyang fell into the sea, dead without a complete corpse. Everyone was shocked and speechless. They were completely stunned by the scene in front of them. Shimin Wuya's name had been very famous in the past few years, but everyone thought that he was at most at the same level as Jiang Songyang. They didn't expect that Jiang Songyang would be killed in one move and cut in two. At the same time, they didn't expect that Shimin Wuya would be so ruthless when he was talking reason just now, as if he was unwilling to fight. Who's next? Shimin Wuya asked. Then he gently swung the thin sword in his hand. The sword returned to its original size. At this time, it looked like a hidden sword. Inyang Schools, Wu Ingreet City, Lord Shimin. A figure walked out of the darkness. This person was of average height and had a slender and soft body. Although he was a man, his face was delicate, just like a woman's. Although he looked like a woman, this man made the whole world tremble in fear. As the adjudicator of Inyang School, his only mission was to kill. No matter how high the opponent's cultivation was, no matter how high the opponent's status was, as long as there was an order from above, he would take the opponent's life even if he had to travel thousands of miles. Wu Ying was 45 years old this year. He had been an adjudicator for 15 years and had never failed. As a student of Yinyang School, he had neither ice nor fire Xian veins, but wind Xian veins. Some people said that, in terms of martial arts level, he wasn't the highest. In terms of Xian Qi level, he wasn't the highest. And among the masters in the world, he was almost the only one who didn't know Xian skills. He only knew martial arts. He only relied on the thin sword in his hand. But among all the masters in the world, his speed was the fastest. Whether it was the speed of his attack or the speed of his sword, he firmly believed that in the world of martial arts, only speed was invincible. It was precisely because of his speed that no one could defend against. Hence, he had a terrifying nickname, the Phantom Ghost King. He never failed to kill anyone he wanted to kill, no matter how strong the opponent was. He was not a grandmaster, but 2 grandmasters had died in his hands. Only the strongest person could be an adjudicator. Wu Ying was only a student of Yinyang School in name. His martial arts weren't learned in Yinyang School. The reason why he was an adjudicator of Yinyang School was that Dongfang Minmi had saved his life. "Junior brother Wu Ying, please wait," Shimin Wuya said. Then he lifted his body and floated up. He left the ship of Cloud Sky City and floated above the sea. Shimin Wuya slowly closed his eyes and said, "Junior brother Wu Ying, I'm ready. You can make your move." Shimin Wuya actually closed his eyes and fought with Wu Ying. Of course, he wasn't looking down on him. It was because Wu Ying was too fast. Using one's eyes to search for him was too slow. One needed to use one's senses. Whoosh! As expected, Wu Ying suddenly disappeared into the night sky, disappearing from everyone's sight. Then, a gust of wind, mixed with the sea breeze, circled around Shimin Wuya's body. If one opened their eyes, they would discover that Wu Ying seemed to be completely invisible. However, he knew that Wu Ying was right beside him, ready to stab him with his sword at any time. Every time Wu Ying killed someone, he would only stab once and never miss. Even those who were at a higher level than him had died under his sword. Shimin Wuya still had his eyes closed and his body motionless. The wind was still circling around him. Suddenly, a dazzling light lit up. A thin sword, like a meteor, lit up in the night sky and stabbed toward Shimin Wuya's chest. It was a very ordinary angle and position, but it was so fast that it was impossible to defend against it. In an instant, the fight between the 2 sides had ended. It was as fast as lightning. The result of Shimin Wuya's fight against the King of Assassins was out. Ding, ding, ding.